I think BNK is definitely better than QM, Bro, and DNS, but I also almost want to say that Bro should be in that tier as well, the unrealized potential tier for me with Notion, BNK, and Bro, but I can't really draw a line for it because Bro's on the bottom.
You just like move Bro
and I also think that Bro, every time I think they have unrealized potential, I'm like, oh no, we've realized that they don't. But they have flashes, right? They have moments. But I do think that like QM, DRX, and DNS, like of all these teams to me, are like the most certainly, definitely doomed, not going to play in, it's not relevant. See you next year, because these two teams just, I don't even know what their game plan is half the time. With QM, DRX, they just like first pick Ezreal, and they're like, maybe Rich gets a counter pick, but doesn't really matter because he gets solo killed there too, and it's bad. And then DNS just don't even have an idea of what they're doing in the game, and I'm really sad for Duckers and Peter. Yeah, and Peter's like on the bench for some reason that we don't understand.
Yeah. Also, like it's a weird thing. Obviously, substitutions, if something's going wrong, you're like, where are we gonna find like which player we're gonna look to? And often it's like, well, what players do we have available? Like obviously they had Peter in Life, and then they're bringing up Quantum. Clearly they feel like there's a problem with the support role, but like the bot side of the map, we're new this year, but how are we having the same problems? I feel like for this team as last year, where it just feels like they're incapable. I mean, it's not exactly the same.
They
but
don't
it
even
just
have
feels
Bulldog.
it just feels like I don't know if it's the environment or it's some remnant of the structures I had before, but it's like you have two players who are literally in the World Finals, and then you have a mid laner who we were talking about the year closer last year, and then it's just. I was thinking, okay, it'll bring it back up, right? Like we all know, like when we talked about Dudu and Piotrek, and even in LCK Cup, they were playing well, but it's just like everyone has regressed to that DNF base level that we had last year. And obviously they have a win, but
yeah,
it is, I don't know. I don't know how
they changed it to an S, but they haven't moved from the F tier, actually. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Yeah.
But they also changed the players, and I thought that would have more of an impact.
Yeah, not
and
S tier.
It briefly did.
It did.
In the LCK Cup, but we all know that's not real, so...
I do think that, like, bringing in Dr. and Peter, though, was just adding more variance to a team that already had massive amounts of variance. Like, let's be honest, like, Peter has always been incredibly up and down with his performance. Dr. you never really know what you're going to get. Oftentimes he is. Like, he was elite for the last half of last year, but before that, he was not the beacon of consistency. So I think what DNS have done is just kind of hoped that they all hit heads at the same time, and what it's done is kind of made it even more chaotic.
It just seems like to me there's clearly issues right now with a lot of these teams in terms of structure and the substitutions we're seeing that are based on availability of players, right? So perhaps Berserker's like, I'm not staying. I don't want to deal with this anymore. They don't want to deal with him. Whatever. He would demand a high salary. He ends up going overseas, right? And then, like, what do we get? Maybe we get the World Championship bottom lane. Maybe Duckdom and Peter were asking for a lot of money at KT, and KT's like, well, we got to keep BDD in here, and we got to figure out what we want to do with this roster, and so they couldn't actually lock it down. And then, so they end up on this team, and it doesn't make sense for them. But, like, the way Duckdom plays and the way Berserker played are, like, completely opposite, right? Duckdom is more of a passenger type AD carry where he gets through and then makes big plays later on. But when his team is falling apart, like, he's never going to be the guy. Like, he's never going to be the guy who pop off and fix it. Berserker kind of almost was many times last year, right? Where we're like, oh, okay, maybe Berserker can get it done. And he can't get it done, but, like, he did a lot, right? He played really aggressively. He was able to almost save a lot of the games for them. So slotting this bottom duo in doesn't make sense. And then I think some of our teams, like QM, DRX, and DNS, are making these substitutions, like Lazyfield coming in, and Life being swapped through, and then later Quantum, just because they can, because these players are available, and they're like, well, what we have isn't working. We don't have any other subs that are viable because our challengers team isn't that great, and we can't sub our mid laner into this position. That makes no sense. So I guess we'll just switch the support and see what happens, and nothing is changing. So it feels quite bizarre, and I feel bad for Quantum because, again, it's never his fault that, like, this losing streak continues, but like it feels like
move the needle in any way, though.
We know what Peter's highs are, and, like, it feels like maybe they should be trying to build that back up instead of playing Duckdom with yet another support and seeing what he can do. He has a relationship with Life. He has a relationship with Peter. He has a...
Where's Podok? Let's get him back, too.
Hey.
I don't understand what the thought process is of playing Quantum for more than, like, one series. If you play him for a series and it goes well...
Scrims, it's working. I don't know.
But I feel like, obviously, there's internal issues going on in the team because these players are not playing at even close to the best level we've seen them. But I feel like it's kind of similar to, like, when KT was flipping their supports and neither of them was getting full stage time, full practice time. And I feel like at some point you need to commit, and they've obviously said, okay, we're committing to Quantum, but this swapping and changing, I swear teams have done it so many times, not even specifically to the LCK, but you have a sub on the roster. Like, you have a sub who's available to play, who's up to a standard that you think is appropriate. You, like, lose game one, or maybe you have a bad week of scrims, or you lose a series, you sub him in. Was it the player who got subbed out's fault? No, not at all. Maybe it was, but, like, in a lot of situations, it's like you could have, like, I don't know, a top lane sub. Your top laner does fine. The bottom of the map collapses. Well, we lost. Let's sub. I feel like sometimes subs are treated that way, where it's like, okay, you had your chance. You didn't win. Get the other player in, even if it's not necessarily... The problem wasn't that player.
Yeah.
And it wasn't something that they're necessarily going to be able to solve by coming in. And it's just like, oh, we have to do something. Oh, we did something. Hopefully this makes it better. And I feel like it's not really addressing, like, the issues with the team or why they lost the game, the series, the scrims. It's just, oh, let's change something, and hopefully that... We'll keep changing things till it gets better, and then just keep cycling. through.
Yeah, and then never let anything actually settle and find some consistency, which is what a lot of I remember all of the crazy drama that happened when Danny was swapping through the T1 roster for an entire year, right? Like, that was the same thing that they were talking about. Like, we can't reach any consistency because no one's consistently on the team. Ultimately, did work out relatively well when they kind of figured out who they wanted to play.
Well, they fired Danny, and then they picked the roster, and then they won multiple world championships together.
But was it Danny's reiteration of the roster that got them there in the end? No, probably not.
Have you guys seen, by the way, slightly on topic, have you guys seen Danny's like react reels that have been going around on Twitter where his coach cam reactions in the LPL are just like really hilarious, where he's just getting insanely stressed out and upset at his players while he's watching the screen? Very funny.
Perfect. Beautiful.
So the one thing I want to say about the support issue is that at least, we saw effort come in and like totally change the face of KT and make a big difference, but that's effort. That's someone who's a veteran, who has a lot of experience, who obviously works very well with Cuz and has.
But that was during the off season also. Like, they made this change before we even started the season, so they were clearly leaning into this, right? They were prepping for this. They spent a lot of time before we even played game one to lead to this decision. Well, this is completely different.
And there's the other part, which is, you were talking about Duckdom and Peter's form. I really do feel like it's a form issue, and that's why we saw KT subbing out Duckdom a lot, Peter a lot at the beginning of last year. And it didn't work either, but eventually it worked. So I don't know, it's so hard to look behind the curtain and actually know what's going on, but I would assume that, well, they don't have a good sub for Duckdom, but they do for Peter in their mind. So they're like, Peter, you're not practicing enough, or whatever it is. You're just not playing well enough, so we're just going to put you on the bench. We're not winning anyway, so maybe that'll fire you up to play more solo queue or something. Like, I don't know. It's a lot of conjecture to really know.
Yeah.
But it's hard for us to, Quantum comes in and then it's still not going well, but, maybe it wouldn't have gone well with Peter or Life anyway, so maybe they're just, I don't know.
But that's my point, if changing the support doesn't change the outcome.
Then why not go back to what is the highest ceiling option that you have?
Who's played together the most? Like, where have your successes been? Like, what did you build this roster for?
There's more that goes into it because you're,
and who knows about like what the vibe of the team is as well? Because it might be that the team's just like, no, it's like this with Peter isn't working. Like, maybe they don't vibe with it the same way that other teams do.
And maybe it's just targeting Peter and saying, get your shit together, or you're not going to play.
But I also think like
that's not effective, but that could be the reasoning behind it. I would say
it is all
the thing is with that, like, I wouldn't assume. We don't know, right? Whether what Peter's been like, whether he's been practicing, how much he's been practicing. I would assume he would.
A lot worse.
But that can happen if you're in an environment that's not going well. If you're losing the matches, we saw that like he chose to be subbed out in KT when they went on a big loss streak in the Legend group. But the thing is, they subbed out Peter, then they subbed Life in, and then they aren't using Life either. So either you assume both of them had similar issues, or maybe the issue isn't with them, and it's more there's a problem in the team, and they're just trying to revolve things until
the word of the team was that Quantum was performing better in scrims. The team was working better in scrims. There was actually an interview done, like asking about why it was the case, and they committed to playing with Quantum for the foreseeable future.
The thing with
Quantum
is,
I believe that like 40% of the time.
Yeah.
I looked at Quantum stats.
It could be true.
And like also we know this about Quantum because he's played in the LCK before. Like CV Max subbed him in for Andil, if you guys remember, like back in the day.
Yeah.
Back on Kwangdong, I want to say. And ultimately, like, he just plays range supports. Like, he plays Enchanters and he plays range supports. His like most played back then was Seraphine. And then this year, including his Challengers games, he'd only played one game of Nautilus, and otherwise had only played Enchanters or range supports, like Bard. And he played Nautilus, and it did not go well at all. He played one game of Nautilus, it was 1-0 in Challengers, then he played it in his last match this week, and it was like, you can't put this guy on this champion, I don't think. And his champion pool has always had this issue. We've talked about it years in the past, and like, I look at Peter and I'm like, I know what you're capable of. I know the champion pool you have. I know what Life is capable of. His champion pool is also quite diverse and crazy. He'll play the Set, he'll play the Jarvan. And it just feels like this, it almost feels like that interview is just like an excuse for something that is really going on. Again, I'm speculating, but I just don't see it. And I don't want to blame Quantum.
That are out of the meta now. Maybe that's why. Like, you mentioned that Quantum's the range support guy. Well, we are in a meta where there are a lot of range supports that are getting played. So it might be that, Peter, who thrives on the Alistair, yes, his Nico's great, but even Nico has been falling out of favor a little bit. Like, a lot of the picks that Peter was finding a lot of success on aren't necessarily as viable.
I just feel like what's weird to me is an LCK Cup, the roster with Peter was working, right? That's the best we've seen from this org this year and last year, right? Was that period when they had Peter on the roster. And then after like this, obviously it's not going well right now, but they're like, they've given up on that already. And I just feel like, if you look at KT, I know they were obviously subbing things out and changing things, but like they did say, like when they went on their big long run, it was with Dam, it was with Peter, it was with Perfect, and they committed to that and made it work. And I just think that like the pressure it puts on the players if you're doing this revolving threat of like, oh, play bad in a scrim, you're gone. Have a bad stage game, you're gone. Like, how does Quantum feel right now after that Nautilus game? Is he going to be like feeling like, oh, I'm the best person? Or is he thinking like, oh man, are they going to sub me out for the next match? I just think it's not like it's already clear that like something's not working behind the scenes, and I think this added pressure is just like, I mean, some players thrive from it, right? Having that like kick up the arse, but
we also know that sometimes in orgs, someone who's in a higher up position is just like, this is on like 1-6 is not okay, 1-5 or whenever they played Quantum for the first time is not okay. You guys need to make changes, and then the GM is like, we ain't got anybody. There ain't no changes we can make. There's no free agents we can afford. We have two supports, right? But we have a challenger support we can call up, and that's like kind of the most minimal change you could make to this roster without calling up some of their challengers players who would like probably make this roster catastrophically worse just because they have no experience. Which Quantum actually has a lot of experience, and so like maybe the GM is getting pressure, like you guys need to fix this, but he doesn't really understand what's going on, and they're like, we brought Quantum in, like it could work. That could be something else that's happening. I really hope that's not what's going on because I feel bad for this squad, especially Closer and Pioshik, who had such a great LCK Cup, as we've talked about already, and had a decent start to the season. Even though they were losing games, they looked really good, and now they just look deflated. Now Pioshik looks like he's just trying to flip a coin half the time, which is like, I know what Pioshik has been known for in the past, but for a while at the beginning of this year, he looked really solid, and it just feels like that's gone now as well.
It is a bit of a shame. I do want to move us on, though, because that's probably enough dedicated to Quantum. And I think I want to move us to some more positive things to talk about, which is KT at 8-0 on the top of the standings. Currently ahead of HLE with a game score of +4 over theirs as well, which is crazy, sitting at +14 compared to the +10 of HLE, who have lost one match. That was to T1 at the very beginning of the season, if I remember correctly. And KT are just looking really, really good. I believe, are they playing HLE next week?
Yes. They are.
That is an absolute
Wednesday.
banger. Could be that both teams end up on 8-1 at the end, with KT's winning streak ending, but it's looking good for the 9-0. And that is just the weirdest thing to talk about, as this is unprecedented territory. KT have never been this successful in a regular season ever before.
Well, in 2023, they went 17-1 at the end of the split, but they didn't start off with the streak.
Yeah, sorry, this is the best start they've ever had. Yeah,
but like, to compare this to last year, right? So last year at week 4, in 2025, they were 3-5. And they did end up going from that to the World's Finals, which is crazy. But now they're starting at 8-0 and +14, which is actually more dominant than last year's most dominant team in Gen G. Gen G was 8-0 with +13 at this point in time last year. And both the gap was 4 games above.
Yeah, quite funny that HLE have exactly the same scoreline as this time last year.
Yeah. Well, with one extra game win.
Yeah, one extra game win, but it's still like 7-1. It's exactly the same as where they were. Outside of that, who is it? Do we have any other teams that are the same?
D plus is like the Gen G of last year as well, but there are 3 in that 5-3 spot instead of 2 like there was last year. It's fun to see the parallels.
I think as well, thinking back to that 2023 KT roster, like it was the same core, BDD, Cuz, and Aiming, but it was with Keen and Lehens.
Yeah.
And you think of now them having Perfect and Effort, I think if at the start of the year or after LCK Cup, you said they were going to look have a similar performance to that 2023 roster with Perfect and Effort instead of Keen and Lehens, I think most people were like, what?
I would have scoffed.
Yeah, but Perfect he's leveled up like significantly. I mean, that's clear to say. And Effort's addition, obviously, him syncing up with Cuz has clearly worked. I think there was question marks when it was announced.
I'm so used to just being exasperated watching Effort play. Like every other year, watching it's like.
I remember we
every
were
time, you know,
co-streaming Challengers, and I was watching Effort, and I was like, "Oh God!" Like I don't know if he can, if he can make it in Challengers.
Yeah,
like he had a year like that not 2 years ago, and something changed. I don't know what it is, but he got a lot better than what he was then.
Maybe vibe shift, having your mates back, and also when you're playing support, maybe being on a team with not all 17-year-olds and maybe, people that are closer to, his own experience level was helping him out. I have no idea, but whatever it is, it's working and it makes no sense.
I think it also just goes to show that, especially player with a longer career can still, change his fortunes and turn things around and grow and develop as a player. Like, I think sometimes, especially if a player's struggled and is like at the bottom of the league, and on weaker teams, it's kind of like they get put in this sort of framing where it's like, okay, this is just who they are, where they'll be. But I think it's evidence that these players can turn around with the right opportunity, right team, and just development for themselves can be like a important piece in a really strong roster.
Yeah. And if they make it to MSI, is it the first time KT has ever been to MSI?
I think so, yeah.
I believe so.
Wow, that is very cool.
And they might win their first ever international event because they've never won an international tournament before.
Yeah, right.
It does make sense it's their first because for so long it was just one team at MSI.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when it was two, it was just Gen.G T1.
Yep. And it feels like it's been Gen.G T1 or Darm1 sprinkled in there. Obviously, MSI started in 2015, so it's been 11 years, including this year's MSI, that we've had it. But it does feel like it's almost always SKT or T1 or Gen.G or D+. Kingzone, I think, went one time. So technically DRX, I guess you could say, or KRX now, but it was Kingzone at that point, or Longzhu. Longzhu might have been at one as well. There was a decent performance there, but they weren't actually able to win. But still, it does feel funny thinking about a KT that could be heading over to Daejeon for an MSI if they continue this level of dominance.
Well, such a long way to travel.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
A couple of hours on the train. It's a bit of a rough one.
By a couple of hours, you mean 1 hour. It's just 1
All right, it's just
They'll just arrive in Daejeon and be like, we're here at an international event. Our first international event. Wow.
Beautiful.
It feels like we never left.
to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against the flame. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
DNS 화이팅! 우!
화이팅! 화이팅!
리온 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, as we are prepared for one of the Double Dad broadcasts here. Of course, if Valdez was here instead of me, it would also be Double Dads. And that's a little bit of a shame we don't have our own unique thing. Wolf, what's our unique thing?
I don't know. Because Valdez and I both are American, like you're Australian, but I guess we're the Double Dad American-Australian broadcast, and because the Valve analyst doesn't cast, he only desks, like this is our thing. We have the Australian-American Double Dad broadcast that you and Valdez can't have.
Brilliant. I love it. Okay, it's a bit wordy, but we'll have to go with it. Let's have a look at some of the standings here as we get into the final match of round one. And we saved a banger for the last match.
If you can't love LCK at its Breon versus DNS, then you don't deserve LCK at its Hanwha Life Esports versus KT Rollster, okay?
Yeah, or Hanwha Life Esports versus T1, which is our next matchup to start round two, which is very exciting.
I think you should have to sit through this match. If you're here right now, you have to sit through this match before you can watch the next one. And I think you're going to enjoy it. I think you guys are going to have fun.
You know what? If you don't enjoy it, that's absolutely fine. It's your prerogative. You don't have to. We will, and we will do our very best to make it enjoyable for you as well. The only thing that we demand is as much Brotax as you have available in your Twitch account. Okay, final match for closing out round one, as we mentioned before. And yeah, some lost streaks certainly have been abound, but the DN Supers have been a long time without even a game win. It's been a really, really bad time for them.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a struggle for the Supers. They did beat QM DRX early on, which gave a lot of people hope, especially with the way that they beat them. But the momentum stopped there, and it has otherwise been reminiscent of the DN Freaks roster that we saw last year. But at least they got that win early. We can talk about lost streaks later. They're still a ways away from the lost streak the Freaks had. The average game time
by
the Bros.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, 1.5.
We'll
give it 1.5 minutes.
Like, it has been this way for Hanjin Breon and Fredit Breon and OK Savings Bank Breon. High Fresh, you know, back in the day, it was a little bit gone. Very slow team.
Breon Blade.
The problem is Breon get leads and then can't win the game. So that's why their game time is longer. It's not like it takes other teams longer to destroy them. They just can't win.
The best thing about it is that they are now up against the DN Supers, who are very good at getting off the stage as quickly as possible. The problem is they're often doing it with an L instead of a W, and we'll see whether the Bros can capitalize on that as well and maybe bring that average game time down. Because the one thing that the Bros don't have in common with all of those other teams that are on that list, they haven't faced off against the DN Supers yet. That can cut off that extra minute and a half or whatever they have over T1 as far as the longest game is concerned. Sample size is required to be even. Is what I never say, because I just believe in sample sizes that are tiny and misleading. All right.
It is important to note that Roamer is starting again today.
Yeah.
However, Loki is here, so it is possible that a substitution could be on the cards. I don't think likely, but just wanted to point that out to everyone. Roamer had a pretty good re-debut, and we'll see if he can remain in that strong momentum, I guess you could say, even though they were not able to pick up the win. It was a pretty close series they did play. I think this roster should be better, right? This DN Supers roster actually has insane talent and a lot of veterans. I mean, it's crazy to think that Closer is now quite a hardened veteran here at the LCK. Even Quantum, even though he's the newest player on this roster and just got subbed in recently, has played a lot of LCK games in his career. You know, I mean, Namgung might be starting to close the gap on him, but I imagine it's pretty close between the two of them there. And on the side of the Bros, just close the game out, you know? Like, if you're gonna lead, finish the game.
And look, I want to talk positively about the Bros because they are on a loss streak. But that last series that they played was very, very close to a 2-0. Okay, Wolf?
Yeah, that sign said 10th place never would be us. Never.
Well, you know, it doesn't have to be, as of course the DN Supers have their back. Sometimes you have to go for the little wins, and if 9th place is the little win you're looking for, then maybe that's going to be the achievable goal. And honestly, it will be for either of these teams here today. Whoever wins is going to be escaping the wooden spoon after the first round robin. We'll see whether it can be this man on your screen here. Pyosik actually coming out with a bit of a bang at the very beginning of the season and has since been whimpering.
Yeah, Gideon on the other side has been pretty consistent all season long. The changing of the mid laner hasn't really turned the fates here of Breon that much. You know, Loki had some pretty good games. Roamer was struggling as far back as the LCK Cup, but had a great re-debut. We'll see how he looks today. And for the side of the DN Supers, right, their bottom lane has, I want to say now, kind of been solidified. But I'm saying for now, because you never know. It could be life in the next match in round 2. They've been changing things up quite a bit. And that's a funny little shot there from Roamer.
Yeah.
Duckdom is a Worlds finalist, a defending Worlds finalist. Peter isn't alongside him here, but he has not been performing well, and you can't blame his supports all the time for some of those performances, but changing the supports haven't changed the narrative, whereas this guy on the other side has been the second consistent piece here for Hanj and Breon alongside Gideon, and it's going to be a tough matchup here for DN Supers just because of that 80 carry mismatch in terms of the performances we're seeing. Quantum, I think, has not been given enough time to prove that he is better or worse than Life or Peter. I think it's too early.
I feel like Quantum has been constantly coming in to like the team in crisis and is never able to actually flourish with the success. He's just there to wallow in the grief almost every single time. And I don't think it's very fair to him, and I don't think we've really had a true adjudication of what this guy is capable of just because he just joins a house on fire. And that is not, that's not a good way to live.
He has been putting fires out as best as he can for...
Maybe we just call him Fireman Quantum from now on.
I mean, he has been with this roster for a really long time. He was there back in the CVMAX days. He played alongside Leaper. He's played alongside Bull. Okay, he's seen everything you can see in the bottom lane.
It's time to move to Brazil and just join Bull in that bottom lane. Loud have been doing very well. And maybe that's going to be the opportunity for him. However, he is going to play in the LCK here today, and we are into the draft for game number 1. Having a look now at what our bans are going to be, the Varus, the Karma, the Orianna, the Rumble, these sort of things are all going to be removed, and then there's a little bit of flexibility after that. It's kind of how this this particular patch is shaped
against
up.
Teddy,
this is cool, yeah.
You take that Ezreal away. Sure, Woodid has got that Arthur fist at the ready right now, seeing that ban. But Teddy has been one of our better Ezreals, believe it or not, even though Hanj and Brion are fighting to defend their 9th place spot here. I do think that Teddy deserves the respect, and they just do not want to deal with it. And also might be angling for a first pick Jarvan as well.
Or a first pick Rumble, if it is left up and available. Could take away like a Pantheon, something like that. Instead, they have first pick. They're still going to ban the Rumble. Dudu not wanting to blind pick that one into Hanj and Brion.
Pyosik gets to play either Pantheon or Jarvan. And so that feels really good for a first pick here in game 1 of a series like this. So tough call here for Hanjin, whether they'll ban the Jarvan or the Pantheon. The Ezreal being gone makes it feel like the Supers are expecting a Pantheon ban. They're looking to get the Jarvan. Great ban into Teddy. So I like the start here for DNS. Time's ticking away. They'll ban Lee Sin, so they're looking for a trade here of Jarvan and Pantheon.
It's kind of crazy that they ban Lee Sin with Panth and Jarvan available. It does feel a little bit like a throwaway. You can understand that, though, because if they get the Jarvan, then you get the trade. Exactly right. And so casting, let's see what he's going to be taking away here, whether it is going to be Pantheon picked up right now. Could be a Xin Zhao. You could go for like a Xin Zhao Lulu type angle here.
Or just slam the Lucian. I was like, they could play Ashe Seraphine. That was also on the cards.
Lucian
Lane could have been the thing, but now they're just going to put this one down. The problem is that there is a few different picks you can play into this. This is super early in the draft, so... For example, Ashe Seraphine can kind of go toe-to-toe with this. Is even an argument for just playing the straight-up Yunara Lulu lane into this as well, which we've seen so many times.
We did see it struggle, though, in this exact matchup yesterday. Ultimately, it didn't actually change the outcome of the game, but there is an opportunity for Teddy to show Slayer how it's done. After, of course, he wasn't able to quite get it done towards the end of that series prior. But still...
This should be, I think... a Pantheon pick here. It's a lot of burst damage with the Lucian, easy to dive. You can go for Xin, but I personally would have rather seen the Pantheon because I think there's a lot more power for side lanes as well that you could play through, but
I kind of like Xin Milio. It feels like you can really utilize the enchantiness with the Xin Zhao, and so that kind of makes sense to me, and we do often see the Demacian matchup in the jungle between these two, so that might be the reason why. I feel like Pantheon's like weirdly falling out of vogue, even though not a whole lot has changed.
Yeah, I do think we're seeing a little bit less of him just because he also can get burst down if he doesn't have his shield available. As Akali, just kind of hinting at what Roamer's got in mind here, as we'll see a Jace ban. So perhaps something like a Gnar on the cards here for the Supers, looking for a little bit more of a scaling draft here, a little bit more stability.
I think they're looking for a pigeon. That's what I
think that you're probably right about that for Hanjin.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Other side.
Yeah, I think that like you don't necessarily need to go for a second ban here for the mid lane. They'll actually just ban the Azir themselves, so that's a little bit puzzling.
Yeah, I would say that that's strange. Especially when I believe Roamer actually played the Akali already and looked pretty good on it.
There's two different ways for Roamer to approach this situation. One is to just look for a scaling pick, so you have great late game damage profiles as the Lucian, you know, can explode through the mid game and just be so big in the late game that it doesn't matter. But sometimes if he just does okay, you want to have some consistent damage. Or you could go for an all-in aggressive pick to empower it. Annie? Not necessarily what I meant, but it certainly works with the theme, right? You have burst damage in spades here, especially if we see Titanic built for Gideon. You just find target, kill target so fast.
And also, the Aurora has been what's been picked into the Annie over and over again, but we've seen even as recently as yesterday, the Annie actually win that matchup. Now, it looks like they have a free Gnar towards the top side of the map into this Renekton. Of course, Dudu pretty formidable on this champion, but I don't see why you wouldn't just get the counter matchup and feel very good about it. And that looks to be exactly what casting wants to do.
I don't understand the Ryze ban. If they were planning on picking the Renekton, maybe they wanted the Annie, And so they were like, all right, we've got the Aurora counterpick prepared for that. But like you said, it hasn't been as dominant. It depends on who's piloting it, because our best mid laners have taken
I think it's the same
for cleaners.
These both of these matchups, in top and in mid lane, we've seen both sides win, right? I think if the Renekton's played really well, we know Dudu has it in him.
And BDD had also the great Annie game into Zeka, even though they lost that series and lost that game. You know, it is about those early levels. It is about those early trades, about Annie's auto attack range. The Gnar here into Renekton has been a really tough one. We've seen Renekton still do quite well on the early levels, but eventually the Gnar becomes able to space him and do a lot of damage and obviously become a larger side lane threat. I like both drafts, to be honest, about evenly. I think that the win cons here are very different for these two drafts, and that's often where we land. When the Lucian is picked this early, the other team thinks, well, we'll just outlast him. And that's the game plan here for them. But they also have that bursty Aurora, they have the bursty Renekton, and they can set up this Yunara to become a bigger threat early on in the game. One thing that it feels like when you get these two clashing styles, it almost always is true, especially at this level. We're at 9th and 10th place here. That's what we're fighting for, is that the game usually ends up being one-sided. One team snowballs early, the Lucian becomes ahead and takes over the game, or doesn't get ahead, and the other side just rolls with it.
Yeah, I do think that Teddy has got a lot of power in this game to make things happen, and he has been the one guy that can on Hanj and Breon. Let's see how it goes. We get onto the Rift. All right, Chichidik Lolpark is absolutely popping off today. And this is 9th versus 10th, right? And it's just so fantastic to see pretty much like a bum on every seat.
It's wild. I mean, I came in just moments before, obviously. You and I came in like 5 minutes before the opening starts and all that. And the Breon side, which we are on, is full, and also like I feel like it's the ratio of people wearing jerseys is so much higher than you would expect, especially coming from me, like who's been in esports in Korea for a really long time. There was a really long period of time where getting jerseys for your favorite team was like almost impossible. You just could not do it. They weren't always for sale. It was kind of an exclusive thing where you have to be staffed to have one.
Yeah.
No one sold them. It was difficult to actually get clothing sponsors to work with companies to make jerseys for fans. And now we live in a world in 2025 where it's all green over here. There's people wearing Reddit jerseys, you know, there's all sorts of bro history here scattered through the crowd, which is just awesome to see. And some of them from overseas fans as well. We got Westerners in the crowd sporting their bro gear as well. And it's just, I don't know, just a reminder that esports has come so far and League of Legends has come so far here.
And just our teams that aren't called T1, right?
Yes.
Like, this is the thing, like, having fans of more than just a couple of our top teams is just the biggest sign of a bit of extra health in your league, and that feels fantastic. What also feels fantastic is being Annie and actually winning health trades in the early game against this Aurora, which is working out pretty well. You can see here that Pyosik has eradicated the enemy jungle as Gideon spots the fact that his red buff is just gone. And Pyosik should actually be able to achieve the 3 buff here. Just went from blue to the enemy jungle and is now able to go back through his camps once again.
Let's see what Gideon decides to do. I think he's just going to be coming for a challenge because they have Prio so hard in mid. I don't think he's just going to give this for free.
This is kind of crazy because now with the fact that Closer was getting pushed in meant that Gideon could take the shortcut to get on over here. Pyosik, I believe, was spotted doing his Raptor camp, and will actually be heading towards the bottom side now. So it just goes Raptors, Wolves, Gromp to try and gank bottom lane, but that means that it's just a weird path that he's taken instead of actually taking away Gideon's power.
Duckdom and Quantum don't have ward. They actually both just went to check, or I think it was Quantum specifically, but Duckdom went with them to check to make sure Gideon wasn't level 3 ganking them for a dive because this wave is crashing in the bottom side. So I love to see little things like that. Even though they weren't being ganked, they did their due diligence to make sure that wasn't the case, and that gives a ton of information to Pyosik. He's like, okay, well, I know where this guy is now. He's on the top side of the map. As Casting is getting an amazing trade here.
Yeah, these Boomerangs and Hyperprocs working out pretty well for the mini-Gnar, but Dudu looks like he's just going to be going back home. And Pyosik does take himself a crab here towards the bottom side of the map. We'll just look for a bit of vision.
Potentially Pyosik coming over here to try to set up a play with the timing of this back for Namgung. It could have worked out, but will not actually eventuate.
I like the Albert ward. in there, the one that can last an incredibly long time if you get it down early.
Yeah.
We'll provide a fair bit of information about where Gideon is going, if he is going to be, you know, blast coding over towards his red buff, things like that. It's not all the time that you do check that brush.
So it ended up being Pyosik with an aggressive start. Gideon reads it well with the mid-prio, is able to strike back, and we end up at a dead even jungle state as a bit of an all-in potentially here.
Yeah, Namgung is throwing out some warm hugs, but does also need to put in the heal, as barrier heal used on both sides. Dr. though standing his ground and is able to do all right here.
If the fire
catch this wave
hits, I think they could have done more of that Quantum. You got to be careful, man. That's a big chunk.
That is a lot of damage, and denying the follow-up there as well from Dr. with Namgung's fire kick like you were talking about.
Yeah, Quantum really wants to defend this control ward. I think he will be able to do so. Pyosik is nearby. He had that control vision, so he knows he has a little window here, actually, to potentially set something up. But I think Teddy and Namgung might just be a little bit too healthy. This wave is too thin.
And it's Emilio. I feel like it's so hard to, even though he doesn't have the heal, I feel like it's still so difficult to gank Emilio lanes.
He just is going to kick you, and that's going to make you die. It's going to be a trade unless he misses the kick a lot of the time.
Oh, Pyosik, I think, spots the fact
he's going to wait for a bigger wave.
Okay, so Gideon's immediately coming back. So there is no vision actually in the lane. I thought Pyosik could actually put something down, but this counter gank timing could actually work out. Great flash to avoid the flag and drag. Namgung is also going to be able to be just fine. Still, they get the flash out of Teddy. That is going to be very valuable. And the end supers are getting pretty low.
The supers are very smartly leaving immediately and not trying to crash another wave.
Oh.
Quantum leaving immediately, surely. Yes. He is going to be fine, I think.
Scry's Bloom, I think, spotted out Gideon there as well, which is why Dr. and Quantum are able to get themselves out of there. But this buys a lot of time and a lot of space for the bros.
Yeah, so Pyosik ends up, getting the flash out of Teddy, but loses his health. They cannot continue to fight, and that's a plate that goes over to Teddy in return with the Crystalline Overgrowth getting procced. And he gets to pick up a significant gold advantage here off of that plate and the CS that they were generating. Both junglers playing that really well, but definitely Bro getting the advantage as Dudu.
Hop value here from casting. I remember when they first buffed that, and I was like, well, why are they buffing the damage on Hop? You don't use it aggressively, but when you hit it, my God. Dudu is forced to use his Dominus here on this top side of the map. And that is going to give casting even more power in this matchup, despite the fact that he's down on farm, which is kind of crazy. Both of them with their culls, as we've got R buttons being pressed by both of these mid laners. Roma looking a little worse for wear, but Closer also taking a bit of damage here and does have to now deal with a 2v1 with Tibbers getting involved.
Gideon's not going to do Dragon. He's going to go for a dive here. Has level 6.
Oh dear, Dr. doesn't have level 6 himself. And Quantum's a very long way away from it. Still level 4 on this Lulu. And Gideon just looking to make his way in. That's Wind Becomes Lightning. And that is Yunara Becomes Dead. Roma is doing exactly what his name implies as he'll walk towards this bottom lane and just obliterate the Lulu. Gideon having to flash here, but they'll trade a flash on a Xin Zhao for a double kill in the bottom lane.
Absolutely massive value here for Hanjin in this early game through this Lucian lane. Teddy is 1,000 gold ahead now. Dotdom gets polymorphed here, which I think makes him feel kind of safe. Like, oh, they used polymorph a little bit early. Maybe actually I have some time. Maybe Gideon's not here. No, he was. He's on you. You're dead. And he's actually able to drop the turret aggro here. Namgung picks it up, but that allows them to re-dive so incredibly easily. Teddy picks up the kill. Gideon almost gets out without having to flash. If he actually doesn't have to flash there, it's even better. But like you said, 100% worth.
Yep. And Gideon also able to secure his Raptors at the same time. Gideon Grubs hasn't actually been a thing just yet. Got a few seconds on that one as we are still very early in this game. We'll see whether he is going to opt in for his namesake. But right now he's on the bottom side of the map. And it is Pyosik with a bit of control in that top side. Meganar is almost in for casting. And that's why he's pretty happy about this whole situation, as Dudu going aggressive actually slices out of the way of the ulti very nicely.
His ult's coming back too. Casting needs to be careful.
Yeah, Wallop lands though, and there is the picking up of the house, or it would be if he was using the fun skin. There is the Dominus like you were talking about, but he's using it on cooldown.
Yeah, I feel like the way Dudu has played this lane looks it looks kind of silly for killing his opponent, but in terms of how well he's been able to farm and put the pressure on Casting and deal with Casting's pressure himself, it's been really nice. As Casting, speaking of...
Yeah, speaking of which, he's having a bit of a rough one here as Pyosik is just able to Cataclysm, but the flash is going to avoid the damage, and out goes the Gnar. Nice timing there as Gideon is in this bottom lane. When becomes lightning flash out from Quantum as Teddy really wishes he had another Relentless Pursuit, but had just used it. So isn't able to get any kills, but they get the flash out of Quantum, and this bottom lane is an absolute mess.
Yeah, and I have to say, I mean, the numbers aside, obviously we're looking at a 550 gold lead versus a 1300 gold lead, but even if it was both 1300, I'd still favor the Lucian that has the lead over Renekton at this point in the game, and they got the flash out of Casting, but Dom is just not getting the minions. You know, he's just not able to farm. He does escape there, right? They do not get an additional kill, but it is bottom side of the map is in tatters. And because Pyosik shows there, Gideon's like, all right, well, that's what I thought. Now I have confirmation. I can continue to pressure here incredibly aggressively. And this mid lane is also not going Closer's way.
Yeah, Roma having, once again, a very good time. I think that his re-debut against Faker looked pretty good in Incheon there. And now might actually be able to pick up a victory as well, as ultimately things didn't go so well for Hanjin. Closer, though, is looking to prove me wrong as the bear comes down from the sky and will stun the Aurora.
You just TP'd. That's half your health. He's got TP. He's going to come back full.
Yes, well.
Got him to trade the TP, though.
That's a Gnar that's actually going to land here from Casting. We'll get the wallop down as well, as I feel like the trades have been going really well for Casting, but he needs to last hit the creeps.
Yeah. I think that the way, like, Dudu's used his health bar incredibly well, and he's allowed these minions to come through a lot of the time, so he can actually use them to heal, and then Casting thinks he has kill pressure, then he doesn't quite have it, and it feels like Dudu's kind of been duping him. He's like, oh, you're hitting me and not the minions. I'm hitting the minions, and I have a lot of them now.
Well, now, once again, a possible dive angle here as Gideon has pitched a tent in this bottom lane.
And Pyosik's finally coming down. He has flash and ult. But, I mean, the damage has already been done.
Ooh, that auto attack has traveled a very long way, as Closer is not going to have his back interrupted. But is in decent standing right now. Was actually falling behind a little bit in farm, but as you can see, waves are crashing, and there is one minion between them.
This is not a comp for the bros that needs 3 grubs, right, to succeed. It doesn't need to be able to rush turrets down incredibly quickly. It needs to be able to kill people on early skirmishes and carry that into the mid game. Because Teddy is so massively ahead and this Gnar looks like it may never get off the ground here, I think that Hanjin and Brian are very happy with their bottom side focus, even though the Gnar is behind.
Oh, goodness me. Okay, well, there's the calling out onto Quantum, who just takes all the damage.
And now, Pyosik, it's really hard to defend here. He's going to stick around, but they're going to push him out of the jungle, or at least an attempt to. But look, Teddy's pushing the wave. Dom can't get to the minions.
Yeah, Roma not going to be roaming anymore, is making it back towards this mid lane. We'll be able to clear out this wave as well. Like you were saying, things just looking pretty good for Hanjin Brion.
And now, like, we're looking at a Dragon here in 3 minutes, a Herald in 3 minutes. Bro get to control the one they go for, or if they want to just follow DNS on the map and deny them both by forcing a team fight. Because they have Annie, and Annie makes that so simple. The Gnar is a little bit of the trickier part, right? He needs to have his Gnar bar in the right spot if he's going to team fight with his team. He's 500 gold behind, but he's going to get a call cashed in here pretty soon. That'll shore up a lot of that deficit, and you know, we will see if Bro can execute on this lead, because that has always been the question, right? Like, the early games have never really been the main issue as Roamer.
Yeah, going to get Cataclysm, and another flash is going to get gained here by Pyosik. He is just kind of collecting them where he likes. Casting, though, will have his flash back up and available very, very soon, and they haven't really capitalized on that being down just yet.
Really valuable flash on the Annie, because sometimes flash tibbers is the best way to start a fight, especially when you have an enchanter support like Milio in your team comp. You're going to need something a little bit explosive oftentimes to get that initial burst through that Teddy needs to win the fight. So that's a big win. Doesn't mean that Annie is useless, but definitely a little bit more face-up how she's going to be playing in team fights.
Oh, yeah. Does have the upgraded lucidity, so is relatively mobile, but still It is going to be a difficult time, but I don't think they're going to need to be too worried about working out where to fight, because like you were saying, Rift Herald going to be an option, as well as this Dragon that's coming up a little bit earlier. I think Double Dragon going to be something that the Bros are very interested in, especially when it's Hextech and Mountain to start us off.
Yeah, I think for Bro, what you want to do is figure out where DNS are trying to play through, and it's, I think, probably not going to be Dragon, because they have no control over the bottom side whatsoever. And if you follow them to Herald and win that fight, then you can use the Herald to either just straight up get the mid turret, which is already down to 3 plates, but also like use that mid prio to get the second Dragon as well. Or if they want to take a risky Dragon fight, try to group and try to get Juckdom out of jail here. Call him Juckdom almost for a second.
Yeah.
Get him out of jail, then you just fight there and take the Dragon.
I just really think the bail is set too high, Wolf. I don't think you're really paying for that. I think he's in jail for quite some time in this game. Down 2.1k.
Yeah.
It's only stretched.
He just got his Kraken Slayer, and Teddy has been sitting on this BF sword for a little while.
Yeah. And when he made his way back with his Essence Reaver into just components, that was when Doc Dom's life really became a living hell, if it wasn't that already, as the tower is going to go down as well.
Brick.
First brick, 2.6k. Like, it's a big lead here at 14.5 minutes.
And DNS are going to try to challenge the Dragon, and Bro are like, yeah, I welcome the challenge, please.
Indeed.
Okay, well, now they're going to move at least the Lulu to the mid lane as they look for a pick on the Roamer.
Well, Roamer is actually going to take a lot of damage here as Closer thinking about going for it. Gets the pullback. Not quite enough to kill, but Roamer does need to be really careful.
Roamer has TP, so he might just want to back here and then join the Dragon. That's what he's going to look to do here, is they are trying to rush this down in the interim. A good call here for the Supers. TP also coming through from Doodoo. They're going to have the numbers of edge.
Getting the Renekton here is kind of huge, as he's finished off that quest as well. And so that means that the DNS Supers are going to be able to take this Dragon. It will be a Chemtech. But a team with Emilio, a team with the Lulu, you're going to be pretty happy with having that extra healing and shielding power and stuff like that.
It looked like Bro had the call, right? They were like, okay, we're going to group, we're going to challenge this Dragon, but they skipped some steps as Closer.
Oh dear. He's going to get walloped. He's going to get gnawed. Let's see whether Casting does have enough follow-up damage, as he kind of avoids all the buttons. Wants to find a little bit more here, as he thinks he has the angle. Has to crush his way out of there. Roamer comes on over though. Oh no! The gameplay Tibbers button, and the Pyroblast will pick up the kill. Happy to tank up that turret as well, as Tibbers will pull the wave. And that is a good kill for the Bros.
If they can get a punish here, Quantum going to scry. And we'll see the split backs here. Roamer did not complete his.
Well, Namgung is just going to walk up towards his top lane, gets a fire kick, and that is going to be all she wrote for that one.
Okay, well that ends up being a really nice setup there for the Bros. Kind of on Closer, just did not know the Gnar was there, and then it ended up being a huge opportunity for Roamer that he's absolutely going to take. The Herald will go over to Breon, so they still have the gold lead. It's still about the same at 2.6, and that's going to explode even further, as Closer just doesn't have information here. So walks forward as Casting has his Gnar set, so he gets the Gnar, the Wallop, and forces the Rocket Belt early, and so much damage is done to this Aurora that's just TP'd back. He has to flash, and that makes the play here for Roamer so simple. He's got his stun prepped, drops the bear, and even though the house doesn't take out the Aurora, Roamer certainly will.
Yep, and there's another one. Good old statue here. This Casting's throwing that one around in this particular game. Fire kick going to go wide. But I think Teddy is just having a field day on this Lucian at the moment, sitting on the most awkward of Infinity Edge items. But that's all right. He'll be hitting 2 items very soon, and there's a cloth armor dagger on the other side.
Yeah, I think he's very happy to back soon. I think he's getting very close. But this game state makes me very nervous for Hanjin, because it's a game state we've seen many times before.
Yeah.
It makes me have pause. It makes me want to tell everyone that I think that they should be very pessimistic about the situation. They should hope it was a bigger lead. You know, 3,000 at 17 minutes, most teams would beg for that. But bro, I don't know. Duckdom?
Yeah, taking a fair bit of damage, but giving back a fair bit as well. But look at Namgung's healing. It's kind of ridiculous. Gideon misses the Wind Comes Lightning as in goes Pyoshik. Looks for the angle onto the Melio as the culling. Not doing too much of anything at all. And in this bottom lane, Doodoo is fighting against Casting, who does have his Trinity Force now completed against that Stride Breaker that's been done for a while on Doodoo. There's the Crush Gnar from Casting here. Gets a cute little wallop off, but Doodoo's got a lot of fury, and he's got his Dominus still. I don't think this is going to be a 1v1 that Casting's going to be winning anytime soon.
Chemtech is actually pretty crazy for DNS if they're able to get it, by the way. We're still quite a few dragons away from the soul, but it could be huge as Doodoo's going in here, has his ult.
Yeah, Pyoshik making his way down as well. He also has his ultimate back up again. and is considering a dive, but looks like Dudu called it off.
Frankly, this has been a pretty good game. I've been liking the choices both teams are making. However, Duckdom may need to flash.
Oh dear, there's an Audacious charge in. They do get the polymorph, and that is going to keep Duckdom's flash up.
Teddy wasn't close enough to follow up with the damage. There was a wave there, so the polymorph alone is enough. But now they can drop this Herald down with a wave coming. Actually, just going to crash it straight up here.
Yeah, I mean, the wave is going to be there relatively soon, as Teddy just able to escort Shelly in. Slurkle not going to do too much of anything, but this turret is on its last legs. Will be the second one for Hanjin, as they've moved up to a 3.3k gold advantage. It's just been slowly but surely the Bros building this lead. And like you were saying, it does make us feel wary, but if they're actually able to snowball this and win, man, that is such character development for Hanjin Brion.
The second dragon that DNS got, where Closer was able to push Roamer out, then they had that great timing there. Renekton was able to sneak the TP, stuff like that. That was really good play from DNS from behind. They actually were able to wrestle that dragon away. If they keep making plays like that, they can certainly chip away at this lead. But right now, it is definitely looking Hanjin favored, as Pyosik is not going to enjoy this.
No, certainly is not. He's almost just going to get ran down, and there it is. Casting just kills him.
I think it was a hyper proc that finishes him off, as Closer's also going to TP in here. They are going to be able to get this turret, but it's not going to be able to get anything back. And now he's on the wrong side of the map to defend mid.
Yeah, this is the problem. I mean, you certainly have to give something up because your jungler just died. And so Teddy, with some free time on this inner turret in mid lane, Dudu going to make his way over, but Hop is obviously going to be there. The flash is invested as well, so they do at least get something.
Has so much control, though, of the map on the bottom side where the dragon is spawning, so a lot more relevant than the top side. Is Renekton will TP for the flank here. Roamer greeting super hard.
Yeah, I think, oh my god! Doc, that is just a very dead Quantum. So he does go 1-for-1. Tibbers gets angry. And it does mean it's going to be a 4v4. No mid laner, no support. I do think that Hanjin have the inside track, though, and they are going to be able to take down this dragon.
I mean, the sacrifice wasn't necessary. At least Roamer's able to trade one back. But they had so much control that even though the mid laner dies, there's just no answer. Because Closer's got to clear the mid wave. He just TP'd to the top side. As we're going to watch this moment here where he gets the control word on Pyosik. Pyosik is like, I'm trying to play the game.
Yeah. Like the value that he gets as well. From that control ward instantly gives him a kill. That is some good warding. Roamer was kind of caught with that great teleport from Dudu to take him down, but he also takes a Lulu with him.
I think we're going to need to see DNS play a little bit more clean on sides right now. The teleport from Closer got them the turret, but didn't really get them anything else. And we saw the kill into Pyosik, obviously, moments before. I think in team fights, if we can get to a more stable game, which I kind of feel like it's on Bro, whether that happens or not, is still good here for DNS, but a lot has to go wrong, and a lot has to go right for DNS. They have to continue to try to be proactive. The play we saw on that second dragon was fantastic, but they're now a dragon down here. They so desperately would love to have Chemtech Soul with this Renekton, which is their only gold lead at this moment in time. He went Stridebreaker, Sterix, the shields will do wonders if he has a few of those Chemtechs under his belt.
The problem is, I feel like if a Renekton is going to go in, most of the time your Ravenous, Ruthless
Predator, yeah.
Ruthless Predator. That is the one that's, your sort of ace in the hole, right, when you get a flank off, but it's against Emilio. And so, you just kind of go in, you're not actually able to pin anyone down, and then Illusion's just going to dash away from you, and as the game gets later and later, it feels like he's permanently dashing.
Sure.
And I don't know whether you can slice and dice enough in order to keep up with him and actually take him down when your CC means little to nothing at all.
Here's a scenario I can propose that might happen, like the Miracle for DNS or the Nightmare for Brion. They lose one team fight, Duckdom gets a shutdown or two, okay?
Yeah.
And he is close to item parity with Teddy. And then how do you lock down this Yunara with this comp? You only have Annie, really. This Yunara is so difficult to catch, so difficult to kill, that Duckdom can just carry every team fight if he can front to back. They just have to get to that stable phase where Duckdom can actually do the damage. He got to 2 items. If he can get to 3, and Bro have not really taken an inhibitor outright, if they haven't actually gotten the game basically completely on lock, I kind of feel like it's still playable, even though the Milio could stop the Renekton. Obviously, you can just cleanse Teddy there. If Teddy dies for any reason, or if they are able to clean up a fight because someone overextends, or the jungler is dead, and we're fighting for a dragon, DNS could slide their way back into this through that late game Yunara. And they have a lot of bursts to follow up onto Teddy, right? Between the Renekton and the Aurora damage as well, the Wild Growth with Jarvan. There's a lot of CC. There's a lot of tools here to catch Teddy. Not as many for Duckers, right? So
yeah,
I'm trying to make up a fable. Like, I'm trying to tell the legend of what could happen. Probably won't happen, but maybe could happen.
I think we do need either a QSS or a Mikhails to come in at some point, though, because otherwise the Tibbers value is just always going to be there. And Docdom is going to really struggle to be in a good position.
Quantum will get there. He'll get a Mikhails.
Yeah, it should come in, but we do need that to happen sooner rather than later. As a minute and a half left on this Dragon. We're still fighting around the area, as we just like that. Wanting to get the setup down. As Fire Kick onto Dudu.
I don't think this is the fight for DNS. I don't think this Dragon necessarily is the one. They got that one.
Also, definitely not the not Dragon, because it's not even up for another minute.
But I don't think they should try to fight for this. Instead, trying to look for picks is a better play. There's the Mikhails, like you mentioned. He was very close to it when you were talking about it. And now, like, you don't want to fight. You got that really important Hextech Dragon. That play from closer in the mid lane, we keep going back to it, but it pushed Roamer away. They were able to get that Dragon with a TP flank. There was no fight, but they got the Dragon. Sure, they lost the Herald, they lost their turret, and they've been behind on gold this whole time, but pick your battles correctly, and it's not now. It's not this one. I mean, look at the vision that Hanj and Brion have right now. It's definitely not this one. I think for DNS, if you see an overextending Annie, Gnar pushes up too far, maybe collapse on that. And Pyosik needs to be ready to catch those opportunities, but otherwise, sit back and farm. He's got an Executioner's Calling as his third item here.
Yeah, so just looking for mortal reminder before anything else. Obviously, against Melio, you are going to get a fair bit of value. So opting in for that one. The ability to go for just a snap Baron call as soon as they get onto the Dragon could be something that DNS can look towards. Right now, I mean, Teddy is taking so much control, and with these energized procs coming out from this rapid-fire cannon that he's put together, look at the damage.
They need to be ready to punish those dashes. Oh, Gideon's going in.
He goes in. They find the bear as well, as Pyosik is just dead before the fight even starts, and Casting finds a gorgeous ult in the backline. The flash forward from Roamer is going to be the end of Closer, and the inner turret's likely to go down. The Dragon conversation is over, and maybe it's Baron time for Hanj and Brion.
I think they absolutely should just go straight to it here. No enemy jungler. It's a freebie. Way more value than the Dragon. As you can see, Dudu and Duckdom are like, maybe we can get a Dragon in return. On the other side, they are seen, by the way, on that ward. Roamer could, in theory, TP over. In fact, Casting has already made that choice, and this is not even going to be a Dragon in exchange. No. Gideon can smite this, and then they can rotate over and get both objectives. And Duckdom in that fight, like, he wasn't even there. So going all the way back to the beginning of this, Casting has his Narbar set, they go on to Pyosik. Duckdom has to kite upwards here, and he can't offer damage back when this extremely aggressive play comes through from Casting. Like, Duckdom is doing no damage here because he cannot get access. He was too far forward, and Pyosik was the initial target, but he was kind of collateral damage. He had to back away, couldn't do anything there. If Teddy can just dash forward for free and take half of Duckdom's health bar the whole game, then that is just going to be the end of DNS in this first one.
And that is kind of what it's looking like here, Wolf, as the gold lead is stretched to 7.2k. And the Bros now with Soul Point almost, as Gideon is going to finish off that Dragon as we speak. And they are looking to take down more of these turrets as well. As in the bottom lane, it is Casting just dealing with that, has his couple of items already complete. And Teddy is now looking to try and get these siege minions in. Great fire kick there from Namgung to deny Pyosik any sort of engage, as Teddy just wipes out Quantum with the help of a bear, and Pyosik just cannot find a way in. Dudu on a flank angle, but that is just not something that they can feasibly do. Casting's just going to push him away. And Hanj and Brion can do no wrong in this game.
No, they're playing so well right now. And Dudu, I mean, he wanted to make a play here, but now he's lost half his health. Casting's got his Gnar ready. He says, no blast code for you.
Dudu does at least collect a red buff, but maybe he was collecting it for Casting. As he does move away from the Mega Cone, that is going to disengage Dudu from the situation, and at least he does make his way out with his life. The problem is, it's still a 4 versus 5. There are still, like, minions cascading towards the DNS base.
Yeah, I mean, the mid inhibitor is already down. Super minions are coming through. They're going to look for the second inhibitor turret, and I just don't think defending this inhibitor is on the cards.
Nope.
I mean, with respawning members here, DNS are ready to stop their Nexus from going down, but
The damage is immense. Like, this is a 3,500 Baron power play with a team that was already so massively ahead. I mean, they almost have a 10,000 gold lead now. And this fire kick denies Pyosik any entry. Closer takes a ton of damage. Quantum just dies. Romer wastes Tibbers, and they still just don't care.
Yep. I mean, he threw it to make sure that they lock down the 1 kill.
Yeah.
And then with a 5 versus 4, the siege becomes so much easier. And Lulu is very important to this composition. Look at this graph, by the way.
Yeah.
Very bro with how slowly it was moving up, but they did not falter at all. It was just increments of getting a little bit further ahead. And that means not a lot of whoopsies, not a lot of putting your feet in the wrong direction, things like this. And these mid-game mishaps that Hanj and Brion have kind of fallen for in the past, this has just been slow and
Teddy,
steady wins the race.
He has a whole extra rapid-fire cannon, and he's got an extra pickaxe even as well. I didn't even see they just put that together.
Did he buy, like, an outright Mortal Reminder?
Yeah.
They have.
Like, he has so much money. Grozic's going to try for this.
There is the Wild Growth combo with the Cataclysm, and it did... I think it did damage, and then Melio. So don't trust that it looks like nothing happened, because something did happen, but then they mitigated it entirely.
Yeah, Teddy is so big that you can't actually, if you go into melee range with him, he likes that now. He actually prefers it that way.
Especially when he does have Nam going alongside him, as there's a flag and drag towards Gideon. He does have Crescent Guard, is going to use it there as Pyosik able to get out with the help of the Mikhails, but I don't think he's doing anything else here in this game as Closer takes a boomerang to the face, casting still at 50% health, finds himself the hyper proc, and so does Teddy find a bit of extra damage as well. That means Closer's back to the base. Another inhibitor is going to go down, and I think the bro suffocation is going to end here with DNS's Nexus going down. I just don't see them having much of an opportunity. There is no Baron left, but there are super minions now moving towards this base, and only 1 Nexus turret between the bros and a very clean Game 1 win.
Yeah. They're going to just back away here as Casting's running out of Nard. Dudu goes in for some reason.
There's the flash in, and they do manage to get the Melio as Teddy is dashing around this back line. There is a GA on this Renekton. That does buy a lot of space for them, but Teddy, he's got the Light Slinger. He's able to take down the Crocodile as Doctarm is on the wrong side of the fight. One more time, Koshik goes in, finds a Cataclysm, but also, finds going up rather than taking anyone down. And this last Nexus turret will fall. They are already incredibly in the hole as far as gold is concerned, and the pros are going to take them down with a 14k gold lead. From start to finish, it was just more winning for Hanj and Brion.
Who would have thought that giving the early game Hanj and Brion roster an early game snowball comp could work so well? Giving Teddy the keys to the mansion? Okay,
I mean, well, let's say that those keys are on his keychain.
Yeah.
Like, they have been this entire season.
He was given the opportunity to just take lead after lead and explode it, and there was no punish. The only thing that DNS did the entire game was great laning from Dudu, by the way. I'll give them that part. That was not the main thing. But that one play from Closer where he pushed Romer away and they got a dragon, that was it. That was all they had this whole game. Never a gold lead, never any control. And Doctarm was just waiting to get an item that he was never going to have to hopefully then be able to carry the game, and it just was never going to happen, as Casting did do a lot of damage.
He really did. He did more damage in the early game than Gideon did all game. And Gideon was going in. He was getting stuff done. But this Nah obviously didn't care about farming minions. He just wanted to hit a Crocodile over and over again. And he did that, and then they won the game. Hanj and Brion looking absolutely fantastic in game number 1. However, the LCK is a best-of-3 region, and we are going to require another one from Hanj and Brion here if they want to close out round 1 in 9th place instead of 10th. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back to space to break it down, then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
나 내가 풀려. 형이 형 나 궁 없고.
내내
아,
풀떡 된다. 야. 아 맞아. 앞부터.
현영이 노플이야.
야 유나라 노플이야.
아.
유나라 봐줘.
레드부터 볼게. 아니야. 이겼어.
유나라 봐줘. 유나라 노플.
내가 볼게 얘들아.
아 보자.
손 대면 연계돼. 볼게.
끝내자.
나 잡고 싶은데.
잡아.
애매. 나 CS 먹어야 돼. 먹어. 고마워. 잘 먹어.
막타.
아.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the space. Degon here alongside Ox and Wadid, having a good time. And so are the bros, as they are up 1-0 after one of the cleanest games they have ever played as a squad together. And like Wolf was saying, they get to these points in the game where they got the lead and then you get a little stressed out. No problem this time. They breezed right on through it.
I'll pinch you if you need Degon. You're not dreaming. This is really happening. The bros are locked in, and had some great play throughout that game, starting early on and just kind of. I think a lot of games it was kind of talked about by Wolf on the cast. Of there's a lot of times where bro, even if they get a lead, can throw it away. But just a very consistent game, which is great to see.
Yeah, this is what we were missing from Hanjin Brion, the discipline. I think it finally came through, and I think overall it was really hard to think what player played better, like stand out, because I think every single player in the Hanjin Brion did their job, and that's why the game felt a lot smoother.
Yeah, let's start in the bot lane. It was an early chunk there against Duck Dom for Teddy, but then the rest of the team comes to clean this one up.
Yeah, so I think Duck Dom does misplay a bit here, and it's punished well by the Hanjin Brion bot lane. He's trying to contest the wave here and keep his passive stacked up, and then he, pushes forward again, gets punished. After this is what I mean when he pushes forward to try and get the passive stack. But then he activates his Q and it just times out anyway. So now he's chunked out and bro set up the dive.
I think he just doesn't understand how the matchup works. I'm going to be honest, because I think whenever you play this matchup, you win earlier levels, but I think at some point Lucian and Millia will try to poke you down with your cooldowns, right? Because they are the champion who is really good on small trades. So I think Yunara and Lulu, I think level 1 and 2, yes, you get the pressure, but I think after that you have to wait for your level 6 combo. Then I think you win the all-in because Millia ulti will not do anything in that, like in those all-in situations. So I think he just misunderstood about the power spike in terms of this matchup.
I think often with Yunara, you want to be hitting the waves, stacking up your passive, and I understand when the wave's being pushed in as well, you want to try and thin it out. But in that situation, losing all of your health before the dive even starts, just guaranteed it was a free dive for bro.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, for the bros, we have highlighted before the mid-game points where they have a bit of an oopsie. This highlight shows the growth as a team where they don't take a fight when they don't need to.
Oh man, I still remember when they had the insane lead against Genji, like they just lost because of lack of decision making. But right now here, even though they got the scuttle here, Roamer has to reset, and casting is catching top wave as well, so there's no need to take the fight. You can just take the free gold, free wave, wait for the next tempo. And they're gonna reset here, which is great to see.
Yeah, the fact is you already have a Fierce Dragon, so giving one away to the other side isn't that big of a deal. And it's a mistake to get chunked out in mid lane, right? But mistakes happen all the time. Even the best teams make mistakes. I think what separates them is how they react to those mistakes. And the decision there just to back away and not opt into a losing scenario is what made this game feel so different for Hanjin Brion.
Yeah, it's adaptation, and it's definitely an improvement from the last game, for sure.
That was one of the least action-packed Giga Chad moments you'll see from the bros. And then it allows them to continue with that lead, find a fight at the right position, and all work together as they do in our final highlight here.
Yeah, I feel like with a composition like this, you can definitely do this, but just the target selection from Hanjin Brion was so good here. Casting was being this threat, keeping the Renekton at bay, and they just jump on the closest target to them. They go on this Jarvan, really stops any counter engage from being able to come through when you lose that Jarvan so quickly, and then Casting finds this great ult to further the play.
I mean, it was just cleanest team fight I ever seen from Hanjin Brion. Like everything that they had in this team fight, the details, it was just insane. Like, I don't know. They got improved so much. And this is like probably one of the chances that you can actually win against, because like I think DNS and Hanjin Brion both are having a rough time in this regular split. This is a huge step from Hanjin Brion for sure.
Yeah, and I think one of the toughest parts for the Supers is the fact that it felt like that early game, Pioshik was getting tracked at every single step. He was trying to invade. He was hovering the bot side of the map trying to find a dive, but Gideon was right there. Teddy and Namgoon clear the wave, so there was no dive opportunity. They weren't able to make anything from that. And then that Annie matchup just makes it difficult to try and punish in the mid lane. And so ultimately, Hanjin Brion don't trip over themselves. They get themselves a win. They are up 1-0 in our final match of round 1. And in front of a packed crowd here who's ready for the second round to start with T1 and Hana Life Esports here, they have the opportunity to go 2-7. Let's send it back on over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Tigon. And yes, it is time to see whether Hanjin Brion can do it again.
That little kid had a sign that said, "Since I'm a third grader, I'm looking for the bro 3-0."
Perfect.
It is Children's Day very soon.
It is indeed. Oh, wow. It's my first Children's Day as a dad. I wonder what a 6-month-old would like.
Probably just all of your attention.
Aha. I can do that. Well, maybe not right now, as I'm going to have to give Hanjin Brion and the DN Supers a bit of it. But outside of that, I think I'm probably going to be well equipped to get in there. DNS have decided to go with first pick this time around. And it does, it does make some sense. The bros back onto the blue side once again, so things are exactly the same as what we saw in game number 1. Hopefully, for DNS's sake, the game itself is going to go very differently. And thankfully, it is fearless, so we're not going to have the same picks. But it could still be that Hanjin Brion are just better, which is just crazy to say, especially off the back of their almost win in their 0-2 loss against T1 that we saw earlier on. And I was really hoping that we would get a good performance out of them, because it did look like they had it in them, but it could have also just been the T1 Circus situation, and it looks like that is not the case, as this was just a controlled victory in game number 1.
Well, don't freak out, Draft Music. They did ban Karma. It's okay.
Yeah, Draft Music did confuse me a lot. I was like, did we restart the draft again?
No, the Karma ban came in, and Draft Music had a hiccup, even though we knew it was coming. DN Supers have first pick again. They banned the Rise again, as well as Teddy's Ezreal, so bans remain the same for them. Pantheon, a bigger threat now. So I imagine that will be the ban, since we had the Jarvan Xin trade. No, they're more worried about Ashe Seraphine. Now, Quantum is a known Seraphine player. He loves to play Seraphine. He has played a lot of Seraphine, and DN Supers give it to him every chance they can. So they'll leave the Rumble up. And so now it kind of feels like you got to take Vi away here. You can go for Pantheon, but maybe running a Vi draft here and trying to play through Teddy in the early game again could be a strong game plan.
I'm a little bit worried about this. The Rumble gamble we've seen backfire before. There is a
Lulu here going for a Nocturne with no Orianna also.
I mean, there are other things that pair with it. I mean, we do often see it with Aurora, but that's also not available. So just the Nocturne going to be locked in for now. We'll see what they do decide to pair with it. What I want to see is what casting is going to be playing into Dudu's Rumble this time around. I'm hoping that they do actually lock something down before we do get into the next round of bans.
I just don't know what Teddy lane you can really start to put together here. It'll be split, of course, so Teddy is giving a lot of feedback about it.
Oh, the Ambessa problem.
I'm feeling very good about one of these two drafts. I'm feeling a little bit less. I'm feeling a little bit confused about the other one.
Yeah, the problem is there's only one pick that's been locked in the draft that you thought was good. And yeah, like you were saying, the Vi just goes through. Vi Ari.
And it's closer. It's one of his best picks. Angela, what are we doing?
Well, they are opting in for a more challenging game 2, Wolf. That's what I'm seeing.
Let's see what they can get for Roamer. Like, Lissandra could work, you know? A little divey. What's the plan? They play they pick Galio right now. I might lose. I don't think they're gonna do that. They wouldn't do that to me.
Galio would be kind of funny though.
It would be funny.
That's a Nico. I hate it. Not gonna lie. really
Nico
not
mid?
enjoying
Okay,
that.
hold on. We could entertain the thought. Nico mid, maybe?
All right. Yeah.
No. Okay, well, let's see what happens, because
Nico Nocturne is powerful.
Yeah, that is powerful.
We do have to say that.
Yeah, we did say that, yeah, or you did say that. Now,
Yeah, I've said that.
yeah. Let's see what they want to do here with the rest of this draft, because for the side of the supers, there is almost they could play basically anything. Banning range champions for Quantum does seem like a good idea, not only because stylistically he's been way better at that, but also if they have Prio in that lane with this draft, you're just going to be able to do whatever you want as the DN supers. And for Hanjin, they need follow-up to dive, because they have all the engage in the world. They just don't have damage or follow-up just yet, as the Akali would have been amazing. It's now removed.
Yeah, so they don't actually get to answer mid lane unless Roamer is playing the Nico in the mid lane, which we're still pretty sure isn't going to happen.
They don't like it when Xayah can get away from their massive amounts of engage, so they do decide to ban that, which makes a lot of sense.
Yep, decent idea. There is also the fact that, Teddy on a hypercarry in this game feels very good, right? Nocturne is pretty good at giving space to an 80 carry to get some stuff done. Could also be a misfortune angle if they want to play for a little bit more early game. As like you were saying, I mean, the Kai'Sa is a cool ban as well from the DN Supers. Would have fit really nicely with Hanjin Brion's composition.
Does Roamer, does he pull out a Silas or something here? Like, I don't know how much more all-in this draft could be. I mean, Corki seems like the most obvious pick here for Teddy. Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it, Atlas. Okay. Now I kind of want Teddy to play like Aphelios or something.
Yeah.
Something like hyper carry late game, and all the engage is his front line. As this Jhin makes a ton of sense. Strong in lane.
Yeah, I think the Jhin is an absolutely perfect pick. I hate that I have to say that, but I kind of do.
It's so amazing for this draft, though.
Yeah, I'm starting to think now that maybe I need to overlook my hatred of Jhin here in the LCK.
I think they can even go, like, I was going to say Nautilus here, but Jhin Alistar works. I think it kind of works. It's not going to be a fun time necessarily in a lot of the other picks. Now, Teddy goes MF here. I just don't think it's going to work. I think he's considering it, but Ziggs also just doesn't feel like enough consistent damage. Just going Corki. I don't know if that's enough for me.
Not a huge fan of it either.
I liked it more before they locked the Galio, because there was the idea of like Corki, Nico, strong lane. There's going to be some follow-up damage from Roamer, so there's going to be two real damage threats here. But now that it's a Galio, the damage threat just doesn't feel like it's there. Whereas also you're playing a very low-range composition. It's 3 melees to top side into Rumble, so he's going to be putting that equalizer down. Charm value is insane because it not only can mess up your engage and your entire combo, but it's going to lean into everything else. Like, if you Vi ult someone, they get Charm, Equalizer's on top, Jhin lands that Flourish from a million miles away. Like,
and I mean, then there's Headbutt Pulverize, which is already phenomenal follow-up to anything that's ever thrown down, but with all of this AoE that's already there. I mean, we've seen comps like this so many times before, and they just kind of work. I think the DN Supers, like, as far as what the coaching staff could have provided their players, I do not think they could have done any better.
I really don't think so. I mean, you could have gone MF instead of Jhin, and I would have accepted it. But I think Jhin is way better. But there wasn't a whole lot of flexibility. The support role also a little bit more flexible for what they could have done there. But
whoa, he was the #1 fan.
Well, we found him.
Yeah, Dominic, just in the audience. I did not know that he was here at Chijijik Low Park here today. And Dagon had recently told me that he was the #1 fan of Hanjin Brion.
Well, that's
so I guess,
a lie.
Yeah, I guess he was lying because #1 fan right there in the crowd. All right, let's get into it. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. Hanjin Brion versus the DN Supers. Hanjin Brion have decided to up the difficulty in this one.
Yeah, in the draft in isolation isn't great. Like, a lot of time we look at drafts and you're like, well, this draft would be great if the other team didn't have the other things. In this case, I'm like, I don't know if this draft is great. Because ideally, if you had a Zeri and a Aphelios in this position for Teddy, I'd be like, yes, this champ is going to do so much. It's got so much front line. It's got so much engage. It's so easy. to just be the hyper carry that Teddy, by the way, as a player, has always been. Whereas now we're like, okay, 2-item spike, Corki. There's a lot of engage. He follows up with Valkyrie really well. If it was, if they're running this comp completely dive, like, kind of makes sense. Like, I understand the idea. Also, for laning power, stronger than a lot of those other picks, like the Aphelios would not have had as fun of a time with the Nico in lane. But it just don't... I don't think that Bro can't win with this draft. It just feels like you said, they made it really hard for themselves in this one. Now, the Nico is doing quite well into Alistar, obviously.
Yep. This is the problem for the DN Supers, is that they kind of sacrifice this bottom lane. With this Alistar pick in lane, you're not really going to be getting too much done. But the DN Supers benefit from everywhere else just being really good. And I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue having a Jhin fall behind.
Yeah, Closer is incredibly good at Ahri. He has already forced a teleport from Roamer at level 2. He is sitting, by the way, at like 60, 70% mana, by the way. So he's like, all right, well, I'm going to do it again. Roamer's like, he really is, isn't he?
Oh, that was a pretty good trade there from Roma this time around. And it's not the Ignite Ahri as well. The problem is it's a teleport Ahri that still has the teleport.
Yeah, that's the thing, is Roamer is really not winning a trade if Closer can just come back at full health. Should be able to get most of these minions. Closer's just going to say, all right, I used my mana, I'll back. It's not the end of the world, but it didn't look great.
Yeah.
But this Galio will do a lot later for Teddy.
Yep.
And for the dive, because Nocturne can be practically anywhere, so can the Galio. And so they can get on top of someone like a Jhin who's immobile. Perhaps they can just skip the Vi Ahri part entirely. Just kind of fly over their heads.
Whoa. That was a flash out.
Yeah.
It's kind of insane. Obviously, there weren't any of the globals available just yet. But
Pioshik with the crab.
Oh dear.
Eventually.
Wait, he didn't. He went back. Okay. Nice work, Gideon. Nailing it.
Cool guys don't look at scuttle explosions.
Yeah, maybe they should, because sometimes they survive. Oh dear.
All right, he did ultimately get it. Good job, observers, pointing out that he briefly did not get it. But yeah, I mean, look, I think Bro can pull it off. I think we are a little bit too concerned with what's on the other side. If we just think about who Hanj and Brian are as players, as a team, in their early games, where with great dive like this
comes great responsibility. Oh wait, never mind.
Sort of, yeah. It is. I think they'll do it responsibly.
It's been a while since I've seen Spider-Man, so I might have got the quote wrong. But I thought that it was the same as that. As Dudu silences himself and hurts casting a whole bunch.
Back in the 90s and in the early 2000s, every racing arcade game had the drive responsibly warning. And you know what it means. But in this one, it's, I think, dive responsibly here for Brion. Just make sure they don't overextend. Don't let Duckdom get too big. Don't let Closer shut everything down. Don't let the Rumble ruin your day. You're going to have to be crisp on the setup because those equalizers can absolutely ruin everything you're trying to do here as Bro. But Gideon's having a great time in this early game.
Really is.
On Nocturne.
Just wanders on over to try and steal this Raptor camp away. He's not going to be able to do so, as Closer might interrupt this back.
By the way,
and he does.
Chicken Galio is dethroned by the skin, I think.
I know, it is a very,
it's really sad because
Galio.
We all love Chicken Galio, but his reign is over.
Yeah, unfortunately, the BBQ Oliver is no longer in the LCK, and so therefore the Chicken Galio skin is also just going to be off the throne. As Teddy and Namgung still having a pretty good time here towards his bottom side, ahead by a little bit of farm. As Namgung just throwing as much poke around as he possibly can. Duckdom is looking a little worse for wear, and now Namgung is looking for that angle. There is no jungler in the area, as Gideon's still halfway towards level 6 right now.
They are able to, with that heal trade, kind of keep this wave a little bit closer to their turret. And maybe, if Gideon had 6, that would have been a really strong angle. It's like, you can't farm, Nocturne's going to ult, but because he doesn't have 6, he just backs. And so Namgung is going to lose his health for a ward. Got it, though.
Does get the ward. That is the most important part.
This is the matchup we've been watching the most, and it's not a good thing for Hanj and Brion.
No.
Roamer is having a lot of trouble into this Ahri pick right now.
Ooh.
Gideon will get level 6 here.
Rematch. Who's going to win?
I think Gideon's got it. He's got Smite this time.
All right. It's working. Dudu is also finding some angles here as the equalizer goes down. There's a public execution as well as Gideon with level 6 is looking to make his way in. His paranoia is relatively low range though, and so he decides not to press the button as he wasn't quite able to get in range right when Dudu was susceptible. And will just back away. Flash is still up and available, things like this, so it was not going to be a very easy kill angle to try and take him down, but still, Ultimate's getting traded.
Any Nocturne player will tell you that's the most frustrating thing ever when they're just on the edge.
And they're just walking out of range over and over again. Yeah,
you're pressing R repeatedly, but it's just not doing anything. Yeah. Well, that was a close call for Dudu, let's say.
Yep.
The equalizer placement was a little questionable.
If you do press R, though, at least it does turn the lights off.
I guess so.
The big problem is once you do that and then nothing happens, everyone knows that you've done messed up.
I guess I meant to say if you've already pressed it the first time.
Yeah.
But yes, you're right. If he was pressing it repeatedly, it would have gone dark and he would have been even more upset.
Just having a really terrible time.
All right, closer. Like, observers, let's give Romer some credit, man. I mean,
he hasn't died yet.
Yeah.
There you go.
We don't have to keep showing this. I mean, Closer's having a good time. I suppose you could think of it that way. The Observer's just trying to champion one of our best players.
The DN Supers are behind in the series, so I think championing the underdogs is a pretty cool way to make to try and even things out. That being said, they don't have a very large lead, and I think that now that level 6s have been hit by both this Galio and the Nocturne, you can kind of just send them wherever you want and try and grab yourself a dive.
How many plates did Dudu get? Did he get 2 whole plates on the top side? I'm really curious about that, because he has been sitting on that turret for a while, it seems like. As Gideon has not yet used his paranoia.
Yeah, it was just actually 1. So they're 1 plate apiece there on the top side. Still, he's 10 CS ahead, so that is going to give him that 200 gold lead. As Quantum making his way down, it's a great taunt onto the 2 of them. Spirit Rush has been used by Closer as the flash out from Roma will get him to relative safety. But still, having to use the flash on this Galio could be a big deal in upcoming team fights, potentially around these grubs.
And I want to say both that Gideon hasn't been very proactive, but also he's been very proactive. He just hasn't been proactive with his ultimate yet, as he does have it, and he is in range now as Quantum goes in.
Yeah, there's the Pulverize. Deadly Flourish goes under the ground, and then the Curtain Call comes in, and the flashless Galio is punished way sooner than I was expecting.
Gideon was just like, sorry, man, grubs are up.
Yeah. And look, can you blame him? It's Gideon.
Yeah, he just...
He do love the grubs.
I don't know if his paranoia would have changed anything there with Pyosik being nearby. Pyosik still has ult.
Well, there's the flash ult from Namgung. Gets on in there. The paranoia goes down, and my goodness, Closer just exploded. Teddy is there, and Quantum, he had the unbreakable will, but he still has to flash himself away. And Roma heads down towards his bottom side to catch the... Never mind, he's heads back towards the mid lane.
I guess...
Catch the wave.
We've learned a few things here. Maybe they should have been more paranoid about Gideon still having paranoia. They definitely were not paranoid, and so that was a problem. Also, grubs seem to be quite distracting this game, as Pyosik is also just does not expect this, so goes to say, all right, well, we got him off grubs, I'm going to take this, but does not actually come over to ult or peel for his team. I don't know if he would have been able to save things there, but I think they would have been a little bit less confident about going in if he was more nearby. Either way, they do get the punish there. Kill goes over to Namgung, but a little bit of assist gold going over to Teddy as well.
There is the fact that Teddy sacrificed a fair bit on the bottom side in order to make that happen, and so you can see the DN Supers do still have a bit of an advantage. That is first blood as well as just farm leads, and the fact that Doctarm was able to just have some free time. So good news for the DN Supers in the end, but 3 grubs going over to the Bros with this Ambessa. That could be a bit of a problem in side lanes, things like this. It could be problematic, obviously, when you do have a Nocturne. Side laning becomes a little bit easier. Gideon will be able to lock down his Raptors.
Teddy still has flash here, so I don't think they can really make anything happen, but they're at least going to get some deep vision down. Casting.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit confused about people's obsession with the Ambessa into Rumble solution.
Look, if somebody lands CC, she can press R, guarantee she goes through the enemy champions. Sometimes that's a problem, but usually that's a good thing. You go through the enemy champions to get to the target you want.
Yeah.
Can be good conceptually. In this laning phase against the Rumble, so far we're just not seeing it yet, but that's not the main point. X Drinker, which again isn't going to help him too much later on either, but he's trying to stabilize here. Same with Romer. They gave themselves a little bit of a tough matchup, a little bit of a tough draft here to pilot. And we'll see if they can explode through the mid game with all these ultimates, because they already got one, right? I mean, sure, kill score is even. It's not all DNS sided here. They're looking for a double dragon in 40 seconds. They have all the vision set up that they would want.
I do like that your cup is half full, Wolf.
I'm trying to do that a little bit today.
Yeah, no, it's working out very nicely. I do appreciate it. As Dom down here towards the bottom side is just trying to play some weak side Jhin, as you often do see.
Good old Ghost.
Yep.
He was the guy.
And honestly, I mean, they won Worlds, and they were the best team by a very large margin that year. So it does make some sense. Quantum over the wall here does turn out the vision as Gideon still lying in wait, and that Hex Flash doesn't exactly get the value that they're looking for. As Blooming Burst comes in, Teddy with some rockets in hand, but Pureshik, he's got some Dragon on his mind right now.
I mean, there is no prio for Roamer, but he has ult, so he could join this fight if we are going to have one. I think Bro, they want to fight with his comp, but they're just not set up to do so. I mean, there's no item for Teddy either. He's just not that strong on the Corki.
Oh, Dudu. Going on in there. That's a public execution now on cooldown. The equalizer's still up there for Dudu, but in goes Gideon. Looks for the angle. Heroic entrance. Not going to get interrupted. Pop Blossom comes on through as they pull the Vi into the sky. And down will go the Nico, but it's a double for Gideon. As now he's looking to try and escape, and Dudu will not allow him to do so. Now Dom just sends the curtain call through. Roma able to tank a decent amount of these bullets, but it's looking a little worrisome as Casting up here towards the top side didn't teleport down, and so that is going to give at least the Drake on over. The Hextech soul this game, my goodness.
Good news ends with Gideon's kills, right? Because, and I guess you could give the Ambessa plates, but this fight is super scrappy, and the Ambessa used her ult just moments before. So guess who's like free TP? Nice, it's Dudu. He shows up here, and he's the real big difference maker at the end of this fight. Gideon cannot rejoin his team, and he ends up going down. And now it's a 2-kill Jhin. And they get the dragon, and it's double dragon with great individual dragons. Plus, by the way, it's Hextech Soul. So, yeah, big wins for DNS here. I think they are very happy with the end result. And bro, we got some consolation prizes, you could argue.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue it though, Wolf. Even if I can, I am going to opt out because I
think that's a smart choice.
Yeah, they're still sitting in a precarious spot in this game. We do know the Bros, though, and if there's anything that we know about them is that they are fans of value.
True.
And so this game is just making me feel like they really want to make sure that they give their fans as much game time as possible.
It does feel like, you know, Romer's pulled the Hollowed Radiance out of the dumpster. He's like, well, I guess this could be useful.
Does look a little bit like a...
Because, you know, he's not really going to be doing any damage this game. But that's okay, because Teddy will get it done, right? He's only 670 gold behind.
I mean, Casting as well can cause a ruckus. Obviously, was still just isolated in the top lane last time around, so we didn't get to see the Ambessa kind of join. And we know that Ambessa isn't all that powerful in the early stages of the game, but can certainly get some work done as we get later and later. As Quantum is going to take a little bit of poke here from Namgung, but otherwise not too much. And shoutouts to Namgung as well. He hasn't died 11 times this stage of the game.
Hey!
And I'm going to say that that is much better than a lot of the Nico play that we saw yesterday.
That's not very nice, but it's factual.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it was more of an objective statement. It wasn't about like the play. It's just the column in the middle there, as far as the score is concerned, is better when that number is lower.
Herald's up. We're fighting.
Yeah, Pop Blossom is going to come on through here, as it is going to be the paranoia into that backline. The Jhin in trouble as Dom likely to just die within this sphere as Quantum looks to try and peel, and the Nico is what goes down. And now the curtains are going to get cold. Closer comes on in, and Gideon is just dead as well. Oh dear, I really thought that Dom was dead there.
So where did Romer's ult go? I'm a little bit, I kind of missed that. I was only watching a Nocturne try to kill a Jhin who had barrier and flash and a friend.
Yeah, Nania?
Like, Dudu didn't even have to equalize in that fight. I mean, he might have wanted to, but all right, let's watch this again.
You don't want to equalize when you're really far ahead.
Dom is the target here, but where does the Galio go?
Let's see.
Oh,
so TP's in and then immediately ults on top of
Teddy, who didn't need him right there. If he ults Gideon, I don't think it necessarily changes the story either, but that was just super split up for Bro. They were the ones who were trying to spring the trap, and they did it so poorly that DNS just end up with a big win. 1.5k ahead now, and now Quantum.
Yeah,
danger.
teleports coming in all over the place. There is no unbreakable will. This should just be a stake in the top lane, as Quantum will just get cut to pieces. Casting going to collect his first of the game.
And the Herald looks like it's going to go to Breon as well here, because they did not, DNS were not able to get it, even though they got the team fight win. So they get the reset, they get the Herald. Sure, it is going to be a turret going over to the side of the Supers in exchange, and they maintain their gold lead, but Bro get a big win here. They have 3 grubs, which also means that the Zambessa inside's a little bit more threatening than she otherwise would be.
Yep.
As Dudu here, just a little bit of greed. Roamer is going to come over here, set up the maximum range taunt, and unfortunately for Dudu, this equalizer is just not going to change the tide. Flash a little bit weird, but we'll look past it. As Quantum also...
Yeah, paying for the sins of his top laner is what it kind of feels like.
I actually thought that the Rumble died initially in this, but did not.
Looked like he should have, but when it's a Galio, it just doesn't do a lot of damage with this current build.
Yeah, he was here this time as well to try to maybe help heal for Quantum, but didn't have his ult because he used it to survive. And, okay, still got Herald. Let's see what they can get with it, because they got that top turret. Mid turret's still very healthy. Is Quantum?
Oh dear, gonna get headbutted back into the Deadly Flourish, but now Doctom has to contend with another Nocturne, and this time he's going to get his prey. Namgung also able to limp his way out as the heroic entrance doesn't exactly find the target, but that's a great Justice Punch, and now Casting getting amongst the fight and is able to lock down the jungler. They do trade it for Gideon, but Casting is going ballistic as Closer has to dash away, and Dudu this time is gonna get wiped out. Teddy's in auto attack range, and Casting can dash for 1 billion miles. The Flash Frost Bomb, and Teddy locks down a double kill, and Hunch and Breon roar to life at 18 minutes.
And just like that, this composition, which can be incredibly hard to get away from, ends up getting a massive win. It starts off here initially with Quantum in this brush. He has control vision, and he's like, all right, I'm going to set this one up. We're going to start this fight. But he doesn't realize everyone is here, and the Galio can join at a moment's notice. The equalizer here is also really low value. Puts Namgun down to low health, but Teddy, all the CC is gone, and he's just like, all right, just get on top of them. I'll do as much damage as I can. And then Casting, like you mentioned, with all the dashes he has, his mobility allows him to chase so incredibly well here. Roamer getting in, gets the knock up, and this turret is just not enough protection, unfortunately, for the DNS squad here. As look at Casting, he's got all his dashes back. And look at this, Teddy even flashing for the kill. Coach Song super happy.
Oh yeah.
Because this is like the anti-bro game, right? Where they had an early deficit, but they actually made the clutch plays to get back in.
And now they should be able to get themselves their first dragon of the game as well, and denying Hextech Soul Point, such a huge deal in this game. It was one of their last chances to get back into control of this game. And they're not 100% there, it's only a 2,000 gold lead, but still a fantastic step forward here for the squad.
Herald going to be used here in the bottom lane. The mid is just down to 1 plate, so a lot of gold actually hasn't even picked up here for Bro. That is standing on the map.
Yeah, they do manage to cut down a bunch of these plates in this bottom lane as well, as we just saw. And Roma now building towards a little bit of damage. Should be building the dash cannon first, as Pioshik does find the cease and desist. Flash comes on through as Closer not able to find the charm, as Roma just wanders his way out, gets those upgraded Merc Treads, and he feels very good about the tenacity that they provide.
A little bit aggressive there from Pioshik with the positioning of the Galio there and the turret. Oh, it's still very healthy.
Oh dear. The equalizer was there to try and cut down the wave, but it looks like Dudu is just dead regardless. Gideon able to tank up the turret, and Casting there as well, very happily able to build himself a shield to take that last shot.
Cross map, a little bit more powerful than what Pioshik was looking for there on the top side. And this should be Casting getting the last remnants of this bottom turret. The final plate will go down, so a lot of gold to him. He's already picked up a 700 gold lead from that massive team fight. He's got 4 kills in this game.
Oh man, he's got so much magic resist as well. And
yeah,
it's Ari Rumble, and the 80 carry is Jhin. So honestly, this Ambessa is going to be such a problem.
Sometimes when you get that Hex Drinker in lane, it's like, okay, well, this is going to help me a little bit, but it hurts my build overall. It's going to delay everything. But when you get a surge of gold and you can just finish them all, you're like, well, this is actually broken.
Yeah.
This is actually way too strong. in this specific situation, it's very, very powerful. The dash cannon is done for Romer now.
Oh man, casting is now extremely strong. Merc Tread's now put together and building towards item number 3.
The
comp going to be coming in relatively soon.
The comp of DNS from behind is pretty tough to pilot. There's no backbone for Duckdom to play through.
Well, now I'm looking for an angle here as they get the vision down. Still not overcommitting are the Bros. And the DN Supers, they do get everyone together. But it's not really an opportunity as the Bros decided not to overextend. That character development that we were talking about before is continuing.
They have the threat on Baron. DNS have to, they're the ones who have to check. Now I think DNS are aware that this comp can't really rush Baron right now, so there's a little bit of wiggle room there, but nice trap was set from Bro, and the whole time casting is pushing the bottom lane.
Oh, this ward is such high value as well at the bottom of the Baron pit, giving a lot of information over to DNS. This Baron has not been started. They are going to head over there now, though. Is what it looked like, but it's not actually the case.
Like, Pro were trying to bait so hard, and DNS are like, okay.
They might be able to get a teleport. That's what they're looking for, as Dudu is in this bottom lane right now.
And right now, casting is off vision. They don't know where he is. They're pinging repeatedly. They know he's likely there, but DNS are really doing a great job of not panicking in this moment, but they aren't really getting anything back either. But had they just walked into the trap that Bro had set because they panicked, the game would have just ended in an instant.
And as we know, cool kids don't panic, Wolf.
No.
We did learn that many years ago.
Fear X.
Thank you for that. Obviously, they played yesterday and are going to be playing on later in the week, but just having a little bit of that Fear X flavor in today's broadcast.
It's Fear XX today. They're not playing today.
All right.
Cool kids do not play on this Friday, May the 1st of LCK 2026.
Yeah, only Sundays and yesterday, I guess. Namgung just throws his clone away, but it looks like the Bros happy to slow the game down. 1 minute until this next dragon. Obviously, DNS still with that soul point availability if they do want to get on down there, but the Bros have a 4,000 gold lead now. We saw last time that once they get that gold lead, they very, very, very slowly make it get bigger.
It's crazy how this game turned in just an instant, right? For DNS, it's got to be so demoralizing, as so many of their losses last year were, where it felt like the win was in their hands. Like, not that the game was over, but with this draft, if they had just played a little bit more safely, if they had just not overextended there and gave Bro that huge opportunity for casting to pop off, for, you know, Teddy to get the flash kill there at the end, I felt like this game was fairly simple to play for them. And they already had such huge lane leads. The Rumble was ahead, the Ahri was ahead. And now it's like, oh man, we messed it up again.
Yeah, it's not feeling fantastic as Closer is dashing towards Roma, and Roma didn't notice, is what it kind of looked like there. He will just wander his way out.
I've been tracking it, you know, because we've talked about it a lot here off camera, but we have not yet this entire season had a 6-game day. And I thought with the draft here of DNS and an amazing second series, today could have been the day.
Yeah.
Bro, we're saying, I don't think so, Wolf.
No, the Bros just looking like they're going to be a little too clean with it. Despite the draft deficit, I really hope this doesn't make them feel like this is how you're supposed to do it. Because other teams, I think, would have been able to snowball the mid-game very considerably into this.
I cannot even, like, the decibels of Song's clap that we had on the coach cam earlier was like the loudest clap I've ever heard. He is definitely, I feel like, knowing that this draft was a bit rocky. They were a little bit shaky in its win cons, but like they found the moment, and he should be proud. As another moment here has been found.
Yeah, has to flash to get out of the public execution, but that is going to get Dudu out alive. Still, needing to invest the flash could be problematic, especially when it was only a couple of ultis in exchange. He does hold on to the equalizer. If they can pull the trigger early, that could be an opportunity. But the Drake is going to get taken here. And the Bros able to equalize things on that front.
It's crazy when you think about also the fact that they had the double dragon with Hextech Soul on the cards, and now it's 2 dragons to Bro. They got everything back, and DNS haven't been able to even approach objectives now. Like, they decided not to approach Baron, which is the right call because they had that extra vision from the ward you mentioned, which is, for them, what keeps them alive in this game. As Romer is like, I don't care about your damage anymore. You cannot really hurt me that much.
No. The shoe's certainly helping out. Spear of Sojin is done here for casting. hits 3 items on this 4-0-2 Ambessa. He's 1,500 gold ahead. Roma might just be dead here, but a teleport is going to come in to try and back him up. He flashes, he dash cannons, he gets under the turret, and now Casting gets in amongst 4 people. And Gideon just switches off the lights. Might give them an opportunity here as the public execution up and available once again here for Casting. I swear he was going to go back in. As Closer looking to go home.
He has a TP. He may want to use it here. He's going to go to the turret.
Yeah, now Gideon goes in. There's the Pulverize, but it's only onto him. And into the backline goes Casting. And the Pop Blossom's fantastic. And it's layered on top of the heroic entrance. The double taunt comes down and the double kill for Teddy is the follow-up. Pioshik might be able to get himself out, but it's a triple kill for the Corki. And the Bros just can do no wrong today.
They're so far ahead, but they're so confident with how they're playing this game. Like in that fight, if it was an even game state, I don't think they end up getting that win as big as they did. It was very greedy, the things that happened here. Like initially the Ambessa coming in behind, like you said, into 4 people was a little bit scary with the Rumble showing up as well. But Romer survives, and they can turn this into a big opportunity. And Casting does massive amounts of damage, then is able to go back for the chase. Gideon does not commit to the second casting of his ult because he doesn't want to go in alone. He wants to wait for some teammates to show up. Teddy gets here, Galio comes back, and then Closer TPs to the turret, so he's so far away. And then this Pop Blossom here is the deal breaker, unfortunately. Quantum and Duckdom left out to dry, and then the other side of the fight is just a complete wash as Romer is back with full health, level 16.
I have to say, Romer as well, layering the ulti on top of the Pop Blossom there so beautifully. The Galio looked a little bit rough in lane, but has since been absolutely fantastic.
He's got his gold lead now.
Yep, 0, 1, and 10 right now. You mentioned the gold, 66 gold. He's a cannon in the lead, absolutely nailing it. As there's a taunt onto the cow. Gideon just offers a Q over the wall. And that is just going to be a dead Quantum. Not a whole lot he can do in that instance. As the curtains are being called, Pioshik will just be asked to leave, and he may acquiesce. Let's have a look here as the Paranoia comes on down. A very dead Vi is going to be the result as the Equalizer not exactly in the most perfect position. Roma trying to set up a taunt as he does just ulti and will be taken out, but that is going to buy them enough time to get the Baron and Hanjin Brion. Even though the Rebel Baron power play is not looking great right now, they do have an opportunity to utilize it relatively
funny
well.
Because like Bro were like, all right, this is a pretty risky Baron. We're going to have to deny them entry, but we can do that. We can stop them from getting in. So everyone except Gideon, and I think it's Namgung who stays, yeah, goes over the wall, and they're like, we're buying time. You guys got that Baron, right? And Namgung is like, Gideon's like, I'm spinning, I'm getting it, I'm queuing over the wall, I'm going to get this Baron, hold on, just give me like just another second here. It's like, we're just trying to buy time. Can you get that Baron? How close is that Baron? And ultimately, the Charm stops the ult here. They do get the Baron. And it's a great play from Bro, though. It's incredibly measured. Obviously, they put bodies between DNS and the Baron. It was a little bit too close for comfort with how low that got, or how low the ones hitting the Baron got, I should say. And they did end up losing the Galio, but they do get the Baron, ultimately.
They do. The thing that I'm looking at here, Wolf.
Yes.
And yes, Dr. Arm got his Infinity Edge, so I was like, wow. That is a bit of a spike. He's gone for the cool build that doesn't have a Ghost Blade in it, which feels fantastic. And then I looked at Teddy's items, and he's got Collector Mortal Reminder and is very close to Infinity Edge. Once he does get the Infinity Edge, like we saw that Flash Phosphorus Bomb, he could probably do that when a DNS player is on full health and kill them outright.
Flank with Blast Cone and Nico ult.
Yeah, in goes Gideon. The heroic entrance comes on down as well as there is the Gargoyle crashing on in there. They do manage to take down the Nocturne, but Casting is now spinning around the fight. Will take down Doctom as in goes Romer. He does get knocked up with that Pulverize, but Teddy is just able to Valkyrie in aggressively, takes down Dudu. And that is 2 of the damage dealers now just lying on the floor.
I was going to say, if Coach Voice still exists, I think the DNS coaching staff, Odin would be in there being like, I forbid you to press tab. Don't look at the items. And then after that rocket came through from Teddy, he would probably say, I like the team to close their eyes for the remainder of the game. As, yeah, this is a fantastic engage here. The follow-up from Romer, amazing, right? Duckdom is the one who gets caught by Casting. And he survives for a little bit there, but that's the end of it. And then watch Dudu get sniped here by Teddy. Teddy's like, nah.
Yeah, that was a big one.
He would have known that was coming if he pressed tab and saw his items, but hopefully he wasn't doing that.
God, that is triple Hextech Dragon. There's 5 minutes until a possible Hextech Soul Wolf, but I just don't know whether this game has Oh, wait, hang on. It's a bro game.
Yeah, they... on average, they got about 4 left.
Yeah, there's that Infinity Edge for Teddy. He's 8-0-6, absolutely legendary. We know that Teddy just in general as a player is pretty legendary, but now he's actually legendary in this game. So that is kind of nice.
I want to talk about the draft because we were so low on it, right? Well, I did mention at the beginning, like it kind of doesn't work necessarily in isolation, but when you get ahead with it, and everyone can just press R at the enemy champion, specifically Duckdom, it goes hard. And
I mean, I don't think we ever hated the bro draft that much. It's just the lack of like bro denying things from DNS was the biggest problem here. As you know, Rumble Vi Ari is just such a powerful combination.
It's just when
maybe
Nocturne...
if the Jhin lane was not this susceptible, right? Because with an Alistar, you're hoping that the Jhin can sort of help get you through the early game. But instead, we've seen things like the Jhin Bard or Jhin with an Enchanter, something that's a little bit more aggressive that can actually win, which would have been a little bit better. I think the Bard was banned in this game, and it was. But there were other things they could have potentially played to try and at least be a little more aggressive. As Namgung, he's in a bit of a rough spot.
I think if they had just been able to hold on to their lane leads and get to a more stable mid-game and play through Ari Vi and Rumble ultimates, Bro wouldn't have had all these opportunities. But now they're just so far ahead, they can do whatever they want, frankly. And they're going to do exactly that.
Yep. Pressing the paranoia button as Quantum just takes half of his health bar immediately. Doesn't actually press R, though, so that could be a big deal, as they will have that available for a fight upcoming.
Okay. Level 16 for Duckdom. Like, I don't... anything is broable, and, you know, that means a lot of different things. This season, it means throw. But, you know, up to interpretation in other seasons.
Oh, I mean, maybe not today.
But, like, I just don't think this is a game that you can lose from here as bro.
I mean, something, like, it could be broable, it could be, like, it could be a let's bro, you know, in this situation. And that's what it's kind of looking like if Game 1 told us anything. And now they have a 9,000 gold lead.
How is the bro slogan not "Let's Brucking Bro"? Come on. Should be like "Let's Brucking Bro."
I love that.
Come on, let's make it a thing. We could do it.
Right.
I could say that on air. It's crazy. Forget LFG, man. It's just BBB.
Oh, man, it is BBB. And Namgung is using the Biko skin as well. So, like, I mean, there are so many layers to this. All right, Dudu has done a lot of damage. I don't know how much it's actually meant in this particular game.
It's a little bit of sadness. I don't want to... I mean, look at the gold for Teddy. And if you're a DNS fan... Don't look at it.
There's a lot of people that are saying "Let's Brocking Bro." I love it.
Yeah, you can say "Let's" or you can say "Brett's." It doesn't matter.
Yeah, Brett's Brocking Bro, I think, is absolutely beautiful. Brotiful. If you put enough bro into a sentence, the sentence just becomes bro, 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 and you're just a Pokemon that's called bro.
Yeah, which is totally fine.
Which maybe that's a spoiler for what's coming out in Wind and Waves. But I don't quite know the roster just...
Quantum, you don't want to be here, but someone has to be somewhat nearby the Baron.
Someone needs to do wards.
Because Baron plus Hextech Soul of 4 Hextech Dragons sounds pretty tough to beat, if I'm honest. I feel like this game is setting up to be like the craziest comeback of all time with all the...
Imagine if it happened though, remember?
Yeah, DNS have done it.
Exactly, the biggest comeback was Bro versus DNS. All right, Paranoia comes down. That is going to guarantee the Baron. The comeback surely incoming. Still waiting for it. As Closer's ultimate is about to time out, does throw down one of those charges. Is Casting just wandering on in. They don't want to engage onto him, but he wants to engage onto Dudu, who throws down the Equalizer and goes golden. Into the GA goes Pyoshik before really being able to press any buttons at all. I think the Unbreakable Will was running, but Teddy didn't seem to notice as he did 1,500,000,000 damage.
TP back home, run away!
Yeah, that precisely happened.
Please
Duckdom is like, guys, you didn't need to press that button. They're not chasing us. They're just trying to kill our Nexus.
They are chasing the teleports to the base now, though, and it is a 5v3.
Yeah. The curtain call is named awkwardly here as Dudu is going to get knocked up. Doesn't have his Hourglass anymore, and he will be taken out. It's a kill going over to Roma as Namgung holding Duckdom in position. who does flash to get himself out of the way. And there's the paranoia into the fountain. And the execute onto Gideon at 2-0 for Hanjin Breon as they close out the first round robin here in the LCK in 9th place.
And unfortunately for the DN Supers, they couldn't beat Bro with a 10,000 gold lead, and they could not come back against the 10,000 gold lead in this one today. Bro, incredibly clean game 1. Game 2, a draft that gave us pause, but they were able to get that mid-game fight, blow up the game, bro up the game.
Oh, they did.
And take a 2-0 in dominant fashion. They escape last place at the end of round 1.
What a bro up for the Bros here in their last couple of matches. Even if the one prior to this was a 0-2, they looked so much better. And now they're actually able to put the 2-0 W together.
Or is it a Teddy vote?
I mean,
it's really tough, to be honest.
Oh, that's really hard. I kind of like the casting.
I'm going to go casting, to be honest. I'm going to do it.
He was like one of the first Ambessa winners as well.
Yeah.
I think winning on that champion deserves a few extra kudos.
Because he missed a few ults, doesn't matter. Comes back, has that huge team fight in the mid lane.
Oh, there's a celebration for Sunday.
He also had the losing lane in game 1, but did massive amounts of value and also did a ton of damage as we saw on the damage chart, but it was a team effort. I think you could give it to so many people, as even Mustache Man.
Yeah, Mustache Guy's here.
No longer mysterious Mustache Man.
I know, but we are going to keep the mystery alive, though, okay? You guys at home will not know, even though we've already met him. And we asked for a photo, and he said yes. It was such a cool moment for us.
We were pretty starstruck.
We were indeed. And we had to ask him for his secrets and how to upkeep such a glorious mustache. But yes, we're not going to be able to share it. As Roma, ignoring the camera here, as he is going to roam backstage. And I think the re-debut of Roma finally paying dividends here was brilliant in game number 1. I think that the Galio was not so great in lane, but later on really did do its job. And the team fighting for the Bros, and the fact that they were happy to fall behind early and then win was brilliant. What does it say?
It says you get out of here 10th place, basically, in a maybe more aggressive tone than what I just said, but...
Well, I mean, they did get out of 10th place.
Maybe they're saying goodbye to the 10th place itself rather than to DNS, like, see you later, 10th place. We're not there. Let's get out of here.
The problem is one of these teams was always going to be 10th place at the end, so it was going to feel a little mean at the end of the day. As we obviously have not been focusing as much on DNS and
this call
their struggles.
From Quantum is what ultimately kind of cost them the game, because they end up opting into this fight. He was the one who tried to start this up, but they just didn't have enough information, and then it's like, oh, you can never get away from this bro comp. How many dashes does casting use in this extended fight? Maybe what's more than Infinity, like 2finity? Yeah. Because he gets all his cooldowns back and does it the second time. So he has Infinity dashes ×2. And then this topside fight was just really the deal sealer.
Man. And
Romer, he, like you said, he didn't have a great lane phase, but outside the lane, he had a lot of fun.
And they got the double knock-up with the Pop Blossom, and then he hits the same two players by not even ulting the Nico. He ults even further forward, so he's sort of zoning at the same time. Really, really beautifully done. So we're going to have a listen to the Bros as they close this one out. The curtain call, a little bit sad this time, as Dudu, without his hourglass, as he'd used that in the previous exchange. Just not a hope in heck of getting out of this one. And once again, another loss for the Rumble. I didn't mind the draft at all. Going to say once again, I don't think draft really played too much of a part.
I think that's the best way to put it.
Yeah, and this composition from DNS required a snowball. You saw that they tried to get it started. The Bros didn't care. They just stayed calm and then won.
One mistake, like what we saw there from DNS.
Can you see where the mistake was?
Yeah, you could see it very clearly. One mistake and that's it. Like that whole composition could fall apart and Bro could be completely unlocked. Teddy, 2 games back-to-back, getting massive value, being played through and getting huge leads. I assume he's going to get the PLM, but I would love for casting to get it. He does get it. I mean, 0 deaths across the series.
What the heck? 16-0-10 for Teddy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the when in doubt, vote Teddy makes a lot of sense when you're talking about the Bros, but I thought a shout out to casting was definitely viable, and I'm hoping he doesn't just get your vote, Wolf. because he would have got mine as well.
Yeah, he very politely said hello to me before the series started. Ooh. So maybe he transplanted like a little bit of like, you know, keep me in mind later on. I kept him in mind throughout that series. He had a great one.
He did.
His Gnar was pretty good. So I think we all knew Teddy was likely to get it. But anyway, I thought it was an impressive game from the Bros, and they avoid 10th place.
Exactly. Now let's hear from Teddy.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Teddy on the side of Hanjun Brion. You closed out the final match of round 1 with a much-needed victory. How do you feel? Finally, we have won again, which feels amazing. And it feels great. You know, even on your first win and for today, you got both POMs. So what did you do the best today? I think I just did pretty decently. It was pretty average. No, you're finally ending the long losing streak, and I'm sure you have had internal discussions. What work did you guys put into overcoming the losses? I think it was just that we had trouble closing out the games, and we just wanted to stay composed to play it out as best as we can until the very end. So that was the kind of feedback that we had. And I think just building trust and building confidence is what really helped us do well today. And Hanjun Brion in game 1 fast locked Lucian Emilio, and maybe because of the Lucian buff this patch, it feels like Lucian's tier went up. So what do you think? You know, during practice, we were against the Lucian Emilio, and we got bullied out so hard. It was just so painful. It just didn't make any sense. So we just knew that we had to play it out. And so in game 2, you guys went with Nico and Corky. And so what strength were you looking for? For the 5th pick, for any sort of survivability, I just felt like the only option was Corky. So we're considering and debating between Misfortune and Corky, but I feel like we just have been trying out Misfortune a bit more. So I think today we went with a standard pick with Corky. And with the enemy taking prio during the laning phase game 2, the game looked pretty dicey for you guys. So what was the breakthrough moment here? Well, I'm not too sure. I don't know what the correct answer is here, but I think during the team fights, we tried to set up the best as we can. And that's the type of conversation we had as a team. And Teddy, your stats today were just off the charts. And at one point, you were 2k gold ahead and going no death 2 games in a row. And whenever bot falls into place, the game tends to snowball very fast. So what are your thoughts? I think after game 1, I think it was really easy to snowball because the game was kind of over in the beginning, in the early game. So for game 2, it wasn't that easy. I feel like there was definitely a lot of struggle during the brawl, and I feel like in the end, we just had to be the better ones to win the team fight. And Hanjun Brion has been so resilient with the games dragging out to the later stages, but your guys' average game time is 34 minutes, the longest among all 10 teams. Is it because of Human Nexus Teddy? Yeah, I think even when games go our way, I feel like we were struggling to close it out, so I think that's why, and we just have to fix that up. And any words and goals heading in, or with you finishing round 1, what are your biggest takeaways? You know, there's round 2 left. Although round 1 leaves a lot of regret, I feel like we just have to do better. And with all the fans here on site, what words and goals do you have going into round 2? I hope that in round 2, we're able to show you and give you guys a lot of wins and keep showing great performance. And that's all from Teddy, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dear. Fantastic round 1 by Dear, everyone. So please, claps in the chat for that translation. As it is, Hanjun Brion getting the victory Wadid is ecstatic because he bought the stocks from his official podcast of the Bros for last week, and Hanjin Brion pay off well here.
So yeah, in the podcast we have the fantasy stock market of LCK. I literally all in to Hanjin Brion. Man, I feel so happy, man. Like, it's so crazy, man. Yeah, let's go, bro.
See, he's happy for his personal success.
No!
He's happy for the team.
I'm happy for the team as well. I'm a major shareholder right now.
I mean,
So are you gonna hold on to those
Chats.
stocks? Are you gonna hold on to them for the season?
I mean, we'll see on the next episode, but you know,
That's okay.
for now.
The Giga Chads do not gatekeep. It is a huge, huge victory here for the squad who was looking for it for a while, and it's actually Romer's first LCK victory as well. He played huge here, did not get a vote, which is fine because the whole team played well. Teddy ended up picking this one up. 2 to Gideon and 3 to top to casting, which is where I thought we were going with the vote. If I had one, probably to casting. He set up a lot there. Let's see. Wadid first. Wadid, who you got?
I got casting, and I gotta say to all the Brion members,
Oh my.
as a major shareholder of Hanjin Brion, I am truly delighted by your outstanding performance. I wish your organization endless blessings and continued success. Thank you.
What is thank you?
Thank you.
What
Thank you.
what is going?
Thank you. Thank you
Why
so
are you
much.
shaking my hand?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Major
you.
shareholder.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
He's
Like we're in a board meeting right now.
yeah. with someone who I know is not going to be here next week. He's going to give us the rug. Shwoop. He's not here for the losses, only here for the wins. Either way, a win for Brion. What did you have here, Ox?
No, I was kind of deliberating between Teddy and casting, but I think Teddy was just so solid throughout the series. 0 deaths. Really hard to find any faults with him in a game like that. And I think like on the Lucian, setting up that dive in game 1 and Corky just being a powerhouse, this is sort of play where like there's just no criticisms to be found. And a great position for him to be in for the team to find success.
Yeah, these last 2 games, especially in the draft, really felt like, hey, this is our identity. We're the Teddy team. We're going to play around it. And they did so very, very well in allowing him to get that POM. Who else do we have here? Wolf going with Team Fight Monster for casting. And again, found so many angles here to shut down Duck Down.
I'm surprised it wasn't Bream Bright Bronster.
I mean,
Bream Bright Bronster.
I mean, it's literally the same reason why like I voted for casting as well, because I think his team fight were just amazing. I think DNS had the really fat Jin in that game, and they could actually win out. But I think casting, his focus in the team fight were just amazing.
That was pretty good. I'm actually just seeing if anyone's picking up Bream Bright Bronster. Let's see what we had on the Korean side. Hey, Prince, you watching this? This is how you should play for ganks.
Seems like there's a little bit of tension.
Second one.
Oh yeah, we need the second one. Yeah.
Is it coming? Is Prince here today? Helios, Prince, Human Nexus. Let's go.
No, you should do it as a like Eminem accent, because it's a rhyme.
As a what?
It's a rhyme, you know. Helios, Prince, Human Nexus. Let's go.
I don't think this one translated well.
Oh, maybe not. No, I think it is.
No,
There are times where I trust you, Wadid. I'm like, okay,
Yeah, I think it
will
is,
explain
right?
that to me.
Yeah,
maybe
yeah. It is.
because the
It is.
capitalized letters.
No.
No, yeah, like someone's already on it in chat. Skess.
Guess. That's the word of the day.
I guess Helios, Prince, something, sir. Let's go. That's what it would have been if
Yeah.
we would have done it.
Yeah, I think it works a bit better in Korean.
Yeah. We tried. Thank you, Yundo, and the production team for trying to make that one work. Every bro on bro showed up today. Time to shake up the standings from 8th to 1st. Yes, Pony. Yes, Pony. Yes,
Man,
Pony.
this is different level of hopium, man.
No way. No, it's not. You know what? Because this has happened before, including from one of the teams that's actually playing next. They were even in 10th. Maybe it is time to go to 1st. Thank you, Pony. Our historian. He's just actually future telling now.
Uh-huh.
Seem to have a lot of doubt for the major shareholder.
I mean,
hey.
I'm an investor. You know, still.
Oh, are we backing off now? Sounds very sus to me there, Wadid. Those green memories flooding back in.
Yeah, so for those who know, Umti was obviously on Bro.
Yes.
For those who don't know, you might think he's the Hulk, you know?
Also, for those who don't know, he's the only one that didn't pick Breon in this matchup today.
Wow.
The only one.
Oh yeah, he did.
Maybe he is the Hulk. Maybe he's not a former Bro.
I mean, I think that's kind of surprised though. Like, I talked with Umti that why you picked the DNS, and he said, I think because of the top gap.
He was right.
Hanjin
there was
Breon
the top
can't win, but it worked in the other way.
That's right. Casting put a spell on Dudu in this last one. As we take a look at the standings, as we finish round number 1,
Whoa.
in the wise words of Wolf and Atlas, let's Brucken Bro. As it is a 7th place Breon, not a 9th place Breon. They make a jump on up and are comfortably in the Rise group. And the DN Automotive Supers, they got some work to do. Got to figure it out a bit.
Yeah, I think still a lot of work to be done for Bro to encroach on Nongshim's position. It kind of feels like Nongshim are just in no man's land right now. And we have this group of 3 at 6-3, group of 3 at 2-7. So you're going to need more performances like this if you want to break through and make it potentially into Road to MSI, which is top 6, or Legend Group, which is top 5.
All right, well, with the ending of round number 1, it is time for our Wonder Play. Uri won the play, which is the award for the most meaningful or entertaining moment from each round, as the Uri won the play. So let's take a look at this one from round number 1. We've got our matches here, and it comes from 6 years of history. That's right, it's Showmaker's Northern Expedition finally coming to an end. This was Showmaker against Gen G. It had been 23 times. This was the 23rd attempt to defeat Gen G since all the way back in 2021. 2021! And finally, with multiple different swaps out of different teammates, including the former teammate that used to be on the team with him, Canyon, on the opposite side, he gets the job done with the young guys, and you can see how much it means to D plus Kia.
The pure reaction from Showmaker and the fans, the emotions, those were amazing.
Breaking that crazy loss streak that they had, it was such a huge moment. And I think it makes complete sense. This is the biggest moment of round 1.
Yeah, for sure. Especially, I think after that match, DK has improved so much in terms of how they draft around, and they got some consistency. I think that was the one where what we are missing from DK.
I think it's really easy as well to underestimate sometimes the mental blocks in League of Legends that we see a lot when you're going up against a team you expect to lose to, or you're going up against like T1 at Worlds. A lot of teams don't play at their best because they just think, oh, we always lose to them. We always lose to them. So to overcome that, Showmaker alongside 4 younger players is just a huge achievement.
That's right. And it is the setting for our Saturday showdown. That's happening in just a couple of days. As again, with the Uri won the play, Showmaker and the rest of D plus Kia will receive a trophy and an award from Uri Bank. Next up, it is the beginning of round number 2. One of the coolest parts about the LCK, it starts in the middle of a day, and it starts with one of the most hyped matches in all of League of Legends. It is Hanwha Life Esports, the orange tank, up against the reigning world champions, T1. Lol Park is rocking, and you don't want to miss it. We'll see you after the break.
영상 보고 계십니까? 그 북벌의 의식이었습니다.
전술적으로 이길 수밖에 없는 구도를 계속 젠지가 가져오고 있어요.
자, 그래서 오늘 준비된 경기의 주인공들을 만나보겠습니다. 디플러스 기어와 젠지 e스포츠입니다.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I lift my mark into the stone.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Waiting, watching from the shadows, wild souls chasing every losing battle. Yesterday is written with the ashes of this ruined wasteland that we travel. See you on the other side of the deepest will die. Kerosene, lit our dreams, we ignite. Take the leap, it's our time, no goodbyes. Fade away into the night. I see you on the other side. Gonna meet you on the great divide. The legends call our names. They say they see you on the other side. I see you on the other side. You know there's never time to say goodbye. close centuries. See you on the other side. See you on the other side. The deep is to die. It's to die. See you on the other side. I see you on the other side. there to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Just when I lift my mic into the stone.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to round 2 of LCK 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf. I cannot remember what the name for our duo was. It was a bit convoluted. We'll work on it for, our next matchup, I think. Maybe we'll have to go...
Or...
At Wolf? Watless?
Watless.
Honestly, Watless is pretty good. All right, we're just going to go with... But that's just my whole name with a bit of you. That doesn't seem fair. What about Watless?
Wallace?
All right, we're Wallace, and we're ready for the standings. Let's have a look. We were talking about our last series as a battle to get out of 9th and 10th place. The Bros have rocketed to 7th, which is very impressive, but that doesn't matter. What we're talking about here is first place HLE taking on T1.
This is such an important matchup, right? For Hanwha Esports, they can actually solidify themselves, at least temporarily, in solo first, but their only loss in round 1 was against this very team in T1. So see if they can change fortunes here. It was a very big glow up after that, and after the LCK Cup, where they have turned things around, smashed KT 2-0. And Hanwha Esports stand very strong and do stand with the former top laner and AD carry of their opposition tonight as well, which is why this new rivalry between these two teams has been brewing over the last year and a half or so. Take a look at the gold graph here, or gold stats, I should say, for Hanwha Esports and their leads. They go from pretty big lead at 10 to doubling it at 14, and then it goes up to almost 4,000 at 20. This is the most snowbally team we've had in years.
Yeah, this is astronomical, the numbers here, because they do just play so aggressively in the early game, and it's been working. Ever since their matchup against T1 very early in round 1, it's pretty impressive stuff. But EasyHoon is back on T1 after so many years. Of course, back in the day, did manage to win an Azir skin over at the World Championship. Was when him and Faker were sharing the spotlight there in the mid lane. Ever since then, I mean, it's been basically Faker by himself with, a few stand-ins.
Some emergencies.
Yeah, Pyrian, Poby, Closer, a little bit of stand-in action, but otherwise it's just been Faker all the way. And as you can see here, he's been coaching a lot over in the LPL and has actually found a fair bit of success over there at the same time. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do for T1 here, as, you know, they've had a lot of former T1 players. Tom himself, who is still there. Bengi was there for quite some time, and now Easyhoon is joining the roster as well. It feels like once you're an SKT or a T1 player, you always remain with the org at some time or another. And Easyhoon finally finds his way back home as Delight and Carrier having a little bit of banter before they make their way to their desks. And it's interesting because I kind of thought that those were the two that would have the least banter between them, as obviously Zeus, a former T1 player, Gumayushi there as well, a former T1 player quite recently as well. And so, yeah, it's kind of cute that it's just Carrier and Delight that are having a giggle together.
I do think that is going to be the angle of attack if T1 are going to get the upset win tonight. It's through the bottom lane. It is through demolishing their former player and having Carrier's support pool really unleashed. Because if you don't win there, it is really hard to win elsewhere right now with Zeka and Zeus' current form in solo lanes and Kanavi, who is, I mean, easily the face of the LCK right now. And I know BDD enjoyers like myself want to believe that that's the case, that he's actually the one. But I think right now Kanavi is not only the most impactful player we've had here this year in the LCK, but also the face of a changing meta, where we're seeing even teams like Bro play a lot more aggressively as this season has evolved. For T1, you got a new coach, right? You've got the opportunity now to really continue the streak, right? Ride the momentum. There have been some close wins that they've taken, but they have just continued to showcase strong drafting. I think the drafting has evolved in a great way.
Yep.
And, you know, Owner, when he's back in form, this team looks horrifying to face. And I think for Hanwha Life Esports, it feels like this is just another rung in the ladder in so many ways, but also maybe just a assurance if they can win here, especially if they could do it 2-0, that win against KT was not a fluke. It was a dominant win that they can carry that momentum forward against other tough opposition here in T1. Later, I mean, G+, Gen G.
Theoretically, if they beat T1 here, isn't it just a perfect round robin, one game removed?
Basically.
I mean, that's sort of how it worked out, because their first series was against T1, if I'm not entirely mistaken.
You are correct.
And so it means that they've just beaten everyone.
Actually, no, I think their first series might have been against Bro.
Ah, that's frustrating.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, it was, because it was a relatively shaky one, and then they lost to T1, and so we weren't very high on HLE moving into that Pogstate episode, and then HLE just obliterated everyone from that point on. You're right. Damn, that's frustrating. But it does mean that
Bro strikes again.
They've collected all of the ears.
Yes.
If they do manage to take down T1 here, even if it wasn't in a row. As Faker going for his very famous reboot, Gumayushi looking like he is preparing for it as well. As I could see it, you know, his eyes were moving under there. It was like he was making sure that he was getting all of his code in order.
I think the win
like that
against Nongshim for T1 was certainly the most dominant win we've had against a tough opponent for them in a while. That was the win that felt like, okay, T1 are back. This team is no longer just skating through, you know, winning off the back of Carrier's amazing Lux bindings that saved the game against Bro. They're actually just dominating. They are looking like they are in control. They look comfortable for the first time really since, to me, Kespa Cup. Like, Kespa Cup, T1 looked incredibly dominant, right? And they claimed they didn't really scrim before that tournament, but they crushed their opposition, were able to...
Yep. I mean, the honeymoon phase is very powerful when it comes to roster changes.
But I think right now, we do see T1 looking very much on form.
We've got Tom, Mata, and Easyhoon. I apologize to Mata as well, one of my favorite players of all time, not mentioning him as one of the former players that came back. Obviously, Tom, Bengi, and Easyhoon were much earlier on in the SKT era. Of course, Mata there for the very end in 2019. But still, they are just surrounded by alumni over on the T1 side of it.
They absorbed one of their greatest rivals in Mata.
Yeah, they certainly did.
Yeah, it was definitely one of the craziest things that happened at the time. But we still think about 7 years later as we go into game one here. Hanwha Life Esports, massive favorites, and we've talked about it so much. But even with new patches coming through, their style hasn't changed. Kanavi loves to play the most meta jungles right now. And even if you ban some of them away, He is going to get his hands on one of them, and they're going to play through him. Now, I love this Aurora ban because Zeka has gotten so much success with this pick, and it suits the aggressive playstyle of Kanavi. If you can't stop Kanavi, stop the other moving parts.
Yeah, I love the Aurora ban for a different reason, but I'm not going to go into it. As the Rumble and Orianna are going to be the bans here, and with T1 banning some more eclectic choices, it does mean that something might slip through the cracks. Sure. And the Varus is likely to still require a ban here, but then the Karma is going to slip through. And the Akali, like, they just stuck with the A's. It's a AAA ban here.
Yeah.
And obviously in Korean, it's not A that comes first, so they haven't just started with the alphabet or anything like that. I imagine Alistair would have been in there a little bit earlier than these champions.
Well, if we get a second set of this, maybe we could power one of my kids' toys. AAA batteries.
That's true. I mean, you only really needed a AA for that, as so Varus and Karma are both up.
Azir stocks are up because of the Akali ban for Faker, and a lot of the time, you know, T1 would go for that, but there's just so much stuff up, including the Varus, that they'll actually pick first, which has always been an old favor of Guma's, who's on the other side, so they deny that.
It's absolutely illegal to not first pick the Varus.
But
now you definitely get the Karma if you want it.
They get Jarvan. They could also go Pantheon here if they want to. So much is up that it's actually crazy. Could go Karma and Jarvan, and then you have Great Engage, but like that's not really Hanwha's style. They're going to go for the Azir pick instead.
Oh, okay. This is an interesting one. Feels like a bit of a pick away.
If they forgo the Karma entirely, the bottom lane here for T1 could be incredibly powerful. But again, this is not really Delight style. This is not Hanwha Life Esports style to play Karma at all. And instead, they'll go for the Bard.
Yeah, the Bard is still up.
Yeah.
I mean, Carrier's Bard always gets banned away. And I think that this was something that we kind of overlooked, as Carrier obviously can still just play the Karma and do some ridiculous things. We did see that very recently as well.
I mean,
but
Karma,
with these
Varus,
bans, it's kind of crazy with how much is left up.
Karma Varus is very, very powerful, but it might just be a Karma-less game because you already have the Varus in the lane, and
I mean, he may not even be, right? It depends on what's going to be on that top side.
Right.
So, like, the Varus is so powerful because of that flexibility.
But if you grab the Karma here now, you can still hold that flexibility.
Yeah.
And you don't need the Ezreal to make a Karma lane work. And from here,
you've seen Karma Jhin be very powerful, and they're going to lock it in.
Okay, now Blind Varus might have been a step too far for me, because now it's no longer a flex, right? We know this Jhin is not going top.
And Gumayusi's two best champions just got picked by T1, which is kind of impressive. He is looking at the Yunara now. I do not really like Yunara Bard into the Jhin Karma that we're seeing here. And the Xin Zhao for Kanavi, I think, makes a whole lot more sense.
It would also force Guma to play a very different game than he's been playing most of the season. Obviously, he had that pop-off Lucian game against KT Rolster, where Guma reminded everyone that he's not just utility. He's not just the Ziggs Jhin backline a million miles away from the enemies. So he actually can be the one who goes in first, but this draft is getting pretty weird, as we will have ultimately the Jarvan to come through here. Xin will be banned away from Owner. It's his best champion. This is just so, like, the storylines, the champion pools, everything that's going on in this draft is almost too much to say. Like, we need an hour with this draft to break it all down.
Yeah.
But let's see what comes through now to protect this Varus pick. Like, ban the Fury, I suppose. Like, maybe that's a safe choice. They take away the Caitlyn first. Caitlyn Bard into this Karma lane could be one of the only things that can push into this. And it goes without saying that Guma is an incredible Caitlyn player, built a lot of his career through it.
Yeah, I do really like this from T1, though, making sure that they truly target Gumayusi's champion pool now that they have foregone giving him the choice in that third place. The Lee Sin to be taken away. I mean, Lee Sin and Xin Zhao both, you know, real signature picks for Owner.
Yeah, this is not I feel like this draft is not about the meta. It's about these two teams knowing each other incredibly well. Because there are 7 T1 players here. And I think banning the Fury feels like the strongest move here, the safest move, but there's so much else that Zeus can play. That's why I'm not a big fan of this Varus blind and the reveal this early, because it's basically saying, no, Doran will be fine against anything Zeus can throw at him. And when I look at the form of those two players and Zeus' champion pool, I feel like he's got an answer. We don't know what it is necessarily in this draft just yet, but we'll find out very soon. In fact, probably right now.
Yeah, well, Sivir is going to be the a theoretical choice, as Gumayusi hovered the Yasuo that a lot of people, I imagine, were pretty excited about. There is MF, though, to be locked in.
All right, this is Been another one of Guma's picks this season that he's found a lot of great success with, especially with Kanavi's Jarv, and they have the Bard to set this up as well. This is a great set of 4 champions here for Hanwha Life Esports, and they still have that final pick for the top lane. Again, this could be Faker playing Varus, but probably not.
Yeah, good point.
As Pantheon will go all the way through the draft.
Okay, that's kind of insane. They can choose which order they want to pick them in.
They need Engage badly.
Yep. And picking the Annie first makes a lot of sense because the Jhin is in Faker's hands right now, so it helps with swapping. So the Annie is going to be locked in, and then a Pantheon might be a decision still.
I'm trying to think of what else they could go for here that could still work. If they want a bigger front line, they could even go for something like a Sejuani. Wukong completely out of my mind here, actually, and fantastic for them, but isn't going to be great in the early game. Same with this Nocturne. So they do opt for Owner's Nocturne here, even though they don't have the greatest mid-jungle synergy. It still works decently well with the Annie, but wonky draft here for T1.
Yeah, I'm a little bit frightened about it. I mean, there is some synergy, obviously, between the Curtain Call and the Paranoia, right? Like, you can see the targets to hit, and it's much more difficult to dodge
when
the lights are out.
Gnar, is it Kennen? Is he playing Yorick into Varus? Okay.
I mean, it could really work. There's, you know, the same school of thought for the Yorick into the Jace could play a part here, because if the Yorick ever gets on top of the Varus may just die.
He will die in almost every situation. And, you know, sometimes the Varus will take the exhaust top for safety. I don't know if that really helps you too much here. Can't stop all those ghouls from getting on top of you. If you get hit, you're just a sitting duck. I mean, you've got one flash against that ghoulie wall. If you get caught by it ever, if there's any jungle attention topside, you're going to have a hard time. We'll see where Kanavi wants to go, though, because early game, this MF Bard lane actually can play into the Karma Jhin, especially if some of those bindings land, if you can avoid some of that poke from Keria. The MF's raw damage and her damage output is much higher than the Jhin's early on in those first few levels, so this is going to be a banger game. I mean, we've got a little bit of everything here. When the drafts leave everything open, you just never know what you're going to get, and I'm very pleased as a commentator of this series with what we got in the end.
Well, bit of a jump scare there, as we could see. So we're taking the fans by surprise with the draft and with the camera work. As this is Kim Minji. She's a famous person.
Yeah, she's a sprinter from track and field, not in League of Legends. And
that shows the reaction time. Definitely got terrified very, very quickly.
She was on Hedge's healing camp recently. They played soccer with Guma.
Yep, and you guys might have seen that between the games as well. But we are not between the games now. We are ready to get onto the riff for Game 1. Wow. My eardrums, even though they are inside, theoretically, noise-canceling headsets, are very sore after that T1 chant.
Uncancelled.
Indeed. Definitely not very cancelling. As Doran has gone back to the old exhaust on the top side of the map. This was the first Varus summoner spell that we saw. I think we saw some experimentation with some other things, but the exhaust has seen the most success up there. As Delight is using Keria's skin. That's kind of cool.
See an electrocute proc early for Delight. As the small little things you need to get done in this lane if you're going to try to go toe-to-toe here at level 1. Gets another Q to land.
Ooh, not too bad, the damage to come on through here. As Pei's taking the worst end of it, and so is Keria here in these trades. Yushi doing a decent job.
He's really holding his ground. Forces the barrier. Guma really aggressive here, but knows his limits. He's really good at misfortune. Anyone who's been watching LCK knows. Level 2, though.
Level 2 comes through for both teams. As with the heal utilized on both sides, it's now just Gumyushi in the lead as far as that barrier is concerned.
Yeah, and I mean, the barrier advantage is, you could definitely feel it. You could see it in how Guma's playing. He's got the health here to actually back up, pushing aggressively. They're just going to push this wave as fast as possible. And Delight's Ignite, or rather his Electrocute proc that he had earlier, really put a dent in Keria's health, and then the heal trade allowed them to weather the storm of that barrier from Pei's. And I mean, the observers are keeping their eyes glued on this because this is right now the most important part of this early game, bar none.
Oh, it really is. The Inspire coming in from Keria, though, means that when Pei's is able to get those trades, it works out very well, as Delight takes a lot there from Keria and Pei's together. Deadly Flourish connecting.
I think that's the end of the tempo here for Hanwha, even with Guma's barrier advantage. They do have Kanavi coming down here, and Owner is a Nocturne at level 3, so they may have been wanting to, had that not happened, set up something right afterwards, but it's just not going to be the case anymore, and we'll see Delight take an early back and run back to the lane.
Well, Zeus is pretty good at Yorick, everyone. And so even at level 4 is doing just fine against Doran up here. Obviously, things could take a turn, and the wave is crashing towards the Varus. But oftentimes we see Varus in a whole lot of control in the early stages of the game, and so far Zeus is doing a very good job. I think it's really interesting thinking about how these compositions are going to work. As Paze
was
very
so
close to getting bound, exactly.
That angle that Carrier and Paze almost set up for Delight was potentially devastating.
And is this the quietest Kanavi's been all season long? Feels like it for me, as we haven't really been having a look at the jungle. We will pan over to him now.
He's going to get involved in the Raptor camp.
There we go. At least sees Owner and throws a flag in. And he's just going to help him with his Raptors. Nicely done.
Marked enemy jungler.
Indeed.
As Faker's having a pretty good early laning phase here, as he had a phenomenal bounce-back game against Scout after having his worst career KDA, or, again, deaths. I always say KDA for some reason, but I don't think that's actually accurate. It might be, but I don't think it is. And did end up controlling a lot of that series that they played earlier this week, and is having a good start to this one as well on the Annie pick.
Yep, has been something he's found success on in the past as well, as Zeka has also been a great Azir player in the past. Also, Faker
took him a
would
little
certainly
while.
remember that.
Yeah, but he eventually did grow into the Azir, especially in the post-DRX days after winning that World Championship.
Doran goes back and collects himself some steel caps.
The boldness of both of these teams in the draft is, you could really feel it, right? As Faker does have a bit of a health advantage here.
Yeah, a bit of boldness there from Zeka to just straight up die.
I guess he just thought Faker didn't have enough mana to do that, but he did.
Yeah, I don't know how he thought that, but...
I mean, I don't know elsewise what he was thinking there. I was like, okay, Faker has more health, but so Zeka will respect it, is what I was going to say. And then...
I'm sorry. Yeah, I want to apologize to everyone for the lack of play-by-play there, but it just was kind of silly.
Like, Faker did a lot of impressive stuff leading up to that, and then he was like, what? And then killed Zeka.
Yeah. And, I mean, we were talking about the fact that, you know, Faker has been having a bit of a glow-up. The good old solo first blood as he now drops a bear on the pigeon.
I mean, Zeka had the full push of the wave. He didn't need to stand in Tibbers range there either, but...
Let's have a look at it again, shall we?
So Faker's like, all right, I'm going to come up here. He's got his stun prepped, right? Because he can just self-shield. But he actually Qs and Ws. He has just enough mana for that, actually. 140 required.
Yeah.
All right, well, I think Zeka just did not expect him to have enough. That's my only defense.
Well, that double up did a fair bit of damage there as Carrier looking for a little bit more. Cosmic Binding not going to connect, but Guma giving a lot back here. Will use the barrier to make sure he mitigates as much of that damage as he can. As Owner comes down only level 5, but is still able to help back up his bottom lane.
Yeah, this is really scary for the T1 bottom trio, so to speak, with Owner not having his ultimate just yet, Kanavi being nearby, and that health trade heavily benefiting Gumayushi because he had the barrier. Even with barrier disadvantage in that 3v3, I think T1 was never going to like what happened. It's been a pretty impressive game from both Guma and Delight in this 2v2. What I was going to say before we had that solo kill in the mid lane is like the players and the teams here said, all right, we actually think we can handle all these OP picks, and this, you know, Guma Delight setup here with the MF Bard is working into Karma. You know, they're actually doing quite well, whereas most teams would just not even allow the Karma. So yes, definitely not enjoying that.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage. Chains of Corruption does come on through. Does have his Merc Treads completed, so isn't held in position for too long. But you can see that doesn't really matter because Doran does so much damage off the back of the Blight, stacking up a few extra times. And so Varus doing what it's supposed to now.
Yeah, it is notable, like you pointed out earlier, that this is like the first time Kanavi's been 0-0-0 at 7 minutes in 2026.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
And, you know, the pressure hasn't been strong enough in any of these lanes for him to actually impact them. He came up to the top side when Doran was getting that aggressive trade in, but wasn't close enough to gank and knew that the window was kind of not there. Bottom side, obviously, there were 3v3 fights that could have happened, but never found a window in and couldn't bail Zeka out from his own demise there in the mid lane. So T1 do have that gold lead, and unfortunately for Kanavi, he hasn't made an impact just yet, which means that now Nocturne has skipped the toughest part and is ready to look for another pick here, potentially.
Yeah, there goes the bear. I mean, Zeka can always break the shield from the Nocturne and then just sweep him away. Speaking of sweeping, does find Faker here, who still doesn't have his flash. Kanavi making his way in, not going to be 0-0 anymore as he adds a 1 to the first column. Tibbers gets mad, but not going to be able to do anything.
I guess they just didn't have vision there, but you could tell by how Faker was playing. He's like, the danger has passed. My Nocturne is very nearby with Paranoia, so I should be okay here. And Zeka just gets in there. After, I think, surprising Faker because he took all that damage from Tibbers. Gets on top of him, the follow-up is there, so... There's no vision here for to see Kanavi, right? So Faker trades half health, and he's like, I should be fine. Owner's nearby. There's nothing that can go wrong here. But Zeka actually gets this really nice Emperor's Divide after the shuffle. Faker is just dead because both Kanavi and Delight are here. T1 are taking Dragon in live.
Yeah, it was actually really well played by Zeka to make sure that he wasn't looking like he was looking for it, if that makes sense.
Yes.
I think that was really well played, especially after a pretty massive misplay earlier on. To be able to have that bounce back is going to be important here as they even up the scoreline and do claim, you know, almost a gold lead as things are extraordinarily even. The Dragon is going to put T1 a little bit ahead as far as stats are concerned if everyone spends their gold. But having a look at the compositions, I still think like there is some wonkiness on T1's side, but if they're able to start the snowball rolling in mid-game, this composition can just win more very effectively.
Owner does not have the information, the critical information.
Well, in goes Kanavi. Delight? Where did we come from, my friend? He's going to get the flash out of Owner. Zeus is going to come and help collect this red buff as Pays shows some curtains to Guma. Now Doran is able to flash in a very interesting way, gets into the Ghoulie wall, and is actually completely fine after Delight sort of bypasses him in his own magical journey. And all right, Guma able to sidestep here.
That was very intense.
Yeah, there's a lot of scariness happening all over the place.
But, I mean, this turret is not safe. Doran.
Delight. Why is Delight always behind them? And always using very weird magical journeys as there's another Ghoulie wall to come on in as Ona is able to have Paranoia in there. Kanavi comes down. They do take out the Bard, but Zeus might be able to grab this kill, and there it is with a Q. 1-for-1 on the top side of the map. And this game has gone weird. Faker behind the turret as well is able to flash out of the way of that last turret shot. And Carrier gets underneath his turret, but he may not be out of the woods just yet. Doran into another Ghoulie wall as Kanavi able to get the Q down. Flag comes in and able to tank up the last shot. Teleport now in from Faker. I just don't know. Oh, he's able to get there fast enough as Zeus. Yeah, he is going to get stunned up. Those Merc Treads just not quite enough as the Pyroblast takes him down. And that's T1 now in the lead as far as the kill score is concerned.
I was like, maybe I'll do grubs. I don't think so, my friend.
I think he might have just been trying to get over that wall and angered them on his way past.
I think you're right. It just looked funny with the camera pan there. As Delight, they've kind of figured out he likes to be on the T1 side, and they're going to punish him this time.
Yeah, taking the magical journey is not as much of a problem for Ona, who has a spell shield. Pays comes in. Delight is able to ult himself, but I think he wanted to only ult Ona, who will then get stunned but not care because the Bard is dead.
I don't... Yeah. Anyway, the Delight has been very aggressive. He's been hanging out with Kanavi and maybe apparently Pool Bay as well.
As Faker is going to get cataclysmed, he has no flash, so he's very, very dead.
And it goes to Zeka. It's a small shutdown, but a shutdown none the least.
Indeed. Zeus tries to sidestep, but still gets pierced by that arrow.
We are 9 kills in here at 11.5 minutes, as Kanavi is going to continue to Kanavi here.
He is Kanaviing a lot.
Zeka has his ult now, and I guess we're going to reset finally to a little bit of normalcy. This is not an analyst's game. It's a play-by-play game, this one. It's just constant action, but I do think the game state favors T1 pretty heavily, even with Faker's death there. As we'll see if Pays can survive here. He should be fine.
Bullet time, as not much of it is going to be soaked there by Pays. As Carrier is taking Delight for a walk. Deadly Flourish comes on down. Magical Journey going to be taken by Carrier before Delight.
Thanks for the flank.
That was very odd. And yeah, Carrier actually just using the Bard against the Bard. As it turns out, even in a game when he's not playing Bard, he's the better Bard. That's kind of ridiculous, as Gumayushi, fancy footwork here. And not going to die just yet as the Deadly Flourish comes on through. Now the Paranoia is going to be used on the top side of the map, and the Chains of Corruption will be the demise of Zeus. Gumayusi, I don't think he's long for the world, as that's Pays locking that one up with a 4th bullet, and well, T1 rocketing to a 2K gold lead.
Yeah, the game state was slightly favored to T1. I think we can change the adverb now. I think it's pretty strongly favored for T1 after these sets of plays. Delight having a bit of a rare miss on the Bard. In the past, we've had games of Delight Bard, like I'm talking years ago, where we were like, okay, I don't think he's very good at this pick. He's more of the engaged guy, but he's really tuned it up, right? His Bard has looked a lot better in recent times. Now Bard is just completely meta. But this game reminds you of the older ones. He's playing very aggressively, right? He's playing incredibly offensively, which is what Hanwha Life Esports do, right? Delight has learned, he has listened to Kanavi, he knows the new way to play League of Legends, which is to just go in all the time. Yep. But I think the punishes here have been really crisp from T1. He's died 3 times trying to find that aggression. The first time it worked out for him, the next few times a little bit less so. Zeka also looking to be punished.
Yeah, Captive Audience comes on down, and Captive indeed, as he is going to get snared by the Karma as well. We'll just suffer half a health bar in loss, and we'll then just look to immediately go back home. That is going to happen. No harm, no foul, though, as Cold lead 1.5k, not end of the world, but Double Dragon going to be a big deal with Ocean already taken off the board. I mean, it's only really Chemtech Soul that you're not really looking forward to, but even then, they have a fair bit of ability to utilize it. Exactly.
So, I mean, at least the individual Dragon would be good for them. Mountain is also kind of okay, but weirdly enough, pretty weak for T1. They don't have a lot of champions that will get too much value out of it, especially for this comp.
If you're a squishy comp, though, I feel like Mountain is also kind of amazing because then it kind of makes everyone into a pseudo tank, especially after the soul comes in.
I think they would have liked Hextech the most, but obviously anyone would. As we are going to see a bit of a fight here over the red buff right now, as Pays can impact this play from a really far distance away, and Doran has flash ult. This is a risky endeavor here for Hanwha Life Esports, but I feel like they just can't help it, can they, Atlas, to try and find something.
They will always try and go for it. Zeus is also trying to go for it as Tibbers versus the Maiden. It's kind of cool. It's like a Pokemon battle.
Yeah.
I don't know who's higher level as far as Tibbers and the Maiden are concerned. Maybe level 10 versus level 10 is probably what it is. Now Carrier taking some damage. Kanavi gets in there, but the Bard, once again, tries to ult himself and dies before it even gets off, as Ona will be able to grab a kill onto Guma. The Emperor's Divide from Zeker is pretty fantastic, but he goes down as well as Doran picks up a triple, and he's looking to make it a quadra here at 15 minutes into the game. Carrier wants to slow down Kanavi, but Kanavi does not get slowed down by anyone.
It's like literally everything I was saying right before this. Like, Pays can impact the play from far away. Right, Doran is there. He has flash and ult. And they just stay for some reason. Like, they can't help it, okay?
Yeah.
Like, Delight goes, he has already used his magical journey. So Kanavi's like, I'm coming with you, bro. But everybody's here. And Pays is also effectively here, right? And he actually ends up joining the fight in the end, but his ultimate is so high value. And then Zeka is like, just sending the bad guys to his teammates.
Guma just kind of died without being able to get into a position to use his ultimate. Still had flash up as well. Very awkward little fight there from HLE, and now they are behind 2,000 gold.
All right, well,
it's not a massive swing, even though it looked like it was T1 kind of demolishing.
It looked very much like a big decision-making error. Is Kanavi?
What?
I mean, I'm scared of him too, to be honest. I also just flashed right then.
Yeah, no, me too.
It's on cooldown for a long time.
Yep.
I better not make any casting mistakes, because I don't think I've got a backup button.
I think Delight had also thrown a Cosmic Binding over the wall. It might have been what the reaction came from there as well. But that just was... it's a jump scare. This whole game has been a jump scare so
I mean, the
far.
draft even was a jump scare.
True.
As I do think T1 are now in a position to where this Annie setup makes it really simple to play the game. If Hanwha Life Esports continue to try to play as if they are now like 3,000 gold ahead at 16.5 minutes like they often are, they need to actually play a little bit slower. They need to wait for their opportunities, wait for some Cataclysm, Misfortune combos, right? Like, Misfortune is 1,000 gold behind effectively here in this game, and Nocturnal going to come out. There's Guma.
Lights go off. Deadly Flourish will be avoided here as Ona not able to find Gumayusi, who does have to flash. Holds onto his barrier at least, but the flash, the most important one.
You know how they say patience is a virtue? Kanavi believes it's a sin.
Yeah, no.
And,
or he just doesn't understand the concept. As Innie goes once more, as if proving our point, as Faker flashes over the wall just beautifully.
Great flash. What a flash from Faker. And that just ruins the whole setup. They almost made something of that.
You almost caught Faker. As Pace just throwing grenades around this mid lane. Gumushi taking a little bit of damage from that one. As we do have somewhat of some normalcy coming on into the game here.
Don't say it. Don't jinx it.
I had a moment. And it's not even really jinxing because we kind of want this game to just be chaos the entire time, don't we?
I guess you're right. As we got double hex plates on the top side, as that's the way of Varus these days. And
we are ultimating all the time.
I kind of just think that the problem for HLE have a comp that absolutely can come back here in this small gold lead, but if they kind of keep throwing themselves at T1, it might just be that they are their own undoing. I think this is kind of strangely a weird test for HLE where they need to be patient.
Yeah, if they cannot too much, it could be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, just like play through sides, you know, let Kanavi set you up. You don't have to dive turrets and just get this scaling of Zero online. He's going to do more damage throughput than the Annie will in most cases. Again, assuming mistakes aren't made. Faker is not ahead, believe it or not, because he died twice, even though he had a pretty nice lead early on. But Kanavi's on his own side of the jungle. Maybe they are taking it a little bit to heart here.
Yeah. And Kanavi still has a decent advantage as well in the jungle. He's one of the only ones, somehow Faker as well, based on mainly that CS lead that he has against Faker, is able to hold on to a little bit of an advantage here as well. But with Doran as strong as he is, it is a very scary moment as we do have a teleport coming on in. I'm not sure about that one, Faker, as he does get knocked up by Kanavi. It should be a trade, but the Tempered Fate this time is going to work out and will save his life.
That's exactly what I'm talking about when I say wait for opportunities. Faker just gives them a silver platter. Oh, gives them a kill on a silver platter. Teleports to die, and they have all the buttons ready. They wait for it, and they punish. And that should be the first dragon of the game here for Hanwha Esports. And Zeus gets some alone time in sides.
That could have been such a huge moment for T1 as well, because it was Soul Point available for them. All that effort put into locking down the double dragon. Obviously, in 5 minutes' time, they'll have another one, but let's check it out again.
There were so many different, better locations to TP to here from Faker, frankly. This one is just a bit of a whiff, bit of a miss. Great play, as you mentioned, from Delight to protect Kanavi here, so T1 are not able to trade one back.
If it was a 1-for-1, though, between the two, that would have been Jungler dead, and T1 would have probably been able to then take the Drake on the back end. So I think Delight really throwing the wrench into the works, and so that was why HLE were able to do so, as Kanavi just goes up into the sky for a sec, and then looks to try and take down a Grump. He will be successful in that endeavor. 1,000 gold the lead for T1. This game is getting closer and closer.
It certainly is. The Rocket Belt is ready here for Zeka. So he is very difficult to blow up very quickly in this draft. No longer really a target for the Nocturne setups here. I don't think he'll ever really be in a position to be caught by Faker. Guma is the big hole that needs to be patched here for Hanwha Esports. They need to get him some more money. He's got some alone time here in this, not alone time, but some strong time here with this Bloodthirster, so like he can safely farm in the mid lane is what I'm getting at.
Yep.
And they're going to look for a potential pick onto Faker. He still doesn't have flash just yet, and if he runs away, that's a turret. This is a great macro play here. And I do think that Zeus can just kind of eat the deficit on the bottom side here into Doran, knowing that Owner could ult him. He's playing very safely, so this just doesn't really allow for a cross map here for T1. As you can see, the Varus is pushing.
Take the bottom outer turret. So it is a 1-for-1, but still, I think that HLE will be happy with how this one's going.
Can't get more.
Rotating over as Doran is sieging an inner turret. That seems dangerous.
He is punished too much. Backed up by Owner, though, and it's very difficult for Delight to make this play alone. But if Kanavi shows up, Doran find himself leaving very quickly, and he is on his way out.
Yep, and Delight is just going to make his way over, finds the Cosmic Binding there as the mini flag and drag is going to try and lock down Owner, who flashes away. Doran standing his ground, though. The Tempered Fate holds him in position. The curtains were cold, but Pays not going to be able to find those last bullets. But man, Doran is so scary with this Dusk and Dawn.
Yeah, he's does so much damage by Maiden.
Takes 50 gold from the Maiden as well.
Pays had a huge part to play in that defensive Doran. He had such a great angle there and had enough vision to back it up, knowing that he could actually just pull out the curtains, the curtain call, pull them back, and make sure that there was no follow-up there. And HLE just had to respect Doran's damage with all of that utility coming through from the Jhin. So kind of reset in T1. Maintain a small gold lead here. Very small at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's still shrinking. Tempo vibes feeling on the side of T1, though. To go back to that one.
Yeah.
Spaze comes back, picks up this wave, and outer turrets still up here in the mid lane, as two of them have fallen for T1 in their side lanes. I think that's a large reason why HLE is so competitive as far as the gold is concerned. That one extra turret, that just shows how close this game is.
Incredibly close. Like, the next fight is probably going to be on this next dragon, but both teams have threatened vision on Baron. It's a MF versus a Jhin, so the damage is not 100% there for doing this.
It's not really, although there is an Azir on HLE's side, so I'd wait, there's also a Varus on the T1.
But it's still like so risky because your comps are a little bit squishy, especially with the Yorick not wanting to be there and the Varus being Varus, so you can be punished if you're the one to start Baron first, but they're setting these Baron traps like HLE are doing right now, and T1 are so good at this themselves that they're going to play this slow and not fall for it.
Level 16 on Doran, my goodness.
Yeah,
he's 2 levels ahead. I mean, 1 and a bit levels ahead, as level 15 does come in for Zeus now. But a full level is a huge deal, especially when it's level 16. So Doran going to come in looking for Delight, but does immediately get knocked up. There's Paranoia going down. Delight is very dead almost immediately. His owner gets on in there. The Cataclysm is going to lock him down, but they kill Guma before he can really do anything. Now Doran flashing out of the way. Zeka should be able to put him down, and then dash cannons towards Carrier to try and lock that one up. Now Zeus versus Faker. Is Zeus finding some revenge?
Zeka?
And he will find the angle there. Zeka will be able to go golden, but Faker walking so incredibly quickly. It's a double for Pays as he looks to clean up, and the footwork isn't there for the Yorick. It's a triple for Pays in the end.
Carrier, by the way, no deaths on this Karma, plays this fight like a
1-0-11.
man. Like he's up in the thick of things because he knows that he's not the priority target. He's just the one casting spells on all of his teammates in the thick of things. Guma dying here, so important, because if he lives even with like 1 health, he can actually offer a lot more in this fight. And Doran, look at Carrier, flashes to give him the shield, buy some additional space. Faker winning the fight on the other side here against Zeus initially, but doesn't actually have the damage throughput. And then this ult here from Zeka and the Zhonya's makes it look like maybe there's an angle here. Faker rejoins. And Zeka is
deadly
deleted.
flourish onto Zeus. I didn't even see it.
Keeps him out. Cannot get in. Carrier is just like, he's doing so much in this fight. He's casting spells on everybody to keep them up. And caught here a little bit.
Well, Carrier might be dead, ladies and gentlemen. No flash available, and so he's going down. Kanavi, of course, is going to use that to go even further in, and Faker will be taken down by a meep slap out of Delight.
I mean,
it is going to be soul point over to T1.
But can they do Baron? I think they can. Like, they have this Azir, like you were mentioning, doesn't have an arm guard anymore, but he's got the damage. Doran's going to pick up 3,500 assists, and he's going to try to assist his team in denying this Baron, but they're very late.
Yeah, let's see what more they can get. The Ghoulie Wall just to try and zone them away, as Zeus could be in a lot of trouble here. There's the bullet time, and down will go Ona. That should guarantee the Baron, as Kanavi's on top of it, and HLE will be able to secure this. Still, they sacrifice Zeus for it. Emperor's Divide just barely picks up Doran, and he's not going to be getting 3,501 assists at the end of this.
Best game of the year so far? This game is crazy.
I don't know. It certainly felt like one of the most back-and-forth games.
It's incredible. All right, Carrier's going to come over here and try to annoy Kanavi and defend this red buff, but the mid lane turret is down. Baron up for HLE after that play. The misfortune value was there, and finally Guma takes a pretty big lead here over Pays. I mean, at this stage of the game, 500 isn't that much, but he gets a real lead. He's actually now extremely relevant, as this all starts off here with Carrier getting caught and HLE turning to Baron. But we got to go back to live because it's one of those games.
Yep. Kanavi is Kanaviing one more time as Zeka almost dies to the Tibbers from Faker, but I think Faker knew that he was going to be dying there. And that is another pick. Doran still not up yet. And HLE with a lot of spare time and a Baron on top of that.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of game where we got to ban replays because there's always something happening in live.
Yep.
Zeka gets his Zhonya's, so no longer a broken arm guard. Sitting on 3 items on this Azir. They take a significant lead here.
And the thing that really has taken a hit, Wolf, is those early game stats that we had from HLE. Because in a deficit throughout most of this game, but have been able to turn things around and have now found their largest lead so far in the game.
Absolutely, and it's really only Doran. I mean, it's actually factually only Doran who has a lead here now for T1, but they're just going to group and start sieging these turrets.
Delight just really, really likes pressing Magical Journey. And he does it again, and he's actually going to be fine. Ona gets the fear onto Kanavi in this mid lane, but that is a lot of damage onto Gumayushi. This gets comboed by Faker. Goes down to 50%. Does have Bloodthirster, though, so should be able to get that health bar back up to a decent level.
The siege is real. They need to be careful about overextending, though.
Yeah. Zeka able to get out of the way of the Chains of Corruption. Really nicely done there. Doran opportunistic.
Hanalife Esports, you know, I mean, Kanavi's up 2 levels. He's got a lead. He had a lead early on in the game and has really pulled ahead in experience now as they start to take all the jungle away.
Kind of ridiculous that Zeka has the largest lead in the game.
Especially with how this game started, but he's done so much damage, and this Azir pick is so important for what Hanalife Esports are trying to do in these scrappy fights, and has been so instrumental in being able to, for example, set up the Baron. That got them this really huge lead in the first place, where they were able to get that pick onto Keria, and then with his damage, start the Baron and threaten that turn. And now T1 kind of have to huddle. Like they have a Nocturne, but it's difficult to paranoia. It's difficult to actually find a setup or engage because it's Nocturne and Karma. They need the Annie to be in position to set this up, but she is just so fragile right now.
Well, Faker was waiting for an opportunity there. Running pretty fast as Tempered Fate is going to be thrown down for fun. The siege is on. They do manage to get the Crystalline Overgrowth, and there is more plates falling in this mid lane. Doran coming on over, though, and I think that Kanavi didn't really want to go for that 1v1. As HLE, Baron wears off, and they are just going to back away. 3.6k going to be their advantage, one of the largest leads in the game so far, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and now for T1, you have to really just keep your focus on this dragon. If you can secure that Mountain Soul, it's going to be huge for you. If you can win the team fight around it, obviously that would be even better. But they have Varus, right? It's not Gumo who's piloting it for his steal, but they have a lot of different ways to secure this. They have all of their flashes. You know, this is going to be potentially the game-deciding fight here. You see some frustration on the T1 player cams here because this game felt so much more in their hands.
I thought it was because Pays built Ghostblade Stormrazor.
No, that was just frustration with you on the caster cam.
I imagine Orcs is probably also a little frustrated. But I don't have confirmation of that, and maybe this space will let us know whether he is frustrated.
T1, no prio here, so it's tough for the Nocturne, again, to get access to the targets they want. Guma and Zeka on the left side here, but so well protected. Delight's ultimate comes back online here. All flashes are up in this game, and this might be the final team fight.
Could be. Delight taking a little bit of a chunk there as the flash forward from Faker. They don't manage to kill Delight though, and Faker goes down very, very low. Bullet time onto just the Annie will secure it. And Kanavi still has GA and doesn't actually get it popped. Gets out of the way of the curtain call, and HLE were looking for even more. But I think just denying this soul could be a big deal. As never mind, Zeus has winning the game on his mind.
They're going to do both. They're going to get this dragon, but also get this inhibitor turret, force a big reaction out of T1. There's no contest of the dragon whatsoever, period, here. And they end up just getting both wins on the map. Of course, both on the bottom side of the map, but a far distance away from each other. It looks like just a bit of a miscalculation here with Faker's play on trying to get Delight. He takes that chunk. Faker sees his opportunity to flash Tibbers. The follow-up is there from Pace, but they don't have the damage. And Kanavi, watch how he plays this. Turns onto Doran. Faker's killed by the ultimate here of Guma, but he makes sure that Doran can't get an angle to layer any damage onto the rest of the team, and T1 just have to tuck tail and run.
And Kanavi as well, nice footwork to avoid a lot of those bullets as well. Keeps his GA intact. 3-1 and 11. 100% kill contribution in a game like this is kind of disgusting.
It's a 31 kill game.
Yeah. And he has been there for all of his team's kills and has only died once.
He's only a level behind the York.
My goodness. Well, Paranoia comes down. Immediate flash out there from Guma. As Cataclysm comes on forward, Ona still had his flash up and available, and he may need to use it as he does get inspired. There is the Tempered Fate onto only Carrier. As HLE, a lot of buttons on cooldown, but T1 can say the same.
It's so hard for T1 to play this comp without going in. And every time they go in, there's a consequence, right? They're not getting the picks they're looking for, and the turn is amazing. And now HLE are like, thank you for the setup for Baron.
Well, Zeka needs to be over there as Pays might be able to find an angle here towards Zeka, but he does just fly away.
Doran TP.
Yeah, and this
Go
Baron
slow.
is just gone, ladies and gentlemen. There is nothing they can really do about that one. Still, Ona, without his ultimate yet available, Carrier just barely alive as well as the Maiden getting involved. Deadly Flourish, fantastic, onto Zeus, and he will just be sacrificed. The curtains have been called here as well as they're in the shooting gallery. HLE just staying in the fog of war as best they can, though, as Doran moving up behind them. And they are getting corralled. Maybe this Sun Disc will be enough to help them out. Azaeus, no teleport to join after this 45 seconds either, if they can buy that much time, which would be really, really difficult. Zeka looks for the angle as Carrier flashes out of the way. Ona will be able to get his Zhonya's, as that was such a weird play. The Emperor's Divide onto the Varus to lock out so much of the damage, and Pays is dead as well. Down goes Ona and HLE. The 4 versus 5, they're looking to try and win it anyway, as Kanavi will be able to help lock down Carrier. And the Tempered Fate just to look really cool before securing the ace. Gumayushi was already onto this inhibitor turret, and man, what an incredible game. But in the end, HLE get their revenge and take down T1 in game 1.
A hard-fought win for HLE, and man, I don't know if Pays could have done more this game. His catch on to Zeka, the constant threatening, that was his first death of the game, and it will be his last as well. He's the final T1 member to die here. Their recent addition, but HLE with a commanding position through the mid game, and they played this game so differently than so many other of those Kanavi Jarvan games. They were patient. Their AD carry Guma, the MF was 0-3, didn't have a ton of agency, but they found their angles, they waited for mistakes, and they pounced at the exact right times. Despite Delight's early shenanigans, the deficit that they had, they fought back. And this was a unique win for Honda Life Esports that proves that they don't always have to have the snowball well and truly rolling down the hill to have a dominant mid-game performance against a top-tier team like T1.
Absolutely incredible stuff. And I just want to say, HLE got 19 kills. That was Kanavi's KDA. Like, that is absurd. We are often used to seeing him go a little bit too far. He went just far enough in this game, and it was beautifully well played in order to get HLE back in it and make things happen, even after some crazy stuff happening in the early game. Delight just being all over the map, mostly places he didn't want to be. Zeka just standing there and dying for first blood. That was just so full of drama, and I hope that we get more as we move towards game number 2. After this short break, the Space is going to attempt to break down this one with only a couple of highlights, and then we will have that game number 2. We'll see you soon.
바로 스친 노공이야. 바로 스친 노공.
바로 스친 노공. 나 공 80초. 다 같이 짐 눌러. 이패 여기서 짐.
이거.
하나 둘.
지금 안 돼. 지금 안 돼. 이거 지금 안 돼.
잘 맞아 이거.
여기 좀 봐줘야 될 듯. 아래 볼래 이거?
직접 보던가.
맞아.
잘 맞아. 기다려.
천천히 해봐. 여기 좀 빌려줘. 바로 진 추천하고 있는데 이거?
진 잡았어. 좋아. 가져왔어.
야 끝냈다. 아래 봐봐.
아래 봐줘.
너네 가. 텔.
얼렸어. 나이스.
나이스. 썰이야 초반에.
counter ganks. I mean, there's no flash here, but now Cuz is here, and all of a sudden, okay, that was a little bit wonky. But Cuz is still going to get in, and Cataclysms them both, and he does get super low. Raptor with a nice clean up there, but now
이게 애리 닭길이야. 아 씨. 야 그만 쳐먹어 돼지야.
Could be some valuable later on, because I don't know if you really want to fight this one, but like, do you want to do it? You're looking for an angle here.
Look at the damage for the Aurora! And the bullet time, they all get stuck and locked up and lined up, essentially. There is the root. Rain's going to miss here from second. They get the paranoia. Now the turn on the Guma. The wild growth is huge, and he goes golden.
아카리 끌었어. 아카리 개딸피야. 천천히 해봐.
HLE get the fight they were looking for. The peel comes in for Guma.
아카리 날아오는 거 그냥 끌어버리잖아. 아 잘했어.
Still getting aggressive. Greedus decided to die by the looks of things, as now Lucid is going to get kicked back into the open arms of the DNS Supers. And that is going to be the kill, as there it is. Finally, the leap of faith comes down. Sheer keeping himself alive and takes 2 of them down. This is the thing, you have to make sure that this could be a rough time, and then just teleports away.
Turtle porting.
Yeah, the turtle port out of danger is what he went for there. As Roman once again looking for an opportunity, dodges the Emperor's Divide quite nicely here as he will land a backflip. And does he have the ulti? The perfect execution! Solo kill for Roma!
Oh, nice.
Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the rush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? Every sky's a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the storm.
What a blessed day that we have today, right? It was a clean performance by the Bros, showing off some great League of Legends, and then two of the best teams in the world showing exactly why, as T1 and Hanwha Life Esports went toe-to-toe, and ultimately, in a final team fight, Hanwha Life Esports up 1-0 over T1. Digon here, alongside Ox and Wadid. What a great match that was.
I think that was banging, but also just so chaotic, and the fact that it started with such a solid early lead from T1. There was certain colleagues of mine who had predicted that T1 were going to win, who were maybe counting their chickens before they'd hatched.
I mean, it was insane all the game, by the way. Faker was literally everywhere. Like, he did something in the mid lane, bot lane, and also top lane. So, like, it was just one of the game that Faker was ruling for the early game.
That was me and Wadid, by the way. We were T1 predictors. We are T1 predictors. As we take a look at the early game that you were talking about, Wadid, Annie making some moves here, getting it going.
Yeah, silly mistake from Zeka. He didn't expect Faker to have enough mana to all in, and that was an easy solo kill for Faker, calculated. And then, this is not just the end of the snowball from Faker.
Yeah, we see him moving about the map, getting so much value on this Annie pick, going for these solo roams. He comes down here and kills Gumishi, and then we see him not even long after this as well, making a similar move up towards the top lane, and in those moves, killing both of his former teammates.
Yeah, again, just roaming around the map on the Annie, which mostly has been used by most teams to just neutralize the matchup in the mid lane, but finding the timings to punish here is Faker.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was just a free game for T1 from this point, because they had such a great draft as well with Varus. He just blind picked it, and they have the Jhin Karma to snowball it, and to cover, we have Nocturne too. So I thought it was great, but I think after the early game, Faker kind of like threw out the lead by himself with the silly TPs, and I think HLE on top of that, they were great in the team fights.
Yeah, well, after a couple of fights around the Drake, then here on the top side of the map, Hanwha Life Esports find a pick onto Keria, and then that leads to T1 having a I think I can kind of moment in the highlight here, where they all try to salvage the play here, Ox.
So this is a great trap, especially because T1 just won a fight around Dragon before this. They get this initial setup, this pick onto Keria, who's Karma, pretty easy target to take down, especially with no sums, and they instantly flip it and turn onto Faker as well. So it was just one pick on the support, turns into two, and that is more than enough to set up for the Baron. And we actually end up seeing that play extend out from there on the Baron setup, and they do a great job of denying owner access.
Yeah, so this is what happens when two good teams are playing against each other. So, like, while T1 is getting the Drake, they were thinking about HLE to get the other side of the map, so like jungle camps or the Nashor vision, right? So that's why Keria was there, but also on top of that, like, HLE thought they're gonna come to defend this play, so that's why Delight was waiting for Keria in that brush.
We did explaining the old I know what you know, what I know, what I think you know, which is what I think you know, and now I caught Keria, and now I caught Faker, and then I caught Owner, and then I think Doran tried to steal it with the Varus, the Varus Q didn't quite work out there. Now Hanwha Life Esports have control of the game, and then here, this is after one of the members already gets picked by Hanwha Life Esports, they're getting corralled by T1, and it's a big shove that stops the moment.
Yeah, and I think we end up seeing Doran going very aggressive on this play on the Varus, and he is bulky for a Varus, but just ends up trying to play aggressively and gets shut down immediately. The response from HLE is there. And then we see the flash coming out there from Pays, but he gets focused down. I think the target selection from HLE here was really just excellent, not giving any room to either of these two AD carries on T1.
Not only this team fight, but T1, I don't know, man. Can we stop some of Circus? Because I think this was also one of the games that they have the insane early lead and they just threw out at the mid game. So, like, what is happening, you know? Like, we gotta stop this. We won a stabilize. That's what we consider is the point where we just split the good team and the bad team.
But we did. It wouldn't be the circus if we just try to stabilize. We have to entertain. We have to keep fighting. We can fix it. And T1 have been able to do that in the past. However, that causes...
I mean, we have easy hood now, you know? Can we just, like, play slow and win slow? with the draft that we have, the lead that we have.
We will win entertainingly, and we will continue to fight until we win, until we lost, like that one there. Unreal Life Esports coming out on top on that one, and proving themselves that the win against KT earlier was not a fluke. They're ready, they're legit, and are contenders to be the #1 seed moving on into the road to MSI. Let's see what happens here in game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And we did always bringing out the big statements. You know, no vagueness from this guy ever.
No.
And just says it how it is. Doesn't want any more circus.
Right, Faker, he gives and he takes away in this game, right? He had an incredible early game, but a few missed calls. The teleport, the all-in on Delight. I was at Starbucks this morning, okay, at like 9 a.m., and they had a bunch of magazines there. And my wife hands me a cover of Fortune Korea. Faker's on the cover. It's like the edition from like 2 days ago or something.
My God.
And I'm reading an article about it, and the start of the article is just listing all of Faker's achievements. And on the cover, it calls him...
And then the article was over, obviously. The word count was too high.
The cover also called Faker Mr. Esports. And in this game, he had such a pivotal role in the lead T1 got, but eyes too big for the stomach there. The circus, I think that what it is talking about, is a lot about T1 trying to seize those moments, trying to be in control the entire time. And against a team like Hanwha Life Esports, that can work really well, especially because they're the ones who are often presenting themselves as targets. But it was just such a unique HLE game. You know, it was such a unique, slow, methodical, wait for those opportunities, an opportunity seizing rather than making game for Hanwha Life Esports that punished those plays from T1.
Yeah.
And Faker, it looked like he was already like palm leader. Like it was all said and done, and then just a few mistakes, and suddenly Hanwha Life Esports snap up the win.
Yeah, things kind of fell apart. However, there is a game number 2 now, so we'll see whether T1 can draw this one out to a 3-gamer, which I think we all deserve. Let's be honest. Once again, T1 are going to be banning away the Aurora, the Ashe, and maybe then the Akali. If we are going to have exactly the same bans, Ezreal was the final ban for HLE. Does make a bit of sense there as well, as Pei's certainly a bit of an enthusiast of that champion, but instead of the Akali, they will take away the Vi instead. Said instead too many times.
So, I mean, so many broken picks are gone already in this draft because of the way it went. It's kind of wild. Caitlyn will get banned away, so a lot of these comfort picks make a lot of sense. The Vi, the Aurora with the Ashe all make sense. Jay's stock's kind of up because the Yorick is gone, but I don't think you necessarily want to pick it early in a draft like this, or maybe even at all, because it has run into problems with Sion, for example, as well. First pick is so difficult. I'm surprised T1 even went with it in this draft here in Game 2, and they're going to go for the Milio first pick?
Wait, Milio first pick, but then you can play Lucian with other stuff.
Yeah, is it like, is Pei's baiting because he's going to play Milio Aphelios like the old days?
Could be a thing.
Because Guma, he already proved that he loves to play the Lucian. He's still very good at Lucian. He's incredible at this pick.
Yeah, and
this feels like a bait, right? It feels like they want him to play Lucian.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they want him to play like Lucian Nami or something like that, which isn't necessarily as good of a lane. But I
see what he's going to do. They're going to get the Xin for Kanavi first. They used all that time because they knew they were going to lock Xin here, but they used all that time to discuss what they want to do with their bottom lane. And then they can reset the timer with the lock-in of the Xin.
And let's see whether it is going to be a bottom lane lock-in or whether they are just okay.
Lulu is available.
With the Milio Lucian.
And you could just go for a Yunara pick, but they're locking the Lucian. They're slamming it down. They're accepting the challenge or walking into whatever T1 thinks they're setting up here.
This could be a T1 trap that
I think it is, right? Like, it's got to be. But is it just Milio Aphelios, or what else? Is it going to be Pei's pulling out the Jinx here or something
Is he going to play Kog'Maw again? That'd be fun. I don't know whether it'd be good with Milio, but, I mean, it's a thing. It kind of needs Lulu, as far as I know.
If with other teams, I would see this as a huge mistake to go for the Milio first, especially with Guma on the other side, but we knew there's something in this. And, like, if you're confident in your Aphelios, I mentioned it earlier, Pei's has had some great performances on it before it fell out of the meta. You can just go, all right, I think we win this, by the way. And Pei's had such an incredible game 1. It was insane. So I'm kind of hyped for seeing how this one plays out.
Yeah, me too. And I'm very interested in what Delight is actually going to play in this lane as well, alongside the Lucian, as Faker picks up the Twisted Fate. And that is going to be unanswerable if they are going to lock in a support. This could be a support or a top laner or a mid laner. That is mostly going to Zeka. He has a pretty cool skin on that one.
Quite formidable into the Twisted Fate, but also, depending on the timings, can just be shut down by a cold card. You got to use your Shroud well.
Yep.
I want to say this is a flex. Let's wait and see. It is also a fairly good answer into a possible Doran Twisted Fate on the top side, if that ended up being the case. I don't think that will be, but something to keep in mind. We have seen in the years past.
I'm a little bit worried about the whole Lucian situation, though, because you do kind of need specific support.
Well, yeah, you need a Nami. You don't have Bard in this one.
Imagine if they ban Nami Sona. It would be very funny.
Like
Theoretically, I mean, there are other things that you could play with it. Yeah, exactly right.
But Yumi
like, there
doesn't
are other
feel
things
great
on the list.
Here. Let's see what they do. This is quite interesting. Now, with Twisted Fate Pantheon, all the global power that has and the CC they have to line it up is just too much. That one needed to be banned. Rel is going to be taken away. That's a pretty Delight-specific champ that I think almost literally no one would play but Delight with the Lucian in the lane.
Yeah, pretty out there. I think Polu would have done it, but he doesn't play anymore. So I guess he's sort of off the list.
Do they ban Leona? I don't think so. I mean, also, Leona's terrible into Milio because she just, all of the stuff she's trying to do, Milio says no to.
Yeah, it just doesn't fit with what Lucian wants to do.
Just ban Lee Sin again. Okay, they're going to ban the Jace with no Yorick response. They don't want to play the Anivia top into it necessarily.
Yep, looks like, you know, it could be a Zeus pick. Obviously, this Anivia is very flexible.
Don't forget that, like, if the Anivia does go out, like, Zeka could still play, like, Silas into Twisted Fate. There's a lot of potential here in this draft for Hanwha just yet.
I have heard that Zeka is pretty good at Twisted Fate.
Gnar is banned.
Oh, is it a Renekton angle? That's the question.
Alistair Lucian just really doesn't have a ring to it that I've ever heard. It's
Alusta?
Yeah, it's like a sound that humans can't hear. The ring that it makes.
Yeah, I don't like it.
It annoys dogs everywhere.
The only ring is the one in his nose. That is Pike, Blitzcrank, Lucian Senna? And it's going to be the cow.
All of those, okay. I felt good about the Alice rotation until they flipped around all of those, and then I started to feel like they really didn't have a plan here for locking Lucian plus question mark with Emilio coming through.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Lucian Alistair lane.
I mean, this is kind of reminiscent of when Keria, wasn't it in Game 5 against Dirix, they banned the Lux so to prevent Keria from first picking Lux in that game in the World Finals. Like that was the situation they wanted to prevent, the one that's happening right now. Sion will get picked here as a very safe pick for Doran in the top lane.
Yep. Something that, you know, could run into some issues with an Anivia that gets sort of out of control as Ona thinking about going for the Lee Sin. I mean, the setup with the Twisted Fate is very scary, and now he's grinning because Keria is hovering a Jax for him. Be a little bit of fun there as well. You actually have a really nice matchup into the Xin Zhao that really does like to get those auto attacks down, but instead
is too free with the Twisted Fate. It's just so easy to play it out. And they have such a front line for this Aphelios. And like you said, it's owner, it's comfort. I mean, comfort doesn't do it justice what it is. It's pure dominance.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if there's a pick here that saves this draft for me if I'm watching Hanwha Life. And also, like, this is not a Kanavi, this is not an HLE draft with the Lucian, Alistair, Anivia.
That's a Gwen, and that'll be locked in for Zeus. Pretty good at cutting down tanks, obviously, but I'm feeling like this HLE draft may have cooked a little hard.
I think it just kind of ran out of ingredients. Doran, his itemization becomes very simple with an Anivia and a Gwen on the other side, as the Lucian is looking for other targets. The Lucian attack damage is looking for killing the priority Twisted Fate, or if he's lucky, killing Pays on this Aphelios. Pays Aphelios is two words we would say together a lot at the beginning of his career. It was one of his best picks alongside the Zeri. And yet, we haven't seen it in a really long time because Aphelios has really fallen out of the meta. We thought maybe it would come back with role quests and how good they are for Aphelios the beginning of this year, but it just never really eventuated here in the LCK. But they get this Milio first pick. They trust Pays' Aphelios. They deny the Milio from the Lucian. And unfortunately for Hanwha Life Esports, they wanted to put their prio elsewhere and did not give a strong lane partner to Guma. So now we have this Alistair Lucian lane. that I'm not ready to trust in right now. I mean, Hanwha Life Esports have pulled rabbits out of a hat a few times this season. I just don't know if I'm seeing the ears right now.
Yeah, I do. Like, there are some things that I really like about the Alistar pick, just because Melio is really good at mitigating stuns and things like that. Knockup's a little bit more difficult, but like you say, the lane is going to be real rough. Let's see how it goes as we get onto the Rift for Game 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. And I have to say, after the draft, I'm feeling like things are looking good for a game number 3. However, HLE played a really, really nice mid to late game in game number 1. And this composition, it does have legs, right? There is a Gwen that's going to be very difficult to kill in side lanes. It's the double circle composition with the Xin Zhao Gwen combo. And it's Kanavi on his Xin. He is very, very good at this champion. I'm just looking at T1. They've got an Aphelios for the late game. They've got a Sion to stand in front. And they've got Faker to control the mid game as well on this Twisted Fate. And he was doing that on Annie. Now he has the ability to kind of be everywhere.
This is the first Anivia game for Zeka. It has been played 3 times by Zeus for Hanwha Life Esports, but never by Zeka. So that shouldn't come as a shock when you consider that Zeus is one of the first top laners alongside King to play it in the LCK, and also that it just doesn't really suit Zeka's playstyle all too much. He likes to play the melees, he likes to play a little bit more explosive stuff, as we saw with the Azir in the previous set. Doing a lot of damage with this Electrocute here in this trade, though.
Yeah, does very well there.
We've seen only really one player play Anivia like it's supposed to be in a dive comp, and his name is Chovy. We've seen the crazy walls, the aggressive flash Qs.
I have to say, Scout also had some pretty incredible performances, really making it look like a hard counter to the Rise, as we saw earlier. As Kanavi
Level 3
just
Kanavi.
flashed over the Dragon Wall, and Delight looking to taxi in, gets the Flash Pulverize as Pays, realizing that he's going to have to take the long exit. Gumayusi flashes away from him, flashes after him, and picks up first blood.
I mean, this was something that, and it's crazy to say this, the echoes of a retired player here, but something we'd see Peanut do all the time on picks like this, flashing the Dragon Wall, expecting the ward to be there, because Pays and Keria did their due diligence, right? Well, maybe not enough due diligence for a player like Kanavi, but they had the ward and the tri-brush. They felt safe. They felt like they had enough space here, but Kanavi circumvents it entirely, as you mentioned, with the flash over the Dragon Pit. And then Delight sets this up, and Pays is just like, well, I gotta sacrifice myself here. Wants to get a flash out of Guma. Is able to get that with his, but definitely a huge loss here for T1 in this play. And once again, Kanavi popping off. As you can see, these are the first picks of 3 of the players, including Delight.
Yeah,
on this Alistar.
Crazy. And it was only very recently that Gumayusi went back to this Lucian as well. As you mentioned, was in their previous matchup. Had a bit of a pop-up performance there as, wow, T1 have been pretty successful on these ones so far in the LCK. But it's a good start for HLE in this game, moving up to a 500 gold lead. Still going to be opportunities, I think, for T1 to be able to make that up, especially with Faker just getting more gold in the mid lane. Will be able to help mitigate it. However, on the top side of the map, I think that Doran's woes will continue from now until he's not playing Sion anymore.
True. That's not, he's, the Rejuve bead in his inventory is just like a collector's item.
Yeah.
He's got.
I mean, he's going to get a lot of value out of it, because I don't think he's going to have all of his health for very much in this game.
This matchup here in the mid lane has been pretty fiery, but Faker obviously has his Twisted Fate passive, but has a significant CS advantage at the moment as well. So,
yeah,
pretty good start for him.
Really in a bit of trouble as Ona is spotted on some vision. Faker is there to protect, though, so it looks like Ona is just going to very comfortably steal this one away, can safeguard over to the Twisted Fate as well. As Kanavi has eyes for only the bottom lane.
Yeah, he loves this lane.
Well, there's the fire kick out from Keria, just to try and deter Delight from finding too much. As Kanavi has decided instead he wants to try and go toe-to-toe with Ona.
Now Faker may be a bit far up here. I think he's going to play respectfully. He does back away.
Yep, Kanavi ward going to get spotted.
Yeah, he's going to clear this ward, and that'll be the best he can get here, but good play there from Faker. Good scryer, or rather good response to the scryer, which spotted Owner. And yeah, if you're a Zeus fan, you're probably going to enjoy watching this. Doran, let's try to trade back here. This early Scion is very annoying, but now Zeus has ult. And if he can get past Doran's, might actually have even an angle for kill pressure.
Yeah, this is it's a scary time to be the Scion here in this lane.
Sometimes even just tempo ult the Scion as the Gwen and say, see you later. They are going to get this first dragon. The prio they have in mid right now as Faker's backing away. Owner could look for a steal, but Delight's trying to deny.
Yeah, Hex Flash to get Delight over there, and we'll be able to find Owner. The Tempest Cripple does come on down as the headbutt over the wall is going to fail from Delight, and the Destiny is going to come on through. The Dragon still hasn't been taken. Decent Pulverize there as well to try and create some space as Kanavi is now just dead. Owner's able to lock that one down as Delight just really confused about where to go, and Faker is just going to be able to follow him here. Finally picks up the kill, was giving Pays an opportunity to get it, and Faker's like, well, I'll just kill him.
They wanted Pays to have it so badly. Pays ghosts as well, but ultimately it goes over to Faker. Pays doesn't even get the assist.
So much wasted time here for HLE as well.
The beginning of the fight, I thought, wow, Delight's making such a critical sacrifice here to get the dragon stack. And Kanavi was like, whoa, 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 I could kill champions.
Forget me off this silly dragon.
Dumb dragon. It's a mountain dragon. I heard that's a defensive one.
We don't want that.
I was like, watch this until he's like, okay, I'm going to keep Owner at bay here, get the information, gets the knock up, and Kanavi's like, hold up. We could fight. Just drops the dragon here. Twisted Fate has his ultimate available. This is very silly. And also the Anivia early on in the game just cannot offer that much damage. So Zeka puts his ult down and they just completely ignore it. Pays wasn't even here. And he's trying desperately to be here, but
he ghosted, tried to get that Infernum Q to land. And that didn't work. And so Faker is able to just lock down the kill with the gold card. Kanavi going to get tagged by Owner here as well, who's going to steal away the Raptor camp and then gets the safeguard and kickback. Faker moving on over and is just going to get stunned as he shows up. The flash out from Kanavi as Zeka might be going down to the egg, but it's Zeus that shows up to pay his old teammates a visit. Good flash from Faker to deny the flash engage from Delight. HLE do even out the kill score, but this game is crazy.
Okay, well, there was some missed things there. Including my call, because it wasn't a true insect from Owner as he used the safeguard and not a flash, but Faker also very low.
Wait, hang on a second. Faker is gonna have to heal and will escape.
Both times he out-tracked mana from Zeus. Or from Zeka, rather. Game one, he was like, I have enough mana to kill you. He's like, you don't have enough mana to kill me. No, Owner uses the safeguard here, hop to get the kick, and then uses his flash after Kanavi gets away to try to actually push Zeka into egg here with Faker's gold card. Zeka actually, though, does get the egg proc, but then he has the wall right before that to lock Owner down. So Owner dies for this. Delight tries to make a play and unfortunately is not able to connect there. So it looked a little bit silly, but we're now even in gold. We're even in kills. And it looks like game two, at the beginning we were like, I'm not sure if it's going to be as epic as game one. Looking like it might be heading in that direction.
And the thing that it would be really crazy if HLE managed to win this game, it means that they are still plagued by the Gwen, even if now the player that lost to the Gwen when they were playing against Bin is the one piloting it against them. Oh my goodness. It's just too many layers. Zeus is looking in a really good spot right now. 800 gold in the lead over Doran. Obviously, Doran is still going to have value. He is a Scion. But if the Gwen gets out of control...
Faker's lead is pretty huge at the moment here for T1. I agree with what you're saying. Like, the side lane power here for Zeus could be massive, especially if they get all these grubs. And right now it looks like that is going to be the case. Faker does have his ultimate, but doesn't have the prio to actually get over there and do anything about this. So the Gwen pick, you're going to lead to the grubs and then empower her in upcoming sides. So for T1, I'm mostly curious about whether or not Doran will be stable enough in this game to be the front line that Pays desperately needs to carry.
Yeah, and I think if Pays is able to play the game the way he wants, Scion just needs to exist. You know, maybe don't go 0-9, but that's all that you really need to worry about. And right now, 0-0-0 falling behind a little bit in farm, but that's not too bad. And might even be able to grab a kill as Owner just barely not in the mist. Oh, that was not exactly what they wanted to see as the needlework comes down, just dashes away from the Sonic Wave. And Zeus able to outplay it.
Silly. All right. Bit of a whiff there from T1, even though the opportunity was quite high. And Zeus outplays it. And Faker continues to be bullied and yet be ahead on farm. He's got his Catalyst, so he's like, yeah, you can try to whittle away at my health, but I really just don't care about it.
He's having a very good time on this Twisted Fate. As this was picked, I believe, was it face up? No, it was not. So the Anivia was already there. Obviously, we didn't quite know where it was going. But the TF feeling like the answer that Faker was looking for into this pick. Zeka is, you know, still doing fine. The problem is the stack deck will always make an even game state look very one-sided,
and it's not
especially
even
when he gets a kill.
Yeah, he has a kill, he has the farm lead, so even more stack deck. Good news for Hanwha Life Esports is Zeus and Kanavi have just gotten their first items in the Riftmaker and the Sundered Sky, so a lot of power for the next fight here, which could be happening in about 20 seconds time on this Dragon. T1 have Prio here on the bottom side, but not in mid. Kanavi's coming down here to look for a potential pick. Owner's going to clear vision.
Ooh, Faker is going to get stunned up. Good wall placement there from Zeka to get that trade working out. Still takes some wildcard damage on his way out. Q connects onto Kanavi, but that is not one that Owner wants to go in for.
I think it would be unwise for T1 to heavily commit to this fight now that Pays doesn't have red-white anymore. His red gun expired, and he's on Calibrum here now, and this is going to be a Twisted Fate that's kind of pinned down. Could try to ult his way to the fight and kind of cheat his way in, but I think Hanwha Life Esports is Prio in control with this Lucian on Essence Reaver right now. It's just not a fight you want to take in any world.
Well, they are still hedging.
Oh, I mean, Owner is on vision. He gets the Q.
Yeah, connects that one. Delight is just ready to intercept, though. There was no way he was making his way in. And Kanavi gets a nice smite to lock down that Drake. Cloud Soul, once again, thank you, T1. Always so good at delivering Cloud Souls. I feel like we just haven't had very many.
It's crazy. Every time I cast with you, it happens with T1 specifically.
Yep. It is specifically T1. Oftentimes, it is Mountain Infernal. And the Cloud, this time we had a little bit of an Ocean, as Faker is going to get stunned, but not in the Glacial Storm and behind the wall. So Zeka doing a few things negatively there, but Owner does not, does just find the kick, as the Pulverize connects onto Owner, and the kitchen sink comes down on top of him. 3 Talon Strike is going to allow Kanavi to grab that kill, as now Owner might just be dead as well. Pays turns up on the top side of the map, though, and Zeus is looking to try and turn it, because he knows he is very dead. The flash comes through. Doran was already backing.
And finally, Pays gets a kill.
Yeah.
Finally got that kill. Flanking Milio, helping secure it there. Skuma's got some extra free time down here on the bottom side of the map, but definitely a big win for T1. This game is just, it's constant back and forth. A little bit less kills than we had in the previous game, but the action is constant, as Pays is even going to get some extra plate gold, it looks like they're on the top side of the map.
Yeah, got 2, thanks to the Crystalline Overgrowth.
Really huge.
And Hex Flash from Delight, and Kanavi is back once again. Flash comes out, at least the gold card is going to be there, but this time the wall is true. And Zeka even has egg, so he is never going to die in that instance, and another kill goes over to the Zinzal.
Well, the problem with this egg for T1 and this play here in terms of trying to knock him out, but in the previous play where Owner was trying to play aggressively, is that you don't really have kill pressure on him unless you're in a really commanding position. But trying to kind of like steal a kill onto the Anivia isn't going to work, because you're at best going to get the egg with heavy consequences. So Owner tries to opt out. I don't know if we'll have a replay of it or not, but just was not really, unfortunately for T1, a great angle. On the top side, though, they were able to salvage it and get that kill onto Zeus. Doran survives. And yes, Zeus is still 800 gold ahead, and Kanavi picked up a second kill there, but T1 have some gold where it needs to be, right? The Twisted Fate is naturally ahead, but Pays pulls ahead of this Lucian pick that just has not really gotten off the ground just yet. Doesn't mean it can't, but T1 have picked their battles pretty appropriately.
Yeah, I would agree. I do think that it is very scary that Zeus has a lead like he does. I just don't see the answers to a fed Gwen.
In this draft, yeah, it's pretty... We're kind of missing it.
Yep. So, Faker, of course, like you say, big lead for him. But a Twisted Fate, do you use that gold? All that, like, his kit is kind of built around always being ahead in gold. Like, that's how he's balanced.
Yes.
So it does make this gold advantage for T1 just feel a little bit fake.
If T1 had a bigger lead elsewhere, it would feel like, okay, Faker's going to get his rapid fire cannon faster because of this lead, and so therefore they can be more oppressive. But their composition is playing into a Gwen. They don't have the tempo lead on the map because they don't have a strong side lane setup. If they had anything but a Scion with the Twisted Fate, you'd feel like, okay, well, they can make side lane plays. It's not going to happen in this one without a lot of resources being committed, like we saw when they did just kill Zeus there on the top side moments ago. Well, there's a turret up there. That's not going to be around for too much longer, and that's kind of where Zeus wants to be, is next to the turrets right now. I like the Aphelios angle, though, for where FaZe is set up to be. As HLE are going to look for this Rift Herald, which would be further turret damage here on top of the grubs they already picked up for the Gwen. And it doesn't look like T1 have an easy path to contest, and Doran is just too far away. It should be Herald going over with no contest, as FaZe is trying to get some plate gold in the interim.
Yeah, he should be able to do that. Almost grabs that fourth one. But Gumushi able to hold on to that turret for now by eliminating the minions.
He's got 17 of that Severum left. I don't think he's going to have a full set for this upcoming Dragon fight.
Will only be double Dragon for either team, right? Going 1-for-1 on Drakes means that we don't have anyone really snowballing that one just yet. Still, T1 right now with vision control of the area based on a complete lack of any vision for HLE. As Zeka puts his Sork shoes together, they immediately upgrade. And Kanavi hits level 11. Getting a second point into that Crescent Guard is going to be a big deal moving further on into this game.
20 seconds on Dragon. For the first time in a while, T1 actually have a decent amount of prio for it. They push the Lucian away. Zeus has TP.
Oh, that was beautiful positioning for the Mist. Zeus is unable to get attacked. Faker taking a lot of damage there.
Yeah. Tier 3 boots here for Zeka now online, meaning he's starting to hurt a little bit more than he was earlier. And this Dragon is so pivotal for whoever gets it. And the fight is being set up right now, as it looks like Owner might actually have an angle here with Faker.
Yep, Destiny comes down. Great wall to stop Owner from coming in. However, he just sort of bides his time. Stun does come on through, though, and the Glacial Storm goes down. That is going to deter them from the dive. There is the Rift Herald being thrown into the mid lane. We'll be able to grab a whole bunch of plate gold, but the teleport in from Doran, they are committing to getting this second Dragon for themselves.
Like
Zeus, he doesn't have to.
But like I said the last time when they tried to kill Zeka, he's got eggs, so not the greatest target. T1 are going to hold this Dragon, though.
Yeah, I actually think that HLE giving this up is a really good call. Kanavi says, well, I can just steal away the rest of Owner's jungle, and Zeus grabs first brick here at the same time. Interruption there onto Doran.
They got Doran's TP. They interrupt Doran, which is annoying to him, so that's going to buy them even further time. Kanavi is shadowing Zeus on the top side. Not that he really needs it right now, but he is actually going to waste some minions here. And Zeka's kind of weak-siding on the bottom side of the map here. Faker used his Destiny Gate, so he cannot actually make any proactive plays after they get that Dragon.
Man, that's a big swing of gold.
Yeah, it's suddenly
more
just like
plate
that.
Money. Is this just going to go down? Because they have the 3 grubs as well as this full minion wave. As Guma throws out the Ardent Blaze to get another Light Slinger, but that is just not quite enough to take this down. But man, it's on a silver platter now.
Yeah, and the bottom turret is taking a significant amount of damage as well from that Lucian push earlier on in the game. So 2 turrets here nearly for the taking for Hanwha Life Esports. FaZe is on IE now, though. And you know, in the upcoming fight, he's going to be potentially quite large if he's set up correctly. As Doran TP'd in the last fight, but wasn't able to set up for a fight because Hanwha Life Esports opted out. But 5v5 is still incredibly strong here for T1, and it's going to take a little bit longer for Zeka to do the amount of damage he needs to, I think, in this game for him to outweigh the utility of this TF pick.
And there is all of the flashes up and available right now. The next fight that we're looking for is probably going to be in 3.5 minutes unless Faker gets closed in on. Kanavi is obviously very restless. You know, I feel like we haven't had enough kills in this game so far as he looks to get in on top of both Faker and Owner at the same time. Delight turns up, good kick to deny any re-engage, but there's the exhaust down onto Owner.
I think that's 2 more turrets.
And there is the fire kick. Immediately, Delight just goes in onto FaZe, but I have a feeling he might be going down. However, the Unbreakable Will makes him so safe. Gumushi with the culling, looking to get on top of his former teammates as FaZe will get eliminated by the Lucian, but he goes down as well. Owner puts him down, and HLE, I mean, 1-for-1. I don't know whether they consider that exactly a win, and now they're looking for even more as Doran right in that front line, but flashing out of there immediately. The double pulverize onto Faker and Doran is beautiful, and over goes Kanavi as he goes in once again. Doran taken out at the same time, and HLE, they find that team fight they were looking for.
Delight with 1 more headbutt gets Doran zombie out of there, and Kanavi's so disappointed there's no wolves in there. Well, I said right before this fight breaks out, it looks like this is it going to be 2 more turrets when this happens here? Because look at Guma in the mid lane. He's pushing up. There's 1 plate left. They're completely abandoning the mid turret, and it's going to be so difficult for T1 to fight their way out of this. With the wave pushing in the bottom lane, I thought T1 just walk away. But instead, they opt in to HLE's comfort zone here in this fight. Delight is so tanky with his ultimate, so difficult to kill. Now you're in a choke point against this Gwen. Paze takes insane amounts of damage. And by the way, because Guma has that prio in the mid, he can rotate over. It takes him a little while. He sacrifices himself to do enough damage here to where this fight is just going to ultimately become a wash. As watch these final moments here as well from HLE. Delight gets this angle here after Doran flashes away to get the knock-up onto Faker.
Oh, Delight as well. That pulverize, absolutely gorgeous.
He's just able to follow over the wall, and Doran is left alone. They just picked this team apart. And the sacrifice of Gumayushi was absolutely warranted there.
I mean, so much of this T1 composition hinges around Paze being alive, right? So you're exactly right. Guma just says, well, I'll die, but I'll take the most important player on the enemy team with me.
And like you said earlier, this Gwen, there just isn't really a great answer. Now they're looking for Baron here.
And Zeus does a number on the Baron as well, as Delight just looking to play interference. In goes Doran, but he gets knocked out immediately. That is the Baron secured, but the Gwen is down already. Faker locks that one up, and Delight is also dead. And 2 for Baron is probably not enough to help this Rebel Baron power play work out. As Gumayushi, he does need to go home, and Ona is not going to let him. He gets the smite down, and that is going to be even more kills over to T1. 4 for a Baron is absolutely not worth.
I thought he was going to get out of there, but Owner gets in. Is able to get there close enough, smites him to stop the back, and down he goes. So only Zeka is the last one standing here. At least Anivia is pretty good with the Baron, but this initially looks like for Hanwha Life Esports, like they've kind of got this one on lock, but it's that last 4,000 health. Doran gets in here on a Kanavi, and they do end up getting the secure, but Faker shows up, and now Hanwha Life Esports have to fight their way out, but there's too much T1 on their side of the map, so they have to kite back, and they don't have enough members here anymore. The Anivia is cut off, and so Guma tries to recall here, and look at Owner. He's like, you guys got Kanavi, I got this.
Yeah.
Goes in, smites Guma, and denies his back, then kites away, so they can actually give the kill over.
And they should also get the inside track on this Dragon as well.
Pace is huge in this game now.
Oh yeah, red-white guns prepared at the same time, but HLE still wanting to fight for this, obviously. They're HLE. It's going to be Pace locking down the Drake, as well as Doran is going to get walled off from the rest of his teammates, and the circles are getting set up to make sure that the follow-up is not quite there. Still, Doran tanky enough just to stand in front and lock down that Dragon for his teammates.
That Infernum visual comes out too, and HLE don't want any part of that. He does not ult, but he has the Infernum swap, and they just peace out, go straight to the mid lane, and try to, with the remnants of this Baron here that is held by Zeka, get some damage done, and they do get a significant amount of damage done. They get that whole inner, and it's just so point here for T1 on the Dragon. So a great macro call here from HLE to nope out and find value elsewhere.
Yeah. Still, I mean, Soul Point is a big deal, and Carry are going to have to flash to get out of the way of HLE. This Rebel Baron power play is still an absolute disaster for HLE, as we can see, as they look to rotate towards the top side. Only 40 seconds left to go, and I don't think they're going to find any more value, as Ona was searching for a little bit of an inroad here. Not quite able to find it.
Zeka
is going to deny.
A significant lead over Faker in terms of experience, despite both rods completing. He actually just has a natural huge advantage. He's going to get level 16 soon. I just don't know if that level of scaling compares to what Paze has on the other side right now in this game. It is crazy what he has been able to put together. Faker's going to get this turret as well. Surprised that one's still alive.
Well, not going to be any more, as the Seraphs comes in immediately from Zeka as he does complete his second item.
As the dust settles, it's minus 3,000 on the Baron secure.
Yeah,
it's the window back into the game for Paze. It's a window back into the game for Paze. It's a window back in for Faker. By the way, who picks up that rapid fire cannon. We were talking about how that's the big one. Does have it here with the Lich Bane. And so, does the Lucian ever get to threaten anybody in this game right now? You dash forward, get stunned by Faker, you're dead. If you dash forward, get kicked by Owner, caught by Doran, who might be on a flank. It's hard for him to play the game, and Zeka, like I said before, is close to 16, but he's still just a Nivea, and his damage is kind of conditional on one circular location, whereas Paze is like, I kill everybody. Maybe not the Gwen. And that's, I think, how HLE have to play the game now, is just run away from team fights for the next 2.5 minutes and try to get some side lane value here.
Yeah, I think it's kind of in Zeus we trust. If you're an HLE fan, On the other side, T1 just very happy to play some front-to-back League of Legends, and so far 1,000 gold in the lead. 2.5 minutes on this sole availability for them as well. They can give up as many Drakes as they like, and the Baron is spawning just prior to that. So playing the map becomes so much easier here for T1 at this stage. I really do feel like the chances of that coveted third game...
It feels high.
Yeah, it's getting higher.
Feels really high here. I think the ways that this game go wrong are FaZe getting caught somehow. Kanavi finds an angle onto him, gets on top of him, gets the knock up. You know, the follow-up is there. Guma bursts, even if he gets Milio ulted. And when FaZe is dead, T1's comp doesn't work, period. They need him to be alive. He does all of their damage. So if you can find and kill this guy, you can still win this game as HLE and close out the series 2-0. But easier said than done.
Yeah.
With everything that T1 have to peel for him.
T1 will be able to shove this wave towards this inner turret in the mid lane. It's going to buy them a fair bit of map control, but next wave will be conga lining in relatively soon. And a flank angle for Zeus gets spotted immediately, but the damage is mitigated as FaZe puts together his red-white guns, full ammo on both.
90 seconds until Dragon. It's almost a little bit too early for those, but he is ready to do massive amounts of damage. Doran, again, the itemization quite simple for him in this game with the Anivia and the Gwen is a really huge brick wall.
Yeah.
So
has actually been farming very effectively. Wasn't able to get quite the plate money that Zeus put together.
He's kind of helping shut down the Gwen. Not that in a 1v1 he'll win that long term, but he can survive long enough to where a rotation can happen. Faker can ult up and then shut down the Gwen, or Owner can show up and then it's really tough for Zeus to actually continue the push. So he has not really been able to, outside of those obvious outer turrets, get real side lane pressure done on the opposite side of the map with the objective. And now this next objective he can't just opt out of because it's the Cloud Soul here for T1. So he can't just say, well, we'll give this one, I'll get the inner turret on the top side. He's going to have to TP in. And this may be the moment where FaZe pops off here on 3 items and cleans this game up for T1. Or Honor Life Esports kill him, maybe take the 2-0. This is a really pivotal Dragon fight. There's the TP from Delight with Unsealed, and eventually Zeus is going to have to join as well. Honor Life Esports almost like they want to threaten a Baron trade.
Yeah, that could be the option. Obviously, Cloud Soul is going to be very valuable as the teleport comes in. Immediately, Delight going to use that cleanse that he picked up immediately after that teleport in order to get rid of the gold card.
Doran's shield is almost taken out.
Yeah, gold card is going to connect onto Kanavi here. But HLE still keeping their health bars together as the Glacial Storm comes down. Decent stun onto Doran as Faker possibly in a bit of trouble. Good wall placement. Doran is the one that eats most of the damage. They want to just take down the front line where they can. Gold card is going to connect onto Zeka. Zeus just lying in wait. The Destiny comes on forward, gives them the full vision as there's the flank angle onto Kanavi. But looks like the fight is now breaking out on multiple fronts. Doran really good, just standing in front of FaZe, keeping him alive. As Delight gets pushed away from the fight. Ultimate's now down on these bottom laners.
Beautiful
for HLE.
From T1. They just chip away, and now it just feels like a foregone conclusion to try to contest this. Kanavi has Flash, but a steal I think is the best option. They're trying to look for Faker.
Yep, the wall is actually going to cut him off, but he still had Flash available as FaZe runs out of White Gun, but now has a very scary ultimate, although that's on cooldown. There's the knockup, but Kanavi just explodes! FaZe finds it! And Zeus now just trying to be the hero for his team. We know that Gwen is so incredibly important as Owner goes in, but might need to immediately go out. There are flashes just being blown left, right, and center, and it's Owner that has his up and available. Pay's able to get himself out of the way, and Zeus explodes! And now Zeka and Gumayushi just trying to deal with this. Sion, who gets a huge knock-up, interrupts the dash out of Guma, and he's just executed. The egg is going to get fried, and that is a clean ace for T1. Oh, I feel it. That game 3 right around the corner.
Right around the corner, and T1 said, in FaZe we trust. They said it in draft with the first pick Milio. They said, you can take that Lucian. And in this team fight, I mean, it's a glorious team fight from start to finish. It gets a little bit long, so we cut parts of it off here, but FaZe does so much damage, and eventually we get to the point where Zeus is like, I have to try to make this call. I have to get on top of FaZe. If we can't kill this guy, this is just not playable. And that's the moment where he gets punished. Like, he just doesn't have the damage. There's too much damage otherwise. Doran, by the way, taking so much. Guma is not with him. if Guma's here with Zeus, maybe he sacrifices himself and they get that kill and Zeka could help clean up, but he's just not there. He's trying to kill Doran, and Doran's like, that's exactly where I want to be, is right in front of Illusion.
And Doran just came in and ate Honey Fruit right in front of him. He had 100 health.
And if you can't kill Pays in these fights, you can't win this game anymore, HLE.
And now he's got a shield bow as well, and so it's even more difficult to take down this Aphelios.
It's crazy, like, back in the old Aphelios days, you know, Guma played this pick a lot back when he first debuted on T1. We had items like Gale Force.
Yeah.
And, you know, the shield bow was a mythic item. It was way stronger than it is now. It's just now a normal item. And it's still like crazy how well they peeled for him, how well they played this team fight. I mean, this is a fed Gwen, was so ahead, just could not actually get the damage, could not get the kill onto him. Pays is given so many resources in terms of how they're trying to peel for him, how he's positioning.
Oh, wait, Wolf. Do you think there's an angle for an Elder Flip?
Yeah, I mean, potentially in 4 minutes' time. I mean, there's a Baron here for T1. They don't have amazing siege. They're playing into Anivia.
Because, like, it requires this to be the Chijijik big top, right? Like, we're going to need T1 to continue the circus instead of very cleanly closing this game out, utilizing this Baron in order to just push all these waves, like, shut HLE out.
Triple Cloud Dragon, Cloud Soul.
They run very fast when they R-button, as Zeus dashing around here, but this inner turret is well and truly dead. And now in this late game that we have found ourselves in, the Melio value is just ludicrous.
I just think that in order to win this game for Hanwha Life Esports, it'll take, like, if you flip the Elder, it means T1's made a mistake, right? Because otherwise they could just sit back and play the same way they did on that last Dragon fight. And if Kanavi gets a steal, but he's the last one alive, it doesn't necessarily work out. If they get the steal, though, or if they're able to secure it, if they get Prio, somehow, which is so tough because Baron is still up for 50 more seconds. T1 have so much vision already. Like, yes, the Elder is a ways away. Hanwha Life Esports will have some time. They have good wave clear. If Zeka has Elder buff and presses R towards the enemy champions, they will all explode, including Doran. But I just don't think it should be possible, right, for them to wrestle enough control away. It's going to have to be Zeus who starts up as maybe a pick onto Faker. Could be a great start.
Zeka is also crazy, but there's a headbutt pulverized to deny the gate. And the storm is a brewing. Now Ona taking a full culling.
If they mess this up, HLE could end. They need to be really careful.
A long time to die, but he does eventually go down. That's a big pick for HLE. I just don't know what it means for being able to pick anything up off the back end.
There's no Elder for 3 minutes, but if T1 opted further, if they went full circus there and tried to turn that around while Faker was buying a bunch of time and then they got wiped there, or it even lost like 1 or 2 more members, HLE just pushed to end. They just end the game straight up.
Why does Doran have a 2-level advantage? That's insane.
Some things need to be observed a little bit more closely under a magnifying glass in order to answer, and I don't have much for you on this one.
I'll make sure I bring one next time.
He has spent a lot of time, you know, kind of alone in sides, but kind of a mystery.
Yeah, Doran actually just playing out this later game very, very effectively, only dying one time, just being
Jack
that brick wall.
Offers him so many extra resistances now in longer fights too. It's the perfect item for him to pick up third here. And it even deals with Gumayushi incredibly well. As this scuttle, again, fairly early to get for an Elder that spawns in 2 minutes, but relevant, as both Giga critical objectives will be up at the same time here, albeit with about 15 seconds between them.
Pretty good timing for Gumayushi to pick up his Infinity Edge, but we are pretty close to Pays getting a GA on top of everything. And Faker has a very cool hat.
Setup with Zeus, by the way. If Pays moves too far forward and they get a wall on Pays, they can get his flash at least. They could just win the game.
Well, let's see. Fire Kick is going to disengage as Zeus looks to make his way in. The kick is going to get him out, but Kanavi finds the Crescent Guard as Pays just going to cleanse out the exhaust, and Kanavi just goes down. They tried to take this Aphelios, but he's still on full health. Doran now standing in the front line. The Moonlight Vigil is going to miss, but Faker finds the back line. It's a wild card that kills Gumayushi, and Ona is going to catch up to Zeka, procs that Zhonya's, and he's just going to see his death as the Anivia will go down. He'll take a Guardian Angel there from the Lee Sin, but Faker is able to take out the bird. And Zeus, the last man standing, and is not going to be enough to stop them from taking us to game 3.
They said, I'm not flipping Elder. I'm going to see if I can steal this game away. They looked for the angle onto Pays. Kanavi, even though they did not find find the angle. Kanavi says, well, guess I'll just send it. He tried. They made it very close, but ultimately, Pays survives, and T1 will bring us to 3.
This is what we all deserved from this matchup as well, as Zeus will be taken down. Delight might also die, but he looks to just park himself on the fountain and look for game number 3, and we will get one as T1 just launch themselves back into control of this series. We'll see whether the momentum can bring them towards a game 3.
I don't want to see any slander on that play from Zeus and Kanavi there, because they were so close to just straight up snapping T1's neck in an basically unwinnable game state. He found that pocket of vision with the Gwen, was able to hide there. If Pays steps even 1 inch further forward there, or if the follow-up is not immediate there from the side of T1 when he gets collapsed on, then he dies, and I think HLE just steal the game away. It's a 2-0, and the course of history has changed. So I respect the attempt. After it wasn't going to work, maybe Kanavi going in there wasn't the right call, but it was always going to end badly after they failed to kill Pays, and he sent it, and they almost got him, but almost is not enough. And this Aphelios pick, the first pick Milio from Keria in this draft, was a master stroke, and this Lucian did not ever get off the ground.
Yeah, Lucian Alistair just not quite working out. The ability to proc the passive is just not quite as high. Although, I mean, I guess when he goes in and does the CC, it kind of works. Delight found a couple of angles in that game, but it is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break down that T1 victory, and then we will have the final game of the night as T1 looks to see whether they can do it again like they did it in round 1.
얼마인데?
미드
뭔데? 빼면서 사줄게.
저 아래
사줄게.
빼면 돼.
짜오 노플. 짜오 노플.
빨리 해.
짜오 노플.
라인. 구도 좋아. 야 뒤에 뺄게. 천천히 봐. 그냥 앞으로 안 돌려도 돼. 내가. 가운데. 아무래부터.
위전 노플.
위전 잡았어. 단오플. 잡았어.
일곱개.
야 위에 보면 얘네 둘 다 노플 끝났다 이거 미드. 미드라인 보이는.
미드라인.
탑라인 가도 된다.
대포만 지켜도 돼.
미드 가면 돼. 야 잡아줘 근데.
막타 볼게. 나이스. 괜히 이런 데 있다.
팬집.
Ready to ignite. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. Knock me down, not the ground. Yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know. So I hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done. Ready to ignite. Ready to ignite. I'm unbreakable. I'm unstoppable. I feel it now. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Maybe you thought T1 would be banished to the Shadow Realm after that letdown of a game number 1 and the start of this game, but T1, they battled back against a Hanwha Life Esports who had multiple chances to close this one out, and we're now going to a fantastic game number 3 of one of the best series in the world. It is Hanwha Life Esports and T1.
I know a lot of the fans of the teams would love just to have a 2-0, clean 2-0, get it over with, remove the stress, but we're being rewarded
with more stress, baby.
Not for us. 3-game banger. And with how both of these games have gone, this series definitely needed to go to 3 because it has been neck and neck.
Yeah, I mean, since Milio is really popular in the LPL right now, so now we are having more of Milio games, and I think this was one of the strat that you can actually do with the Milio, because I think there's 2 champions that you can really work well with Milio is Yunara or Lucian. So I think if you first pick one of the AD carry, then you can just pick away the Milio. And I think that's why T1 tried to just first pick Milio. Yeah, sure, HLE denied the Lucian, but I think they had the Aphelios, and I think that was the solution. But it was still a hard drop to pull off because they are lack of damage if Aphelios is not fed in game, because they have TF, Sion, and Lee Sin on top side.
I do also like the fact that Milio with the TF gives that little bit of extended range. Obviously, TF loves to get extended range on those stun cards. And on top of that, the Lucian, I wasn't sure if they were going to try and pair it up with something else. You know, we've seen Lucian Sona, Lucian Nami, Lucian Braum, and they end up going for the Lucian Alistar. Delight is a great Alistar, but it definitely feels like you don't have that same oomph later in the game when that Lucian isn't paired with something that really extenuates how he functions.
Thematically, a little different than usual. However, given the fact that in Game 1 he was playing phenomenally on Bard, maybe they were just trying to let him cook there. Now, early on in the game, Hanwha Life Esports were in charge. They were in control. And here at our first highlight, this is where things start to go a little awry. They try to take the Baron. And maybe you trade 1, it's okay. 2, maybe it's okay. But 4, not so good.
Yeah, they try and put Delight in position to disrupt and stop Ona from getting there. But Doran gets this great ult in that just causes so much disruption and layers the CC down, and immediately gives them a big advantage in the fight with the help from Faker. So they can just start chasing down targets, and you quickly realize that this wasn't a clean getaway.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Nashor change, you cannot really just get Nashor and be happy with it, because you have to snowball with it now, because it doesn't give you much gold if you just get the Nashor. So I think it was great turnaround for T1. And Aphelios got fed after this team fight, so it was really necessary for T1.
Yeah, after that play, it was a negative 3,000 Red Bull Baron power play. They were able to take the mid lane tower back, and so it brought it back to 500, but then we're at a stable point in the game. From there, a lot of tense fights until the big one in the mid lane, where T1 showed some patience that they didn't show in game number 1 when they were trying to corral the fight there against Hanwha Life Esports.
And I feel like T1 end up playing this so well, and it's difficult playing into the Anivia, who has so much control, but they really play around their range effectively, pretty constantly poking and prodding, getting damage down from a distance, using Doran here as a wall to kind of allow Pays to move up. And I just think the patience of T1 over the course of this play, and playing around things like the TF stun card and their range, really pays off.
Yeah, I mean, they just didn't run in. I really like the owner kick out Delight, so he couldn't really do anything. So after him losing the HP, losing the ultimate, he can't really join the fight. And even though like the situation was bad, I think HLE played really well around the Anivia wall. So we are like, oh man, Anivia is so annoying. But I think at the end, they're just playing around TF cards and look at pace, focus in the team fight. It was just really great patience from T1.
Sometimes we have setups where one team wants to engage, another team wants to disengage, and it's that real opposites. Here, it felt difficult for both teams to approach, and you know, going into an Anivia is always going to be difficult, but playing into the likes of that Milio and that TF is definitely a problem. But I think T1 just found the better angles in, and Darn was just a complete brick wall during this fight.
Yeah, again, even though like Faker and Pace played really good as a damage dealer, but I really wanted to spotlight the Honor Lee Sin and Doran Sion right there. I think even though like Doran was 1 HP, he just run around and then like appears on the bottom side, so Guma had to dash in for him. And I think it's again the patient, and I think this is not a circus that the T1 normally shows. You know, is the consistency in the team fight is just so amazing.
Here's the thing about circuses. They are highly trained professionals at these circuses.
True!
You know, so I think we saw that on display. Those were some fantastic moves, as you'd expect to see at a circus.
Well, this is the series that I thought we were going to get against KT, where the sword has been very clear for Hanwha Life Esports. They go in, they fight, they take one down, and they continue to take more. And Kanavi and the rest of the crew have been able to do that against T1. But then T1, when they are at their best, they have fights like that where it's on multiple different fronts. Some go in, some go out. It's pulling different attention. And as soon as you're not focused, they punish.
And I think it will all down to draft right now, because we are having new champions in the meta right now. So it's really different compared to the round 1. And now HLE picked the first pick for the first selection, because, I mean, this is kind of weird, because normally you just pick the second pick for the Zeus, you have the counter pick, but now they decided to have the first pick. So I wonder what their strategy in the draft in the game soon.
This series has it all. Again, the gameplay has been so on point, but the history cannot be denied as well between the players. You see that guy on your screen, played for the other team before, used to be all about family, used to be all about brotherhood. Now it's about who's going to win on the Rift. It is a Game 3 as we send it back on over to our casters.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is us, Wallace, here, ready to get onto the Rift for game number 3 between HLE and T1. HLE, like Digon just mentioned, taking first pick finally in this series, and we'll see whether they can utilize it here with so many things fearlessly taken away. I imagine the bans might remain pretty similar.
It is, I think, going to be similar bans, but what first pick ends up being is the biggest mystery of all, right? And a lot of Guma's champion pool for this tournament has now been exhausted, and that's pretty crazy because he's been able to get away with so many 2-0s where he just plays 2 of his best, like Jin and Misfortune, and it's not necessarily going to be the case anymore here. He doesn't have the Lucian anymore. MF is gone, Jin is gone. So we'll see what he ends up getting in this draft, as guess what? They're going to ban the Caitlyn first, so
interesting.
That's a surprise to me.
Yeah, banning it against Pace is kind of the odd one there, as I would have expected T1 to be the one taking that one away.
Is he angling for a bit of a weaker side AD carry here that scales better other than the aggressor? Is the question we're going to find out.
Yeah, I'm feeling Yunara in our future.
I think so. With this Caitlyn ban, it's kind of... It feels like it's inevitable and fearless with how powerful that champion is right now. And with some of the great tools gone, like the Bard is gone, you're not laning into Karma no matter what. So we'll see as the Orianna gets taken away from Zeka, Ryze removed here. Pantheon is still available, actually, in Game 3 of this Fearless series.
Yeah, feels like that is probably the big pick here, but remember, Rumble is a huge problem. And the Ashe and Aurora were also banned every single time from T1 as well, but they had first pick, right? So they could be a little bit more liberal with where their bans went, and they are still banning the Ashe, as they just seem to not care about this Rumble situation. It's Zeus. They know that Zeus is pretty good at the Rumble, and they're going to ban the Ambessa to say, we're going to pick Rumble.
And this means that if they do ban the Rumble, then the Aurora is going over to Zeka. And in Game 3, I feel like it's kind of first pickable, you know?
I would agree.
It's so incredibly strong in lane. And it has been Zeka's, one of his best picks, in my mind. It has tied together Hanwha Life Esports' aggression so incredibly well. But they're considering other options here. The Jace, with no Sion, no Yorick. And it is Zeus, by the way.
Yeah, everything is being taken away that is normally a pick into the Jace.
Gwen is gone, even though it struggles into Jace early. Can be a big side lane threat that the Jace struggles to deal with.
All right. What is your response here, Doran, who cannot go towards his Ambessa either, which he has really just liked in general?
They're looking to take the Aurora here, and this has not been one of Faker's best, but it kind of feels like maybe Doran's going to be playing it this time around.
Yep.
So let's see what we'll see second here, because you don't get to pick, you only get to pick half of your bottom duo. If you do lock it here, this Pantheon will be the option. I actually really like this because it's strong into the Jace that's trying to apply that pressure topside.
Well, that is going to be the lock-in here. Kanavi just scrolling through some options. Yeah, Bel'Veth is probably it. That's what I assume.
Think so. I'm going to guess no on that one. I think Vi is more likely.
Oh, that's a bit of a shame.
But
like
Zeka can play Ahri with this, and suddenly you have quite the formidable mid-jungle synergy there.
That is a good point, and Ahri stocks are also kind of rising here with, you know, 6 mid laners banned away both fearlessly and in the first 6 bans. The Akali, another option as well. Zeka, I have heard, is pretty good.
I like the Ahri more. They're both champions in the selector, so you can kind of scroll between them pretty easily. They will opt for the Ahri, even though the Zeka's Akali is good. Tough into the Aurora pick.
And now Faker might let us know exactly where this Aurora is going. Still feel like it might be his choice into the mid lane.
I think it kind of has to be a lock here that's going to tell us our solo lanes because of the lane setup here for Hanwha Life Esports. You're not going to get half of your bottom duo.
Wow, that's a Xerath.
We've seen Faker pull this one out before.
Not sure about that one, but instead the Cassante is going to be a Gragas.
Okay, Faker's Gragas, by the way, if it is in his hands, because this could go several ways here, has been incredible. It has been very successful. He was the one who brought Gragas back into mid. So I feel like you probably want to play this top into Jace with the Aurora in the mid lane. Faker hasn't looked as strong on the pick, so
I don't know whether
I don't want to say I know for sure where these are going just yet.
Yeah, I don't really want to play Gragas into Ahri ever, is my first thought, but
he's got the sustain into the electrocutes and stuff. Like, it's not unplayable.
Yep.
It's an interesting thought, but again, probably going top lane.
Weirder things have certainly happened.
The Lulu ban here feels incredibly strong, and you know, with T1 having pick priority, it would have been taken, I think, by them. So they have to ban it in Hanwha Life's case, even though it's actually probably stronger for their comp so far. So Nami and Lulu gone, those shenanigans.
And I do...
Somewhere Valdez smiling.
Yep, yeah, exactly. One last ban for T1. Carrier's having a giggle. The Sivir will be taken away, as we are well and truly at the end of the 80 carry pool as well.
That looked like Carrier was like, I know Guma wants to play this, and I'm just not going to let him. Kind of knowing look, potentially. Yep. Nico also banned away, so we're really thinned out in terms of range supports that can push a lane.
7 supports have been banned away, both with Fearless and the bans so far. So maybe that Rel that kind of fits HLE's draft.
Carrier is just, he's giving knowing looks everywhere, as it looks like maybe it could even be a
Gragas support? Gragas support? Gragas Yasuo bottom lane?
I mean, it could be Pantheon support.
Hey, true. As Carrier's putting his jacket back on, I don't know what that means, but
I think it means he's playing Poppy in the bottom lane blind, and that's never a fun time.
True.
All right, let's see what Guma's got here for this bottom lane. Nautilus is going to come out here first, which is really flexible in this draft. They have so much dive. Like, it's single target blow up is out of control good. And he swaps to an old favorite for a moment.
Oh, that'd be fun.
We know what Guma's playing now.
Yeah, the Zyra Khan certainly going to be a option here, as Gumayushi does really like playing the Zyra.
The last time he played it, it was just a thing of beauty. His callbacks of his feathers were incredible. This has been always one of his best. He doesn't play it all the time, but when he does,
yeah,
you can bet you're going to enjoy it.
What kind of player sees Poppy and is like, give me the Rakan?
Only delight.
Yeah, I think that it's kind of insane. I don't know whether I would ever recommend it, as Pay's looking for the Corki, wants to play with a little bit more of that early oomph.
There's so much power in this bottom lane. So insanely strong.
Yep, seems pretty happy to do it as well. And never mind, it's going to be a Kai'Sa. Okay, we have got some diving happening here on T1 side. and they can create some real disruption with this composition, both with the Poppy and with the Gragas.
Gragas into Jace has always been a matchup that if you have even a little bit of jungle attention is so incredibly powerful, and you could just absorb the pressure really well with the sustain that Gragas is going to provide you. And your teamfight disruption later on is incredible. It could really mess up the kind of combos that Honda Life Esports are trying to set up. For example, if Vi ults, let's say, Pays, and then Zeka wants to go in and follow up, the Cask can just deny that follow-up and split the team in half. Same with the Rakan. Also, you could just body slam the Rakan while he's trying to come in if you're in the right position to peel. But it also works incredibly well with the aggressive plays they can look for with Pantheon. But I think in terms of ease of execution, in terms of meta, like both, I think you have half a meta draft and half insane comfort with the Rakan lane there with Guma's Xayah. If I had to stake everything on this final game, I would give the edge to Honda Life Esports. I think the draft just has so many strong parts. It's so known, and it suits their playstyle so incredibly well. This a little bit more freestyle, let's say, from T1. Worked out for them with the Aphelios, but we'll see what happens in Game 3.
I do want to say, Doran's Gragas is a certain kind of counter
MVP.
into Zeus himself. We'll see whether he can get that monkey off his back as we get onto the Rift for game number 3. All right, Chijik Lolpark kind of popping off here as the fans make their presence known. And here we are, onto the Rift for the third game of this series. Our first game 3 of round robin 2, Wolf. And we could be on to a full streak of 3 gamers if we keep this up, as this was also the first of the round.
Electrocuting everywhere.
Yep, certainly a lot of that. As this has been a bit of an Achilles heel for Faker so far this season, as the Aurora hasn't really found too much success for T1.
Yeah, I mean, it's really been players like Chovy and Zeka on the other side who have really taken this pick and made it look like it is Z-tier, as it is so strong in so many different matchups, and especially with an aggressive jungler like Kanavi, like Canyon, can be really, really strong. See what Owner can get done with this Pantheon. There's a lot of power in both of these mid-jungle duos here between these two squads. You mentioned Doran. I joked about the MVP robbing because it was Pays who, on a different team now, stole that away from him. And there might have been someone on the space who voted a certain way that made us very upset and had a very long argument at the after party after that finals about. But it was a good time, and Doran, I think, got his credit where it was due. Normally it's Doran against Zeus in these big best-of-5s where he has gotten the better of Zeus in matchups like this. Best of 3, we'll see what happens here in this third game, because this series has been absolutely out of control awesome. I mean, I don't think we can really overstate how awesome like the team fighting has been, the macro, some of the aggressive calls, like even in Game 2, the ending of it was nearly HLE just winning it and taking the 2-0.
And especially when it came to the first game with just how crazy some of the moves were on either side. As HLE taking a bit of control here towards the bottom side, 2-0 for Gumushi so far on the year. And in fact, HLE are just undefeated on all of these champions. They haven't been defeated all that often outside of against T1 at the very beginning of the season.
Well, this is the stats that just popped up there is kind of what I was saying when I say with HLE, it's very known what they're doing here. And for T1, a little bit more flexing.
Doran's Gragas is really good.
Yes.
As we know.
Not this season yet. It's his first time this season. There's like a lot of these picks for T1, but historically.
And it was also one of the picks that, when he was back on Gen G, was a really big point, as Kanavi is going aggressive, ladies and gentlemen, to the surprise of no one. And Owner taking a lot of damage. Faker making his way over the charm!
The charm!
Catches him! Even after the flashes. Now Faker might be dead as well. Kanavi letting his fists do the talking, but it is going to be Faker that's able to walk away. Still first blood going over to HLE.
Doran, though, in trouble.
Yeah, Zeus looking for... Never mind, he's walking past the lane. Sometimes that is something you want to do.
Doran did not have really any mana there, but
Zeus also without very much health.
Looks like Doran's actually even going to stop his back here and catch this whole wave. So what Zeus was trying to do there doesn't end up getting the insane value he was hoping for.
Oh. Yeah, Carrier going in and Pays without very much health or mana. Obviously, this Poppy lane is going to struggle a little bit, and the Rakan doesn't really add too much.
No.
But when it is alongside Azaya, you do add that little bit of extra.
The Corki would have been
the extra synergy.
The Corki would have been so much better for the laning phase alone.
Yeah.
All right, look, we got to talk about Zeka just kind of skirting through here and getting this flash charm angle. Watch this. Watch Zeka. My God, despite the flash.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, I guess he could have flashed into the pit, but
not a whole lot of great angles for Owner to get out there, but very unfortunate that even after the flash, he was still in line with the charm.
Very few things happen where you flash an ability and get hit by it anyways.
Yeah.
It's a straight line situation though. Zeka so aggressive with that play.
And Zeus being so aggressive here on this top side as well. Has already taken one plate, is ahead by 450 gold at about that many seconds in the game, which is just kind of ridiculous. Does have to flash though, as Faker was rotating up, and they had Scuttle Vision.
Faker still has flash, and Zeka does not because of the previous play, which is in part why they could not kill Faker.
Yep. I also just want to apologize for not being able to count seconds very well, as Faker's caught by a charm. The electrocute comes on through as well, as Delight looking for an angle will not find it.
It's going to leave the supports to, or rather Keria, the support here, to follow his opposition to the mid lane, and that means that we're going to have to leave the 80 carries alone. And so this early call buy makes a lot of sense for Pays. Doran's got ult.
Yeah, he's going to be able to find it there as well. Just delivers Zeus over to his former jungler, and down he will go. The answering kill there for T1. Looking real nice in the top lane.
Really impressive timing for that gank from Owner. And Doran doesn't miss. No Zeus, no flash from the previous roam. So get the good punish there. And we're tied up one apiece. Now, Hanwha Esports have a pretty significant lead with the laning phase with the CS advantages, but at least Doran and Owner will get that kill back, make it a little closer.
Yep. I think the fact that Kanavi picks up first blood as well, sometimes not being able to give that over to your mid laner in that little skirmish in the 2v2 can be a problem, but when Kanavi's ahead, I feel like HLE do find themselves with a whole lot more opportunities. The cease and desist comes down and Faker just slips between the worlds.
Yeah, but
able to get himself out.
Prio for HLE, and Owner cannot get in.
Yeah, not going to happen. Does want to go for an opportunistic steal there. Voidseek was also in the air, but Smite is just too good.
I think without... Okay, we're going to watch this play first, though. Doran gets the slow, which makes it easier to hit this cask, knowing that Zeus doesn't have flash.
Nicer indeed.
I think that the bait of the Aurora ultimate there from Kanavi is huge, as we're going to have another 2v2 down here.
Yeah, Delight running real fast after the heal, but is otherwise unable to find too much more.
If Faker had his ult in that fight, maybe that was the only way they could have turned it, but he just denies it straight up on that dragon. HLE get first dragon, have a lead really everywhere on the map right now, like you mentioned with the Kanavi first blood. And it's so much comfort. The comp is simple. See if T1 can bounce back here as their comp has not really fully come online yet. Keria?
Yeah, ulti comes on forward as Gumayushi holds on to the Featherstorm, and Owner is going to show up, but just a little bit too late. I think the birthday cake was already gone.
Yeah, significantly late, I would say, on that one.
Yeah.
It's almost like he didn't trust that Keria was going to hit that, and then he was like, Keria was like, why didn't you come? And he's like, okay, fine. But it was definitely a little bit past the timing.
Yeah, showed up to the birthday party and had to ask whether there's anything left in the fridge, which is always an unfortunate time to arrive. As the cask not quite going to work out as well as it did last time, but there weren't too many friends joining as Kanavi hiding in the brush. And will get spotted here by Keria. Gets the ward down first.
Zeka is coming over here first with Faker TPs, and they decide to back away. I thought there was maybe an angle for Zeka to slide in there. His flash isn't quite up yet, just a few seconds away.
Man, Keria is going to be so annoying in this game as Kanavi wants to start fights with the Vault Breaker, and it just becomes so hard when Keria is always there standing in front. As Charm connects here from Zeka very nicely. Will find the true damage on that Orb of Deception.
That is probably just 3 grubs because of it, because there's just no way Faker with half health, I mean, his ult is just coming online now, could even contest, and he's in fact just kind of back. Okay, he stops his back. I was going to say, there's a big wave coming his way, so does decide to get money.
Yeah, good body slam to interrupt to the skies from Zeus, as another Charm lands from Zeka. Man, they are magnetized in this game.
He's very good at Ahri, as Doran is very low.
Yeah, Keria coming on over here, and that means that Delight and Kanavi going to be having a weird time. As in goes Zeka, finds the Charm one more time onto Owner. who does have the Aegis set up, but that is still going to be the kill to come on forward. They look to take down Zeus, and they will succeed on that front, but Zeka is still just dancing around them. The minions get in the way, though, and that means that it is only the 1-for-1 trade. Probably not the greatest for HLE, as they did invest a lot into that top lane.
I think they wanted more than that. They wanted to get Doran, and it looked for sure like they would, but they ran out of time. Guma, though, and this is kind of the HLE way, is 4 people are diving somewhere, and Guma's getting money on the other side. This just happens almost every HLE game this entire year, even in some of their less great games earlier on in LCK Cup. But Doran takes a ton of damage. Kanavi is the one who absorbs the stun here, and they turn this on to the Pantheon, but Owner's Shield actually buys just a few extra seconds, and then this play here from Keria allows them to trade this one back, and with the turret spinning, there's just not enough damage here for Zeka. The minions deny him that follow-up second kill onto Doran. But like I said, you know, it's not just that. A lot of resources are spent, but Guma gets plate money. Guma gets Essence Reaver.
Yeah, he's very, very strong at this point in time. Zeus as well is unfortunately not Noguri, who would be very, very happy with a 0-2-0 scoreline. Zeus is not as used to it, as he is generally just dominating in any matchup on the Jace, unless it's into Doran's Gragas in the past.
Yeah.
So it looks like those demons are still there.
It is Demon Week.
True.
And there is an unkillable demon.
There is the Demon King in that mid lane.
He's 0 deaths, actually, right now, currently. He's
so
really
possibly unkillable.
Yeah.
Just don't look at the stats for game 1. And that is all going to hold true.
Or his Aurora stats. But yeah, we'll see what he does, because this is still early days. It's a 2,000 gold lead, though. And this Kai'Sa is not great in lane, significantly behind. Has not been able to impact any team fights just yet, but there is a strong mid-game potentially here for T1. Let's see if they can set up a fight for this dragon, because HLE getting double dragon here with this comp and the lead they have would be probably a bridge too far. I just don't know if they can wrestle Prio back, because look at Kanavi's position. Zeka pushes Faker away. Owner has ult, but he's backing, and it just feels like this is going to be a free dragon here. There's a little bit of time for them to come over and try to muster something here, but it just feels too late. He gets Sundered Sky. He has ult. 3 seconds on dragon.
Pickup. Like, getting that Sundered Sky was huge. For Ono, I just don't know whether they're quite going to be there in time. As there's the Vault Breaker flash right into the ulti, and Zeka is able to pick that one up. Now Ono turns up, but a little late, and in goes Delight to lock him down. Grand entrance and a dead Pantheon, and a double kill for Zeka on his Ahri, debut champion.
Double dragon, double kill! They're going to get double dragon off of this, and they didn't give Faker time to react. They didn't give Faker time to flash. Fantastic charged Q flash from Kanavi. Hits him first, and they just line up the CC. And then Owner is just a donation. It's his second Pantheon ult that comes way too late to impact the fight. And by the time he gets there, Faker is dead, and he is just a sitting duck to be CC'd for the next cooldown for Zeka, who picks up his boots, transforms tier 3 with his role quest completed here with the dominance we've seen. Look at his advantage in quest over Faker's right now. Kind of obscene.
Yeah.
And it's Ocean Soul, so that's good for T1, because at least it means the double dragon means less. But I feel like that's where the good news ends right now.
It is problematic. The first item buy also coming through for Zeka is going to make things hard, as Keria moves on up just to back up his mid laner.
He gets
going to keep him alive.
Malignant and the tier 3 boots here, and he's got 6 stacks of Darksteel, as Faker is sitting on a Hextech Alternator. As you can see in that exchange, did not really trade anything back towards Zeka. And it might just mean that for the rest of this game, it's tough for Faker to actually have an impact in sides. He's 1,500 gold behind.
Yeah, and there's also that big lead for Gumayushi as well, and Kanavi in a really good spot in this game. Once again, 100% kill contribution.
Faker has flash.
Goes in. He is able to go between the worlds to get himself out of there. Kanavi, without his ultimate up and available, is just happy to grab the cooldown of that ulti. As now Zeus wanted to lay the hammer down, but is not going to be able to get in range of Doran. Just a little lithe as the rotund man in the top lane.
Yeah, a little excited big man, but nothing going to come of it. As no ult for Owner still. I mean, if that charm for Zeka connects while Faker's trying to go between the worlds and he dies there, but I don't want to say this game is over, but it certainly would have been if he dies there. Doesn't have to flash. Doran is ultless, so we're going to see some action up here in the top lane. As T1 know they need to kind of hover around this potentially. Big bag of money, Gragas, as Carry is up there.
Oh dear, there's another charm connecting. Is Zeka going to go all in for this one? Just avoiding all of the buttons that Faker presses. There's the flash in, finds the Orbit Deception, and gets the reset to get the solo kill. And 4-0-1 on the Ahri.
Okay, Delight's going in here as well. Carrier isolated. He is Poppy, so it looks like he might be okay. But this might just be first brick as well. HLE have that push with Zeka in the bottom lane. He could TP up to the top side too if they want to try to fight before he gets there. Like, he has so much agency in this game right now. He's not going to stick to the turret here. Doesn't have full information on where Owner could be.
He's going back. I think
he realizes now that he can.
As Kanavi was looking to go in, cease and desist is available. I mean, he's going to press that button if he does find it. There's the Vault Breaker.
Pays is dead, I think.
Over to Pays, and he does just get ulted. And Gumayusi, can he actually find the kill here? Great shield to come on through, and Owner is able to pick up the overextended buy. Pays played that right on the edge.
Yeah, so close to the edge. Doesn't flash. I mean,
that's great.
Just absolute resilience. And it looks like Owner's fixed his pocket watch as he's on time this time. And that's going to be a second turret to go down here, but still, at least they get something back. Finally, a punish. It just feels at this point too little, too late. As we'll go back to this play here with control vision. Faker checks it and loses his life for it.
And Zeka knew exactly where he was, able to pick up the reset, and then gets level 11 off that play as well. As now, Kanavi with his slight overextension, you could say.
I mean, it looks guaranteed.
Yeah, look at how low he goes. And Killer Instinct, then the barrier, just to make sure, and then just has some honey fruit.
Guma didn't flash. I think a lot of Zayas there see blood in the water and flash for it as...
Ooh, we do have the vision toggled. Zeus, a little overextended, you could say, as he goes down very, very low. Zeka now just looking for an angle, but Zeus is still alive. How is he still alive? That is illegal, as now Carrier tries to get the Poppy Copter going, and it is not going to get off the ground, and Faker once again finds himself in an awkward spot. The weirding is named correctly, and Zeka is going to lock down the kill.
I mean, I have the answer for why he's alive. Look at Faker's items. I mean, he just has the cannon now, but he didn't have it moments before. He is just so far behind. Hide on Bush is his nickname, but...
Oh dear, there's the quickness on to Owner, who does put up the Aegis, but I feel like maybe he's going to be in trouble. Never mind, he will survive as Pays
wrong side
trying to fight off Zeus here, who just goes to the skies and should be able to take him down. However, Pays stands his ground and then just gets shot in the face.
Yeah, it's Shojin's first for Zeus, by the way.
Battle chase.
He is really, I mean, he is battling, as you can see. And unfortunately, I don't think there's anything left in this game here for T1. What was an exciting series may end with a whimper. Now look at Faker, he hits everything. But the charm buys some space, even between the worlds, but he just doesn't do damage.
Oh, the party cost!
Misses. I actually didn't quite see that.
Neither did I.
Alive.
Oh,
because that would have been Zeus dead for sure, but then Faker wants to try to catch him, but they know where he is. I believe that's Faker's third death on this Aurora this game. Didn't have the cannon, has it now, but also here, Zeus just is like, well, I have vision in the mid-brush, so I know you didn't go left. So there's only one place you could be. Very good at playing the follow the cup game in this one.
Yeah, the Shock Blast was just so anticlimactic. It looked like Pays was like, oh yeah, I'm ready to play the game, and then dead. It's kind of how it worked. As Faker finally gets his boots upgraded, and unfortunately is behind 3,300 gold to the Ahri with 5-0-2 as far as that scoreline. Zeus is just going to try and clear out this wave here. Great hammer boot to deny Owner's engage as the Void Seeker comes on through. There's a Killer Instinct for Pays, and he's able to help lock this one down. In the meantime, HLE are on this bottom side of the map. Zeka does get cast, but seems like he doesn't even really notice or care. Doran able to tank a whole bunch. Zeka just barely surviving, but the ramped up turret is going to be problematic. Gumayusi, hello? That is a Rift Herald just paying a visit to this bottom lane. Great double knock up there from Carrier as the Featherstorm is going to find zero value at all, and Faker comes in looking to see if he can take down his former 80 carry, and there he will go. Carrier finds a heroic charge, and Kanavi should be dead as well, and that's Owner locking that one up. This game may still be going.
Yeah, bounty gold for Pays on the top side here. Picks up a ton of plates. Pays is like side lane Kaisa in this game. Hasn't been spent any time in the mid lane, and this could not have gone better for T1. Like, absolutely insane what they're able to get off of this play. So this is the initial play on Zeus. Love the hammer here. to buy the space. Turret is ramping. Owner's got to flash away, and then the follow-up from Pays is enough to get the kill. So he gets all of that money before he gets the bounty later on. And then
then the silliness.
Yeah, Doran casts, by the way, very early. Doesn't matter. Zeka's like, I got him. He goes, Desh, get him. Damn it, just die, Doran. And he does. And then Kuma's like, remember me?
Yeah.
Your former partner. And Carrier's like, yeah, I kind of do. Like, you're in the wrong spot. I'm going to ult you. You're between turrets. You didn't actually avoid my ult with your ult, and now you're in the wrong spot and you're dead.
And he ulted, like, he heralded through the T1 base.
Yeah. It was almost epic, and then it was very silly. It was his first death of the game, and Carrier's ult was not avoided by his ult, and they got some shutdowns. They got the bounty gold on the turret. However, still 4,000 gold behind. Still soul point here for HLE, even though it's an Ocean Soul. It's going to take a little bit more shenanigans from HLE, I think, for T1 to come back, or maybe some clutch plays from Pays, who takes a gold lead with the massive amount of gold he got from killing Zeus and that turret on the top side.
And we've also seen Kai'Sa's really make things happen after picking up mid-game swings, right? And that's exactly what has happened here. Item number 3 coming in very, very soon. A huge spike for this Kai'Sa. And so I think that HLE needs to kind of tidy it up. No more weird journeys in Heralds, as obviously that is not going to happen again.
Yeah, I mean, that
vibe of
playing with your food,
don't do it.
Yeah, playing with your food probably not necessary here against a world-class, defending world championship T1.
Yeah.
Maybe
even if you do have one of the players from that team.
True, but he was the one who was doing the silliness the most.
He was. But he was also the MVP. So, I mean, it's like swings and roundabouts. Okay. Zeka is just going to clear out this bottom wave.
So, Baron is up, but neither of these teams are in a position where they can start it just yet. Faker is still massively far behind, is desperately trying to get a second item, whereas Zeka's been able to get a Verdant Barrier.
Okay.
He has 10 stacks Dark Seal. He's pretty huge. Faker is not going to be doing the main carrying in this game unless something goes crazy wrong for HLE. But I think for T1 right now, what you need to do is wait for HLE to do something that's a little bit too aggressive. Do something that's a little bit too risky and be ready to pounce, right? With your Pantheon, Gragas, and Pays' Kai'Sa. And yes, Faker can layer a lot of burst damage on top of that. But it should not be Faker trying to kill somebody in the side. It should not be trying to play through Faker's burst because he frankly just doesn't have it right now. A lot of the time with Aurora, you're like, okay, I found Guma. Maybe I can force him to ult with like a weirding Q combo. Faker probably dies if he tries to do that in this game. So play through the other parts until Faker can be relevant later on. Play slow. This game is still winnable.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's only a 4,000 gold lead at 20-plus minutes. That is certainly not insurmountable, as the Void Seeker will not find. Almost found, but did not find.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't quite locate.
No. And the Baron, up and available. 30 seconds on the Ocean Soul for HLE, though. And I think with a composition that can be a little bit tricksy, right, in what HLE have put together, the Ocean Soul could find a little more value.
I feel like it's great for T1 if they could get it. It buys them, I mean, even individual Ocean Dragons, it could buy them a little bit of space inside. So Doran's very sustainable, but denying the soul is huge, and stopping the spawn of the Elder before HLE have the Giga lead. Because the lead is pretty, it was Giga, it dropped a little bit. They're close to getting another one if they can get a pick potentially on the Doran. He avoids the charm. Yeah. Muramana here is transformed for Zeus now. This Jace is very relevant in this upcoming fight.
Let's see whether they can find some poke, as that first Shock Blast does go a little bit wide, but HLE just wasting no time. They will start off this Dragon immediately.
So much control here to HLE. Pays needs to find an angle. I think they're just going to give...
Yeah, that is just going to be the Drake down in the blink of an eye. HLE just utilizing all of that control of this river in order to grab that, and now they're looking to move towards the Baron as well. And honestly, starting up the Baron and then just moving away when you've got Ocean Soul is so much easier.
Delight has Cleanse and Flash. He gets to dictate the pace of this next fight. And it looks like he might want to do it a little early.
In they go. Kanavi finds the cease and desist as they look to try and get on top of Faker. He goes between the worlds, though, to get himself out of there. And speaking of out of there, Kanavi is over that wall. And I swear, without Ocean Soul, he's dead.
Yeah, he's so incredibly low. He's going to need to eat some honey fruit, but they might be able to start this Baron now because Faker took so much damage. He has TP, but he's going to take a little while. They are a little bit slow on starting this, though, so I think setting the trap is the better option. They know they have vision control of Guma. trying to bait a little bit, but I think they're not selling this very well, and I think T1 are just going to come over here and look to see if they can find a punish.
Yep, Kanavi was on that Baron, but it had not taken very much damage at all. As you were saying, and HLE will back away.
Plays like this could backfire for HLE. It's a great hop over the wall here from Faker. Like, he pulls Kanavi in. Kanavi goes incredibly low. Like I said, he barely survives, and you make a few mistakes like that, you're playing a little bit fast and loose trying to set up these Barons. Maybe T1 could get back in because punish play, like what we saw there potentially from T1, they didn't have the damage just yet. Faker just now getting his second item is maybe the dream scenario. Again, it's a dream right now. And maybe for T1 fans feeling like a nightmare as the Banshee's Veil is completed for Zeka. He is no joke in this game.
And the Infinity Edge was just done by Gumayusi. Yes, Nash's Tooth is there for Pays, but I just don't think that it's going to be able to quite match.
They don't quite equivocate in terms of the damage power.
No, although, I mean, for Kai'Sa, it is a very, very good item. You get evolutions and stuff for it, and the W is going to be hurting, but just don't know. Zeka looking for an angle here as he does ult in. Catches Faker even through the stealth, but Faker is able to flash his way out. Still has to invest a lot.
He doesn't have TP anymore, so he can't just teleport straight back to the fight. Zeus, by the way, he does.
Yeah, Zeka also looking for another angle. Man, I mean, after some very strange plays in the first two games, Zeka has really locked in for this
HLE
one.
feel like they're a little bit confused on what they want to do in terms of starting the Baron, but also setting a trap. Like, Kanavi's like, we're doing Baron, and Delight is like, no, we're setting a trap. And you're selling the idea of the Baron so you can set that trap, but the follow-up wasn't there, so T1 kind of get away with losing most of Faker's health here, and the Baron is not started, and they buy more time. Like, the game continues. We're 3 minutes away from a potential Elder Steal that could miraculously get T1 back into this game. And at this point, it feels like that is the best possible scenario. Again, if somebody gets picked, if Pays ends up getting on top of Gumayusi, they bait his ult out, there isn't any peel. Zeka goes in, tries to get a charm, and gets caught by the Poppy, something like that. I mean, there are ways for HLE to mess this up.
Oh, yeah. And it really does feel like this game is still very much up in the air, despite the fact that HLE have a 5,500 gold lead.
It's T1's comp just has so many ins. Like, if Keria ults 3 people off a Baron, you know, that could be it as well.
Yeah, lots of ins and also lots of get-outs for HLE. With the Poppycopter, the Cask, like things like this, there's so much disruption available.
This is a half-health Baron now. T1 are going to have to pull the trigger.
Yeah, Kanavi just here by himself, wanting to keep the Baron interested. The Baron definitely is interested, but we'll now reset finally.
This is such an HLE moment. They're like, we could just get Baron, but we want to kill those guys. So let's just drop the Baron and then try to kill them, and then they run away, and let's try to use the Baron to kill those guys again. It could have probably just killed the Baron.
I mean, the Jace in the bottom lane is kind of what they were buying time for, as Gumayusi and Kanavi getting back on this Baron once again. Delight playing some defense, looking to try and keep them interested. Zeka doing the same thing.
A little bit rockier.
Once again going to go wide.
A little bit rockier this time for HLE as T1 are grouped, and they're going to force the TP out of Zeus.
Yep, Banshee's Veil going to get popped there from Zeka, but they are staying on this Baron for now. Owner is over here. They get that vision that they were looking for. And there is Delight finding the quickness, but not exactly as much as he wants to. The buy is evicted from the fight with the Featherstorm. Keeps Gumayusi alive, and they take down Pays. There's the 80 carry trade, though, as Faker gets into the backline, and it's Owner that takes matters into his own hands. Finally, it is Kanavi making his way back in, and there's another 80 carry here for HLE, and his name is Zeus, and he's got a big cannon, and he's not afraid to use it. Quadra kill comes through for the and they'll take a much better Baron this time around.
Keria, he has Smite and a Dream.
Oh my god, if he does this... No, he's not.
He's not even going to try. It's not worth it. There's no way.
I mean, surely it's worth it.
Oh, yeah, nah.
Never mind. He's just going to play his battle pipes in base.
Watch Keria try to play this fight incredibly well. Like, he gets the knockaway of Kanavi, so now the Baron's off the table, and this burst from Pays is there, but Zeka's charm. Look at this.
Oh my goodness.
He and Delight just say no. And then Faker just doesn't have the damage to clean up this fight, and they're so split. Poppy pushed into the bottom lane, and it's a kill there to go over onto the Pantheon, and Faker is just left isolated. You can see he can barely scratch the surface of these Fed HLE members. It's a Quadra. I feel like Zeka did a lot of the heavy lifting there.
Yes,
but,
he did.
You know, Zeus was happy to kill the champions and pick up tons of money.
And he
look,
also
Zeko was
needed
already
it.
ahead enough.
Yeah, exactly. I think Zeus certainly needed the funds. As he
Zeus
just,
is like, look, we can both be 3,000 gold ahead.
And he fully completes his more of Malmodius after that one as well. So, yeah, Zeus, problematic. 5 seconds until Elder Dragon as well. There is an Exodia on the table here.
We haven't talked about it, but you mentioned the Maw. There's 2 Maws here because there's just so much magic damage for T1 with so little if you look at the itemization for Faker comparatively, but they are, and I mean, for the Gragas as well, it's got Cosmic Drive and a Rod.
Yep.
They just can't hurt the HLE champions, and HLE, all they need to do now is either look for a turn or secure this Elder, and it feels like this game is won, but the base is still fully alive, right? There's no inhibitors. It's not been broken up at all. T1 are being incredibly resilient in this one. 8,000 gold behind.
Yeah, they are all grouped up as well as HLE looking for a pin, so they think they might have caught Doran, who goes down to 50%. HLE now closing in, and Doran's just dead. T1 not going for the re-engage.
They're going for the push in the bottom lane. They're going to open up the base here. They still have Baron for 90 more seconds. They might just be able to end off of this siege.
Yeah, and the Elder Dragon is still up and available. T1 just falling apart.
They used nothing to kill Doran, just raw damage.
Oh, great charm is going to get onto Ona here as the Featherstorm comes on forward. Between Worlds is decent as Carrier goes in, but he's going to take the Death Chamber exit, and down will go the Aurora as well. Pays is caught, and Ona is just going to go down in a blaze of glory as HLE finish the ace and get revenge against T1 as we start round 2 of LCK.
7-0-10, 17 out of 19 is Zeka's scoreline in the final game. They gave Kanavi the vibe, but maybe the bigger problem was the Ahri.
And honestly, I mean, we know that that combo is absolutely devastating, and it's certainly proven to be so once again. I believe we saw it in our previous series. It didn't win that time. It certainly did here.
It was an incredible series for Hanwha Life Esports. They showed something a little bit different here against T1 the second time around with some patient play, especially in game 1 to wrestle back the win, because could have been otherwise a T1 2-0. There's a little wink here, a double wink from Zeus.
What does it mean? I don't know. He's able to take down Doran though.
You know, it's one of those rare high-profile matches where Zeus does get the better of Doran, right? In a really important game, but so much of it wasn't about the isolated 1v1. Zeka, Guy deserves a lot of credit for his performance here, but everybody on HLE in that final game got their comfort. They got what they were great at, and even though the Poppy angle was insane for Keria into the composition, there were just too many dashes to stop. There was too much mobility, and Faker on the Aurora, we talked about it in draft a few times. He just hasn't shown the mastery of this champion as the other elite mids here in the LCK, and he just got completely bopped by Zeka and could never make the impact he needed to make this draft work.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. I have to say though, Kanavi having an absolute day out here today. Game number 1, 100% kill contribution. Game number 2 also was able to stand up to T1, and here in this one, being half of that dynamic duo, it was a masterclass here from Kanavi, who has just really began to run the jungle. And it's so crazy, right? Because I feel like Peanut did the same thing on HLE, and now it's Kanavi that comes in and says, well, I've been running the LPL, allow me to do the same thing over here.
The story of Hanwha Life Esports is one that I think people will remember for years to come, regardless of what happens for the rest of this year. From going from, you know, a near win in Kespa Cup to then jumping into an LCK Cup where they finished 10th place, a rocky start to the LCK where they lose to this very team, and then they start off round 2. It's almost as if they're like, no, it's a new slate now. We are much better now. And now it was a close series. T1 gave them a lot of trouble. It was not an easy win, but it was dominant in this final game. The third game, the most one-sided of them all. And they just look like they have a dense pack of champions that they like to play. They have one play style, and even if you know that, you can't stop it. It was some really unique drafting from T1 in the series. I like their creative approach. Maybe that's a little bit of EasyHoon style showing through here. But sometimes what you know best works incredibly well here. Guma finally this time has the fantastic Xayah ultimate to prevent Keria from blasting him, and the rest of the fight is just a wash. Faker's trying to layer damage, but they ignore him. He's so weak on this Aurora. And this is the last to go down.
Yeah, this
Doran,
pick on Doran is just kind of the end of the game.
They used
T1
no
had
ults.
no control.
They used no ults to kill him, so they still have all their tools to just siege up and end the game. They don't need Elder.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right? When you're against a team that has kind of everything and the Elder is available, you do need to try and get vision around the area. And HLE just masterfully grabbed that pick and then set things up. This charm from Zeka, absolutely fantastic, much like the rest of his game, to be honest. And Carrier goes in. I mean, it was a decent attempt there towards the end, but they were so far behind.
When Hanwha Life Esports won the LCK Summer so long ago now it feels, and then went to first stand, won that after winning LCK Cup, they were not this dominant in their run-up to it.
Oh, no.
And it feels like we are not even necessarily watching the peak of what could be the beginning of a Hanwha Life Esports era. They toppled KT, they beat T1 on the second time of asking, and who knows how far the orange tank is gonna roll, Atlas.
Well, once it builds momentum, generally very heavy things like that struggle to slow down. So it might be that the inertia is going to be enough to carry them through for some more victories, as this probably one of the more obvious POMs that we've had here in the LCK, as that 4-1-15 Jarvan performance was probably one of the better jungle performances we've seen all year.
I love the Jarvan, his flash Qs, his punishing of Faker was just so crisp, so clean to watch. Don't give this guy Vi. Like, what can you do? Every single meta champion, he's the best jungler at it. Like, who is even close to Kanavi right now in the LCK?
And I'm just thinking, like, don't give him Vi, but also don't give him all the other champions that he got.
Or maybe not Jarvan.
Yeah.
Probably not also Kha'Zix. That should probably be avoided.
Convince him to play more Aatrox, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe you could get this guy on Sejuani, like, do some convincing.
Yeah, maybe like the Skarner. Just try and, like, really pigeonhole him towards the Skarner.
Somebody needs to trick him into thinking, like, Karthus jungle is OP. He can't dive with that one very well.
Canyon could maybe do it. We'll just see. Oh, he has always liked that one as well, as we do have a slight delay heading towards the interview. But man, what an incredible series between HLE and T1. This one was a banger the first time around. Unfortunately, we only got 2 games that time. This time, it goes the distance.
It just feels like
the most we can.
The only way to dethrone Kanavi right now is to be a massive meta shift, right? Like where suddenly like Lilia is the best jungler, AP junglers are back. We see like Talia jungle, and he can't play what he's so good at, because right now this meta suits him so incredibly well. The Hanwha Life Esports could just play like this every series and just keep stacking up Ws.
Yeah, but it could also be the other way, where Olaf comes back into the meta and he's able to once again, you know, dictate the pace on that champion as well. Of course, did bring that one around earlier on in the history of League of Legends. So Kanavi kind of always at the forefront of a lot of these metas that do happen, and even players over here in the LCK can, you know, follow what he's doing in the LPL even when he's not playing in our league. So it's kind of nuts, the influence that he's had. But now it is time to hear from him right now as we head over to the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the PON review translation, joined by Kanavi on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, who just reached the sole position of first place after today's victory. After defeating T1, you secured 8 consecutive wins and stand in the sole position of first place. How do you feel? You know, against T1, we have had bad experiences before, and so we actually make sure to prepare extra well. And I also feel a little nervous before them, but I feel so great that we're able to win today. And T1 was the only team to take you down in round 1, and you got your payback, so what changed? In round 1 against T1, we just didn't really play very well, and I felt like T1 had a better synergy compared to us. But throughout round 1, I think we were able to develop our team and improve over time. So I think right now we feel like we're in a really good place with great synergy. And in game 1, your enemy comp had low mobility champions, which helped highlight the Jarvan and Bard's strength. So what role were you trying to fulfill with this pick? I think Jarvan Bard against those low mobility comps, it's just really just that one correct answer. I think our early game didn't go very well unexpectedly, but I think we were able to win through, you know, having a good comp. For Jarvan, I think I just have to make sure that utilizing the EQ skill, I think EQ skill backwards is really bad, so I always have to set my mind into using my EQ forward, and I think that actually emphasizes his strength. And in game 1, Zeka's Azir was actually struggling at first, and the mid ganks to relieve that pressure was the right call. So when you protected him, how did Zeka react? Well, Zeka in game 1, I think he actually accepted that that he was going to lose lane, but we knew that his champion is really good from the late game, so I think I just really wanted to make sure that he scales to reach that point. And after dropping game 2, you guys took control of game 3 early, and your Vi claimed just everything, clearing the entire jungle, including the enemies. So while clearing the jungle, did you feel like you already won? Yeah, in game 3, at level 4, we actually had the full control of the mid and jungle. And from the moment that we got the kill, we just knew that we won. And in an interview, your head coach said, Kanavi has so many strengths and good results follow as he syncs up with the players. So how has the communication been like? You know, after returning to the LCK after a long time, you know, I think spending enough time with my teammates and just trying to communicate well with my laners and just talking a lot about ganking actually have been really helpful. And I think I have my own strengths, which is just going in to initiate very quickly and just looking for the right teamfight angles. So I think that's something that we try to focus on too. So any message over to your teammates or coaching staff? You know, after the LCK Cup, we have been preparing well and working really, really hard. So I think this is why we're able to reach first place. So I hope that we can keep it up. And what a great start of round 2. And for round 2, which team are you considering as the biggest threat? There are so many powerful teams in the LCK. I would consider KT and Genji as the strongest ones to watch out for. And any mindset for round 2? Against T1, we were able to get a good revenge. And for the rest of round 2, I hope that we prepare well. And we'll continue working hard. Thank you so much, always. And that is all from Kanavi. Congratulations once again, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya and Unbin, for a great interview with Kanavi, who gets the 2-1 victory for Hanwha Life Esports, and they start off round number 2 with a bang. It was a great series here between Hanwha Life and T1, but ultimately goes the way of the orange tank as they continue to ascend, as that one sign said from the fan, LCK Cup 10th, LCK first.
And considering they've now beaten every single team in the league right at the start of round 2, it just kind of shows the phenomenal form they're in and also the growth even from that T1 series. Obviously, the growth since the LCK Cup is very evident, but it feels like this team is just still figuring things out and getting stronger and stronger as time goes by.
I mean, as Kanavi said, I think HLE just in general, they had the mental block against T1. But I think this time around, especially in that game 3, I think they showed up what they have right now, which is the mid-jungle synergy. I think that REVI game is one of the great game we ever seen in LCK.
Oh yeah, and just most of the time, other than a Rift Herald incident by Guma, I think it's been consistency from the other roles while the playmaking has been happening through the mid lane and through the jungle. As we take a look at the POM votes, I thought it was going to be a runaway for Zeka, as he did get 4 of them, but 5 plus Soup and Chijijik, so 7 total there, and 1 shout to the top lane for Zeus from media as well.
Yeah, I think kind of expected it to be a big split between the mid and the jungle, but also just highlights how strong the mid jungle has been together. I give him a AAA for his performance, you know, played 3 champions starting with A, and obviously popped off on the Ahri in particular, but even the Anivia, I feel like he was controlling the game a good amount, even though they didn't win that. And the Azir had some good shuffles towards the end.
AAA, nice. Can he pull up Triple S next time? You think?
Maybe. You know, there's enough in the pool, right? Maybe a bit of Syndra.
Oh, Silas, Syndra.
One more.
Seraphine?
Why not? Shaco?
All right.
I don't know. There's a new Pandemonium skin that just came out for it. Now available Season 2. That was...
Chill?
That was chilling right there.
Out of nowhere.
Or no, Wolf next. Wolf next. Or where are we going? I'm sorry. I ruined the show. All right, there's Wolf. I went to vote for Kanavi, but got charmed by Zeka. Yes, another A-champion shout out there. Huge series. And I thought that was why he was going to get it in that one of those final fights. Over the wall, charms pays, catches him out by the Baron Pit. And that was like the last big shot there. Go ahead, what did?
I think Kanavi is the best jungler in LCK at the moment. So, I mean, not because his like playstyle, but his idea into the game. I think it influenced a lot of different LCK junglers. Now, I think many junglers already interviewed that, yeah, I got so much motivation from Kanavi for like playstyle, so you kind of want to be more aggressive here than the usual. So I think Kanavi, he brings a lot for LCK, and now definitely, like, even though there's so many copycats, I think the original is just the greatest.
Did you hear it, by the way, when that play happened?
Oh yeah.
Like, just in my mind, I could just Chronicler's voice.
Flash of the wall!
He knew what he was doing. He was doing it for Cronny there. Let's see what else that we had here for our comments. There's Helios. The reason why he's good at Vi. Vi. I like Helios.
No, I think it's almost umpty level.
That wasn't bad. That was not umpty
You know
level.
what? You know what?
Umpty level's umpty level.
You know what? Helios is trying, right?
Yeah.
This is a good effort. And he also didn't say something like, best junglers in LCK, Helios, the Kanavi.
Oh, yeah.
So you know what? I'm proud of him for doing this.
All right.
Chat, give us a rating for Helios. 1 out of 10, please. 1 out of 10 as we go to Prince, who also voted for Kanavi and didn't do a pun. Put in 501, get 10,000 back. That's this jungler. Again, just a little bit is all you need from Kanavi because it goes a long way.
Well, you do start the game with 500.
Yeah.
So.
But gold, though.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, but
yeah.
I mean, the ratio is...
Okay. Is that what you meant, Prince? Let me know.
No, it's just a vending machine. I think he talked about the gamble.
Kanavi with Umpty. Kanavi is unstoppable. This is the meta. The meta is to give it to 2 people, but like fit it in well. That one's not bad.
I like the blend. The blend's cute, you know?
This is fine.
It's the... Yeah, this is... I like it. It's good.
I like it too.
Zek Kanavi. Wow, Umpty came up with a good one. We need to give him the shout out later on. We give him so much shtick. It's time to give him the shout out, as that was an awesome one. Man, what a series it was. A way to kick off round number 2. T1 Hanwha Life Esports going the way of Hanwha Life Esports. As we take a look at the updated bracket, the return is complete. At least for now, because of the match score and KT hasn't played yet. Hanwha Life Esports is your #1 squad in the LCK after being 10th place in the LCK Cup, and they look the part. These wins don't look fraudulent. They are bending everyone to their will.
Yeah, and finally able to dethrone KT. I just think there's been so many strong performances from HLE against top teams, and KT is a team who's also been in phenomenal form. I think, honestly, our left side of the bracket is so competitive, and yet HLE just feels like they're a level above right now.
So there's the 3 things like coming into my idea is that like Riot is actually changing so many things between the season, and now even though we finished the round 1, there is so many new champions right now. Top lane has been like range champions, and mid lane, TF, the playmakers. I don't know, like meta is shifting so fast, and the bot lane we have the Milio as well. So it's really up to the team who, like, if you want to be in the meta, then you gotta be fast, you gotta be quick.
We also have a massive patch coming, right? If anyone who's been playing live, they changed a lot of things with the newest patch that's live. So
the items and runes, like
Deathfire.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's going to shake things up there as well. So which team can adapt quickest will make a big difference.
Here we go. Although T1 has dropped to 5th place, they will move on up after the 2 squads that are right above them do battle. It is the return to the Northern Expedition as Gen G will come in as the underdogs against D plus Kia in this week's Saturday Showdown, and Kiwoom versus Nongshim. Go ahead, we did.
Wait. What do you mean underdog DK? DK's 3rd.
Gen G are coming in as the underdog.
Oh, yeah.
Gen G are now on a loss streak against D+.
It's really weird that like you say like underdog Gen G, because it's nothing, like it never happens, right?
Right? It never happened.
Oh man, that's
well,
true.
It didn't happen for 5 years, and then all of a sudden Showmaker was like, time to win. And now Gen G go in round 2, trying to get revenge, just like the way that Hanwha Life Esports was against T1. Yo, what a day it's been. The Bros win. We get 3 games out of T1 Hanwha Life Esports, and tomorrow brings us a banger Saturday Showdown and the debut of some new players. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK. Bye-bye.
항상 보고 계십니까? 그 폭발의 의식이었습니다.
전술적으로 이길 수밖에 없는 구도를 계속 젠지가 가져오고 있어요.
자, 그래서 오늘 준비된 경기의 주인공들을 만나보겠습니다. 디플러스 기아와 젠지 e스포츠입니다.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against us. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.